Pierrette. Roman 1. The Lorraines. At the dawn of an October day in 1827, a young fellow about 16 years of age, whose clothing proclaimed what modern phraseology so insolently calls a proletary, was standing in a small square of Lower Provence. At that early hour he could examine, without being observed, the various houses surrounding the open space, which was oblong in form. The mills along the river were already working the whir of their wheels, repeated by the echoes of the upper town in the keen air and sparkling clearness of the early morning, only intensified the general silence, so that the wheels of a diligence could be heard a league away along the highroad. The two longest sides of the square, separated by an avenue of lindens, were built in the simple style which expresses so well the peaceful and matter-of-fact life of the bourgeoisie. No signs of commerce were to be seen. On the other hand, the luxurious porticotures of the rich were few, and those few turned seldom on their hinges, excepting that of Monsieur Martner, a physician whose profession obliged him to keep a cabriolet, and to use it. A few of the house fronts were covered by grapevines, others by roses climbing to the second-story windows, through which they wafted the fragrance of their scattered bunches. One end of the square enters the main street of the lower town, the gardens of which reach to the bank of one of the two rivers which water the valley of Provence. The other end of the square enters a street which runs parallel to the main street. At the latter, which was also the quietest end of the square, the young workman recognized the house of which he was in search, which showed a front of white stone, grooved in lines to represent courses, windows with closed gray blinds, and slender iron balconies decorated with rosettes painted yellow above the ground floor. And the first floor were three dormer windows projecting from a slate roof. On the peak of the central one was a new weather vane. This modern innovation represented a hunter in the attitude of shooting a hare. The front door was reached by three stone steps. On one side of this door, a leaden pipe discharged the sink water into a small street gutter, showing the whereabouts of the kitchen. On the other side were two windows carefully closed by gray shutters, in which were heart-shaped openings cut to admit the light. These windows seemed to be those of the dining room. In the elevation gained by the three steps were vent holes to the cellar, closed by painted iron shutters fantastically cut in open work. Everything was new in this repaired and restored house, the fresh-colored look of which contrasted with the time-worn exteriors of all the other houses. An observer would instantly perceive the paltry taste and perfect self-satisfaction of the retired petty shopkeeper. The young man looked at these details with an expression of pleasure that seemed to have something rather sad in it. His eyes roved from the kitchen to the roof with a motion that showed a deliberate purpose. The rosy glow of the rising sun fell on a calico curtain at one of the garret windows, the others being without that luxury. As he caught sight of it, the young fellow's face brightened gaily. He stepped back a little way, leaned against a linden, and sang in the drawling tone peculiar to the west of France the following Breton ditty, published by Bruguière, a composer to whom we are indebted for many charming melodies in Brittany. The young villagers sing this song to all newly married couples on their wedding day. We've come to wish you happiness in marriage. To Monsieur, your husband, as well as to you. You have just been bound, Madame la Mary, with bands of gold that only death unbinds. You will go no more to balls or gay assemblies. You must stay at home while we shall go. Have you thought well how you are pledged to be true to your spouse and love him like yourself? Receive these flowers our hands do now present you. Alas, your fleeting honors will fade as they. This native air, as sweet as that adapted by Chateaubriand to Marceau T. Souvental Encore, sung in this little town of the Brie district, must have been to the ears of a Breton maiden the touchstone of imperious memories. So faithfully does it picture the manners and customs, the surroundings, and the hardiness of her noble old land, where a sort of melancholy reigns hardly to be defined, caused perhaps by the aspect of life in Brittany, which is deeply touching. This power of awakening a world of grave and sweet and tender memories by a familiar and sometimes lively ditty is the privilege of those popular songs, which are the superstitions of musicif. We may use the word superstition as signifying all that remains after the ruin of a people, all that survives their revolutions. As he finished the first couple, the singer, who never took his eyes from the attic curtain, saw no signs of life. While he sang the second, the curtain stirred. When the words "receive these flowers" were sung, a youthful face appeared, a white hand cautiously opened the casement, and a girl made a sign with her head to the singer, as he ended with the melancholy thought of the simple verses, "Alas, your fleeting honors will fade as they." To her the young workman suddenly showed, drawing it from within his jacket, a yellow flower, very common in Brittany, and sometimes to be found in La Brie, where, however, it is rareth furze or broom. "Is it really you, brig out?" said the girl, in a low voice. "Yes, Pierrette, yes, I am in Paris. I have started to make my way, but I'm ready to settle here near you." Just then the fastening of a window creaked in a room on the first floor, directly below Pierrette's attic. The girl showed the utmost terror, and said to brig out quickly, "Run away." The lad jumped like a frightened frog to a bend in the street, caused by the projection of a mill just where the square opens into the main thoroughfare. But in spite of his agility, his hobnailed shoes echoed on the stones with a sound easily distinguished from the music of the mill, and no doubt heard by the person who opened the window. That person was a woman. No man would have torn himself from the comfort of a morning nap to listen to a minstrel in a jacket, none. But a maid awakes to songs of love. Not only was this woman a maid, but she was an old maid. When she had opened her blinds, with the furtive motion of the bat, she looked in all directions, but saw nothing, and only heard faintly the flying footfalls of the lad. Can there be anything more dreadful than the matutinal apparition of an ugly old maid at her window? Of all the grotesque sights which amuse the eyes of travelers in country towns, that is the most unpleasant. It is too repulsive to laugh at this particular old maid, whose ear was so keen, was denuded of all the adventitious aids of whatever kind which she employed as embellishments. Her false front and her collarette were lacking. She wore that horrible little bag of black silk on which old women insist on covering their skulls, and it was now revealed beneath the nightcap which had been pushed aside in sleep. This rumpled condition gave a menacing expression to the head, such as painters bestow on witches. The temples, ears, and nape of the neck were disclosed in all their withered horror, wrinkles being marked in scarlet lines that contrasted with the wood white of the bedgown, which was tied round her neck by a narrow tape. The gaping of this garment revealed a breast to be likened only to that of an old peasant woman who cares nothing about her personal ugliness. The fleshless arm was like a stick on which a bit of stuff was hung, seen at her window. This spinster seemed tall from the length and angularity of her face, which recalled the exaggerated proportions of certain Swiss heads. The character of their countenances features being marked by a total want of harmony was that of hardness in the lines, sharpness in the tones, while an unfeeling spirit pervading all would have filled a physiognomist with disgust. These characteristics, fully visible at this moment, were usually modified in public by a sort of commercial smilia bourgeois smirk, which mimicked good humor, so that persons meeting with this old maid might very well take her for a kindly woman. She owned the house on shares with her brother. The brother, by the by, was sleeping so tranquilly in his own chamber that the orchestra of the opera house could not have awakened him, wonderful as its diapason is said to be. The old maid stretched her neck out of the window, twisted it, and raised her cold, pale blue little eyes, with their short lashes set in lids that were always rather swollen, to the attic window, endeavoring to see. Pierrette, perceiving the uselessness of that attempt, she retreated into her room with a movement like that of a tortoise which draws in its head after protruding it from its carapace. The blinds were then closed, and the silence of the street was unbroken, except by peasants coming in from the country or very early persons moving about. When there is an old maid in a house, watchdogs are unnecessary. Not the slightest event can occur that she does not see and comment upon and pursue to its utmost consequences. The foregoing trifling circumstance was therefore destined to give rise to grave suppositions, and to open the way for one of those obscure dramas which take place in families, and are none the less terrible because they are secretive. Indeed, we may apply the word drama to such domestic occurrences. Pierrette did not go back to bed to her brigout's arrival, was an immense event during the night that Eden of the wretched escaped the vexations and fault-findings she bore during the day like the hero of a ballad German or Russian, I forget, which her sleep seemed to her the happy life, her waking hours a bad dream. She had just had her only pleasurable waking in 3 years. The memories of her childhood had sung their melodious ditties in her soul. The first couplet was heard in a dream, the second made her spring. Bed at the third, she doubted her ears sorrowful, are all disciples of St. Thomas. But when the fourth was sung standing in her nightgown with bare feet, by the window she recognized, Brigout the companion of her childhood, ah yes, it was truly the well-known square jacket, with the bobtails the pockets of which stuck out at the hips, a jacket of blue cloth, which is classic in Brittany, there too, with a waistcoat of printed cotton, the linen shirt, fastened by a gold heart, the large rolling collar, the earrings, the stout shoes, the trousers of blue-gray, drilling unevenly colored by the various lengths of the warp-in short, all those humble, strong, and durable things, which make the apparel of the Breton peasantry, the big buttons of white horn, which fastened the jacket, made the girl's heart beat. When she saw the bunch of broom, her eyes filled with tears. Then a dreadful fear drove back into her heart the happy memories that were budding there. She thought her cousin sleeping in the room beneath her might have heard the noise she made in jumping out of bed and running to the window. The fear was just the old maid was coming, and she made Brigout the terrified sign, which the lad obeyed without the least understanding it. Such instinctive submission to a girl's bidding shows one of those innocent and absolute affections which appear from century to century on this earth, where they blossom like the aloes of Isola Bella twice or thrice in 100 years. Whoever had seen the lad as he ran away would have loved the ingenuous chivalry of his most ingenuous feeling. Jack Brigout was worthy of Pierrette Lorraine, who was just 15, 2 children. Pierrette could not keep from crying as she watched his flight in the terror her gesture had conveyed to him. Then she sat down in a shabby armchair placed before a little table above which hung a mirror. She rested her elbows on the table, put her head in her hands, and sat thinking for an hour, calling to memory the Marais, the village of Penhole, the perilous voyages on a pond, in a boat untied for her from an old willow by little Jacques. Then the old faces of her grandfather and grandmother, the sufferings of her mother, and the handsome face of Major Brigatin, short the whole of her careless childhood. It was all a dream, a luminous joy on the gloomy background of the present. Her beautiful chestnut hair escaped in disorder from her cap, rumpled in sleep, a cambric cap, with ruffles which she had made herself on each side of her forehead, were little ringlets escaping from grey culpapers from the back of her head, hung a heavy braid of hair that was half unplaited. The excessive whiteness of her face betrayed that terrible malady of girlhood, which goes by the name of chlorosis, deprives the body of its natural colors, destroys the appetite, and disordered state of the organism. The waxy tones were in all the visible parts of her flesh, the neck and shoulders explained by their blanched paleness, the wasted arms flung forward and crossed upon the table. Her feet seemed enervated, shrunken from illness. Her nightgown came only to her knees and showed the flaccid muscles, the blue veins, the impoverished flesh of the legs. The cold, to which she paid no heed, turned her lips violet, and a sad smile drawing up the corners. Sensitive mouth showed teeth that were white as ivory, and quite small, pretty, transparent teeth, in keeping with the delicate ears, the rather sharp but dainty nose, and the general outline of her face, which in spite of its roundness was lovely. All the animation of this charming face was in the eyes, the iris of which, brown like Spanish tobacco, and flecked with black, shone with golden reflections, round pupils that were brilliant and intense. Pierrette was made to be gay, but she was sad. Her lost gaiety was still to be seen in the vivacious forms of the eye, in the ingenuous grace of her brow, in the smooth curve of her chin. The long eyelashes lay upon the cheekbones, made prominent by suffering. The paleness of her face, which was unnaturally white, made the lines, and all the details infinitely pure. The ear alone was a little masterpiece of modeling in marble. You might say Pierrette suffered in many ways. Perhaps you would like to know her history, and this is it. Pierrette's mother was a demoiselle Offray of Provins, half-sister, by the father's side of Madame Ragran, mother of the present owners of the house. Monsieur Offray, her husband, had married at the age of 18. His second marriage took place when he was nearly 69. By the first, he had an only daughter, very plain, who was married at 16 to an innkeeper of Provins named Ragran. By his second marriage, the worthy Offray had another daughter, but this one was charming. There was, of course, an enormous difference in the ages of these daughters. The one by the first marriage was 50 years old when the second child was born. By this time, the eldest Madame Ragran had 2 grown-up children. The youngest daughter of the old man was married at 18 to a man of her choice, a Breton officer named Lorrain Captain in the Imperial Guard. Love often makes a man ambitious. The captain, anxious to rise to a colonelcy, exchanged into a line regiment, while he then a major, and his wife enjoyed themselves in Paris on the allowance made to them by Monsieur and Madame Honore, or scoured Germany at the beck and call of the emperor's battles and truces. Old Honore himself, formerly a grocer, died at the age of 88 without having found time to make a will. His property was administered by his daughter Madame Ragran and her husband so completely in their own interests that nothing remained for the old man's widow beyond the house she lived in on the little square, and a few acres of land. This widow, the mother of Madame Lorrain, was only 38 at the time of her husband's death. Like many widows, she came to the unwise decision of remarrying. She sold the house and land to her stepdaughter Madame Ragran and married a young physician named Honore, who wasted her whole fortune. She died of grief and misery 2 years later. Thus the share of her father's property, which ought to have come to Madame Lorrain, disappeared almost entirely, being reduced to the small sum of 8,000 francs. Major Lorrain was killed at the Battle of Montereau, leaving his wife, then 21 years of age, with a little daughter of 14 months, and no other means than the pension to which she was entitled, and an eventual inheritance from her late husband's parents, Monsieur and Madame Lorrain, retail shopkeepers at Penhole, a village in the Vendée. Situated in that part of it which is called the Marais, these Lorrain's grandfather and grandmother of Pierrette Lorrain sold wood for building purposes, slates, tiles, pantiles, pipes, etc. Their business, either from their own incapacity or through ill luck, did badly, and gave them scarcely enough to live on. The failure of the well-known firm of Collinet at Nantes, caused by the events of 1814, which led to a sudden fall in colonial products, deprived them of 24,000 francs, which they had just deposited with that house. The arrival of their daughter-in-law was therefore welcome to them. Her pension of 800 francs was a handsome income at Penhole. The 8,000 francs, which the widow's half-brother and sister Ragran sent to her from her father's estate, after a multitude of legal formalities, were placed by her in the Lorrain's business, they giving her a mortgage on a little house, which they owned at Nantes, let for 300 francs, and barely worth 10,000. Madame Lorrain, the younger Pierrette's mother, died in 1819, the child of old Honore, and his young wife was small, delicate, and weakly. The damp climate of the Marais did not agree with her, but her husband's family persuaded her, in order to keep her with them, that in no other quarter of the world could she find a more healthy region. She was so petted and tenderly cared for that her death, when it came, brought nothing but honor to the old Lorrains. Some persons declared that Brigout, an old Vendin, one of those men of iron who served under Pierrette, under Mercier, under the Marquis de Montauran, and the Baron du Guesnic in the wars against the Republic, counted for a good deal in the willingness of the younger Madame Lorrain to remain in the Marais. If it were so, his soul must have been a truly loving and devoted one. All Penhole saw him, it was called respectfully, Major Brigout, the grade he had held. The Catholic army, spending his days and his evenings in the Lorrain's parlor beside the window of the Imperial Major. Toward the last, the curate of Penhole made certain representations to old Madame Lorrain, begging her to persuade her daughter-in-law to marry Brigout, and promising to have the Major appointed Justice of Peace for the canton of Penhole. Through the influence of the Vicomte de Kergeraut, the death of the poor young woman put an end to the matter. Pierrette was left in charge of her grandparents, who owed her 400 francs a year interest on the little property placed in their hands. This small sum was now applied to her maintenance. The old people, who were growing less and less fit for business, soon found themselves confronted by an active and capable competitor, against whom they said hard things, all the while doing nothing to defeat him. Major Brigout, their friend and advisor, died 6 months after his friend, the younger Madame Lorrain, perhaps of grief, perhaps of his wounds, of which he had received 27. Like a sound merchant, the competitor set about ruining his adversaries in order to get rid of all rivalry. With his connivance, the Lorrains borrowed money on notes which they were unable to meet, and which drove them in their old days into bankruptcy. Pierrette's claim upon the house in Nantes was superseded by the legal rights of her grandmother, who enforced them to secure the daily bread of her poor husband. The house was sold for 9,500 francs, of which 1,500 went for costs. The remaining 8,000 came to Madame Lorraine, who lived upon the income of them in a sort of almshouse at Nantes, like that of Saint Perrin in Paris, called Saint Jacques, where the two old people had bed and board for a humble payment. As it was impossible to keep Pierrette, their ruined little granddaughter, with them, the old Lorraines bethought themselves of her uncle and aunt Ragran in Provence, to whom they wrote these Ragrans were dead. The letter might therefore have easily been lost, but if anything here below can take the place of Providence, it is the postal spirit, incomparably above public spirit, exceeds in brilliancy of resource and invention the ablest Roman curators, when the post gets hold of a letter worth to it from 3 to 10 sous and does not immediately know where to find the person to whom that letter is addressed. It displays a financial anxiety only to be met with in very pertinacious creditors. The post goes and comes and ferrets through all the 86 departments. Difficulties only arouse the genius of the clerks, who may really be called menafletters, and who set about to search for that unknown human being with as much ardor as the mathematicians of the bureau give to longitudes. They literally ransack the whole kingdom at the first ray of hope. All the post offices in Paris are alert. Sometimes the receiver of a missing letter is amazed at the network of scrawled directions, which covers both back and front of the missive. Glorious vouchers for the administrative persistency with which the post has been at work. If a man undertook what the post accomplishes, he would lose 10,000 francs in travel time and money to recover 10 sous. The letter of the old Lorraines, addressed to Monsieur Ragran of Provence, who had then been dead a year, was conveyed by the post in due time to Monsieur Ragran, son of the deceased, a mercer in the Rue Saint-Denis in Paris. And this is where the postal spirit obtains its greatest triumph. An heir is always more or less anxious to know if he has picked up every scrap of his inheritance, if he has not overlooked a credit or a trunk of old clothes. The Treasury knows that a letter addressed to the late Ragran at Provence was certain to pique the curiosity of Ragran Jr. or Mademoiselle Ragran, the heirs in Paris. Out of that human interest, the Treasury was able to earn 60 centimes. These Ragrans, toward whom the old Lorraines, though dreading to part with their dear little granddaughter, stretched their supplicating hands, became in this way, and most unexpectedly, the masters of Pierrette's destiny. It is therefore indispensable to explain both their antecedents and their character. Roman II, the Ragrans. Pierre Ragran, that innkeeper of Provence to whom old Honore had married his daughter by his first wife, was an individual with an inflamed face, a veiny nose and cheeks, on which Bacchus had drawn his scarlet and bulbous vine marks. Though short, fat, and pot-bellied, with stout legs and thick hands, he was gifted with the shrewdness of the Swiss innkeepers, whom he resembled. Certainly, he was not handsome, and his wife looked like him. Never was a couple better matched. Ragran liked good living, and to be waited upon by pretty girls. He belonged to the class of egoists whose behavior is brutal. He gave way to his vices, and did their will openly, in the face of Israel, grasping, selfish, without decency, and always gratifying his own fancies. He devoured his earnings until the day when his teeth failed him. Selfishness stayed by him in his old days. He sold his inn, collected, as we have seen, all he could of his late father-in-law's property, and went to live in the little house in the square of Provence, bought for a trifle from the widow of old Honore, Pierrette's grandmother. Ragran and his wife had about 2,000 francs a year from 27 lots of land in the neighborhood of Provence, and from the sale of their inn for 20,000. Old Honore's house, though out of repair, was inhabited, just as it was, by the Ragran sold rats. Like rack and ruin, Ragran himself took to horticulture and spent his savings in enlarging the garden. He carried it to the river's edge between two walls and built a sort of stone embankment across the end, where aquatic nature, left to herself, displayed the charms of her flora. In the early years of their marriage, the Ragrans had a son and a daughter, both hideous, for such human beings, degenerate, put out to nurse at a low price. These luckless children came home in due time after the worst of village, training gallowed to cry for hours after their wet nurse, who worked in the fields, leaving them shut up to scream for her in one of those damp, dark, low rooms which serve as homes. For the French peasantry treated thus, the features of the children coarsened, their voices grew harsh, they mortified their mother's vanity, and that made her strive to correct their bad habits by a sternness which the severity of their father converted through comparison to kindness. As a general thing, they were left to run loose about the stables and courtyards of the inn or the streets of the town. Sometimes they were whipped, sometimes they were sent to get rid of them to their grandfather Offray, who did not like them. The injustice, the Rogrons declared, the old man did to their children justified them to their own minds in taking the greater part of the old scoundrel's property. However, Rogron did send his son to school, and did buy him a man, one of his own cartmen, to save him from the conscription. As soon as his daughter Sylvie was 13, he sent her to Paris to make her way as apprentice in a shop. 2 years later, he dispatched his son Jérôme Denis to the same career. When his friends the carriers and those who frequented the inn asked him what he meant to do with his children Pierre, Rogron explained his system with a conciseness which, in view of that of most fathers, had the merit of frankness. When they are old enough to understand me, I shall give him a kick and say, "Go and make your own way in the world," he replied, emptying his glass and wiping his lips with the back of his hand. Then he winked at his questioner with a knowing look. Hey, they are no greater fools than I was," he added. "My father gave me 3 kicks. I shall only give them 1. He put 1 louis into my hand. I shall put 10 in. Therefore they'll be better off than I was. That's the way to do. After I am gone, what's left will be theirs. The notaries can find them and give it to them. What nonsense to bother oneself about children. Mine owe me their life. I've fed them, and I don't ask anything from them. I coal that quits. Hey neighbor, I began as a cartman, but that didn't prevent me marrying the daughter of that old scoundrel Offray." Sylvie Rogron was sent with 600 francs for her board as apprentice to certain shopkeepers originally from Provence and now settled in Paris in the Rue Saint-Denis. 2 years later, she was at par. As they say, she earned her own living. At any rate, her parents paid nothing for her. That is what is called being at par in the Rue Saint-Denis. Sylvie had a salary of 400 francs at 19 years of age. She was independent at 20. She was the second demoiselle in the Maison Joliard wholesale silk dealers at the Chinese Worm, Rue Saint-Denis. The history of the sister was that of the brother. Young Jérôme Denis Rogron entered the establishment of one of the largest wholesale mercers in the same street, the Maison Gepin at the 3 Distaffs, when Sylvie Rogron, aged 21, had risen to be forewoman at 1,000 francs a year. Jérôme Denis, with even better luck, was head clerk at 18, with a salary of 1,200 francs. Brother and sister met on Sundays and fête days, which they passed in economical amusements. They dined out of Paris and went to St. Cloud, Meudon, Belleville, or Vincennes. Towards the close of the year 1815, they clubbed their savings, amounting to about 20,000 francs, earned by the sweat of their brows, and bought of Madame Guény the property and goodwill of her celebrated shop, the family sister, one of the largest retail establishments in the quarter. Sylvie kept the books and did the writing. Jérôme Denis was master and head clerk both in 1821. After 5 years' experience, competition became so fierce that it was all the brother and sister could do to carry on the business and maintain its reputation. Though Sylvie was at this time scarcely 40, her natural ugliness, combined with hard work and a certain crabbed look, caused as much by the conformation of her features as by her cares, made her seem like a woman of 50. At 38, Jérôme Rogron presented to the eyes of his customers the silliest face that ever looked over a counter. His retreating forehead, flattened by fatigue, was marked by 3 long wrinkles. His grizzled hair, cut close, expressed in some indefinable way the stupidity of a cold-blooded animal. The glance of his bluish eyes had neither flame nor thought in it. His round, flat face excited no sympathy, nor even a laugh on the lips of those who might be examining the varieties of the Parisian species. On the contrary, it saddened them. He was like his father, short and fat, but his figure lacked the latter's brutal obesity, and showed instead an almost ridiculous debility. His father's high color was changed in him to the livid flabbiness peculiar to persons who live in close back shops, or in those railed cages called counting rooms, forever tying up bundles, receiving and making change, snarling at the clerks, and repeating the same old speeches to customers. The small amount of brains possessed by the brother and sister had been wholly absorbed in maintaining their business, in getting and keeping money, and in learning the special laws and usages of the Parisian market, thread needles, ribbons, pins, buttons, tailors, furnishings, in short, the enormous quantity of things which go to make up a mercer's stock had taken all their capacity outside of their business. They knew absolutely nothing. They were even ignorant of Paris. To them, the great city was merely a region spreading around the Rue Saint-Denis. Their narrow natures could see no field except the shop. They were clever enough in nagging their clerks and their young women, and in proving them to blame. Their happiness lay in seeing all hands busy at the counters exhibiting the merchandise, and folding it up again when they heard the 6 or 8 voices of the young men and women glibly gabbling the consecrated phrases by which clerks reply to the remarks of customers. The day was fine to them, the weather beautiful, but on the really fine days, when the blue of the heavens brightened all Paris, and the Parisians walked about to enjoy themselves and cared for no goods but those they carried on their back, the day was overcast. To the Rogrons bad weather for sales said that pair of imbeciles. The skill with which Rogron could tie up a parcel made him an object of admiration to all his apprentices. He could fold and tie and see all that happened in the street and in the farthest recesses of the shop. By the time he handed the parcel to his customer with a "Here it is, madame, nothing else today," but the poor fool would have been ruined without his sister. Sylvie had common sense and a genius for trade. She advised her brother in their purchases and would pitilessly send him to remote parts of France to save a trifle of cost. The shrewdness which all women more or less possess, not being employed in the service of her heart, had drifted into that of speculation. A business to pay forth that thought was the mainspring which kept the machine going and gave it an infernal activity. Rogron was really only head clerk. He understood nothing of his business as a whole. Self-interest, that great motor of the mind, had failed in his case to instruct him. He was often aghast when his sister ordered some article to be sold below cost, foreseeing the end of its fashion later. He admired her idiotically for her cleverness. He reasoned neither ill nor well. He was simply incapable of reasoning at all. But he had the sense to subordinate himself to his sister, and he did so from a consideration that was outside of the business. She is my elder, he said. Perhaps an existence like his, always solitary, reduced to the satisfaction of mere needs, deprived of money and all pleasures in youth, may explain to physiologists and thinkers the clownish expression of the face, the feebleness of mind, the vacant silliness of the man. His sister had steadily prevented him from marrying, afraid perhaps to lose her power over him, and seeing only a source of expense and injury in some woman who would certainly be younger and undoubtedly less ugly than herself. Silliness has 2 ways of comporting itself. It talks or is silent. Silent silliness can be borne, but Rogron's silliness was loquacious. The man had a habit of chattering to his clerks, explaining the minutiae of the business, and ornamenting his talk with those flat jokes which may be called the chaff of shopkeeping. Rogron, listened to of course by his subordinates, and perfectly satisfied with himself, had come at last into possession of a phraseology of his own. This chatterer believed himself an orator. The necessity of explaining to customers what they want, of guessing at their desires, and giving them desires for what they do not want, exercises the tongue of all retail shopkeepers. The petty dealer acquires the faculty of uttering words and sentences in which there is absolutely no meaning, but which have a marked success. He explains to his customers matters of manufacture that they know nothing of. That alone gives him a passing superiority over them. But take him away from his 1,001 explanations about his 1,001 articles, and he is relatively to thought like a fish out of water in the sun. Rogron and Sylvie, 2 mechanisms baptized by mistake, did not possess latent or active the feelings which give life to the heart. Their natures were shriveled and harsh, hardened by toil, by privation, by the remembrance of their sufferings during a long and cruel apprenticeship to life. Neither of them complained of their trials. They were not so much implacable as impracticable in their dealings with others in misfortune. To them, virtue, honor, loyalty, all human sentiments, consisted solely in the payment of their bills. Irritable and irritating, without feelings, and sordid in their economy, the the brother and sister bore a dreadful reputation among the other merchants of the Rue Saint-Denis, had it not been for their connection with Provence, where they went 3 or 4 times a year when they could. Close the shop for a day or two, they would have had no clerks or young women, but old Ragron, their father, sent them all the unfortunate young people of his neighborhood, whose parents wished to start them in business in Paris. He obtained these apprentices by boasting out of vanity of his son's success. Parents, attracted by the prospect of their children being well-trained and closely watched, and also by the hope of their succeeding eventually to the business, sent whichever child was most in the way at home to the care of the brother and sister. But no sooner had the clerks or the young women found a way of escape from that dreadful establishment than they fled with rejoicings that increased the already bad name of the Ragrons. New victims were supplied yearly by the indefatigable old father. From the time she was 15, Sylvie Ragron, trained to the simpering of a saleswoman, had two-faced, amiable face of the seller, the natural face of a sour spinster. Her acquired countenance was a marvelous bit of mimicry. She was all smiles, her voice soft, and wheedling gave a commercial charm to business. Her real face was that we have already seen projecting from the half-opened blinds. The mere sight of her would have put to flight the most resolute Cossack of 1815, much as that horde were said to like all kinds of Frenchwomen. When the letter from the Lorrains reached the brother and sister, they were in mourning for their father, from whom they inherited the house, which had been as good as stolen from Pierrette's grandmother, also certain lands bought by their father, and certain moneys acquired by usurious loans and mortgages to the peasantry, whose bits of ground the old drunkard expected to possess. The yearly taking of stock was just over the price of the family. Sister had at last been paid in full. The Ragrons owned about 60,000 francs worth of merchandise, 40,000 in a bank or in their cash box, and the value of their business sitting on a bench covered with striped green Utrecht velvet, placed in a square recess just behind their private counter, the counter of their forewoman being similar and directly opposite. The brother and sister consulted as to what they should do. All retail shopkeepers aspire to become members of the bourgeoisie by selling the goodwill of their business. The pair would have over 150,000 francs, not counting the inheritance from their father. By placing their present available property in the public funds, they would each obtain about 4,000 francs a year, and by taking the proceeds of their business, when sold, they could repair and improve the house they inherited from their father, which would thus be a good investment. They could then go and live in a house of their own in Provence. Their forewoman was the daughter of a rich farmer at Donnemery, burdened with 9 children, to whom he had endeavored to give a good start in life, being aware that at his death, his property, divided into 9 parts, would be but little for any one of them. In 5 years, however, the man had lost 7 children, a fact which made the forewoman so interesting that Ragron had tried unsuccessfully to get her to marry him, but she showed an aversion for her master which baffled his maneuvers. Besides, Mademoiselle Sylvie was not in favor of the match. In fact, she steadily opposed her brother's marriage, and sought instead to make the shrewd young woman their successor. No passing observer can form the least idea of the cryptogrammic existence of a certain class of shopkeepers. He looks at them and asks himself, on what and why do they live, whence have they come, where do they go? He is lost in such questions, but finds no answer to them. To discover the false seed of poesy, which lies in those heads and fructifies in those lives, it is necessary to dig into them, and when we do that, we soon come to a thin subsoil beneath the surface. The Parisian shopkeeper nurtures his soul on some hope or other more or less attainable, without which he would doubtless perish. One dreams of building or managing a theatre, another longs for the honors of mayoralty. This one desires a country house 10 miles from Paris, with a so-called park, which he will adorn with statues of tinted plaster and fountains, which squirt mere threads of water, but on which he will spend a mint of money. Others again dream of distinction and a high grade in the National Guard province. The terrestrial paradise filled the brother and sister with the fanatical longings which all the lovely towns of France inspire in their inhabitants. Let us say it to the glory of La Champagne, this love is warranted. Provence, one of the most charming towns in all France, rivals Frangistan and the Valley of Kashmir. Not only does it contain the poesy of Saadi, the Persian Homer, but it offers many pharmaceutical treasures to medical science. The Crusades brought roses from Jericho to this enchanting valley, where by chance they gained new charms While losing none of their colors, the Provence roses are known the world over. But Provence is not only the French Persia, it is also Baden-Cheltenhamfer. It has medicinal springs. This was the spot which appeared from time to time before the eyes of the two shopkeepers in the muddy regions of Saint Denis. After crossing the grey plains which lie between La Ferté-Gaucher and Provence, a desert, and yet productive a desert of wheat, you reach a hill suddenly you behold at your feet. A town watered by two rivers at the feet of the rock, on which you stand stretches a verdant valley full of enchanting lines and fugitive horizons. If you come from Paris, you will pass through the whole length of Provence on the everlasting highroad of France, which here skirts the hillside and is encumbered with beggars and blind men who will follow you with their pitiful voices, while you try to examine the unexpected picturesqueness of the region. If you come from Troyes, you will approach the town on the valley, side the chateau, the old town, and its former ramparts are terraced on the hillside. The new town is below. They go by the names of Upper and Lower Provence. The Upper is an airy town with steep streets commanding fine views, surrounded by sunken roadways and ravines filled with chestnut trees, which gash the sides of the hill with their deep gullies. The Upper town is silent, clean, solemn, surmounted by the imposing ruins of the old chateau. The Lower is a town of mills watered by the Valsy and the dirting two rivers of Brie, narrow, sluggish, and deep, a town of inns, shops, retired merchants, filled with diligences, traveling carriages, and wagons. The two towns, or rather this town, with its historical memories, its melancholy ruins, the gaiety of its valley, the romantic charm of its ravines filled with tangled shrubbery and wildflowers, its rivers banked with gardens, excites the love of all its children, who do as the Auvergnats, the Savoyards, in fact all French folks do, namely leave Provence to make their fortunes, and always return. Die in one's form. The proverb made for hares and faithful souls seems also the motto of a Provence native. Thus the two Rogrons thought constantly of their dear Provence. While Jerome sold his thread, he saw the Upper town. As he piled up the cards on which were buttons, he contemplated the valley when he rolled and unrolled his ribbons. He followed the shining rivers looking up at his shelves. He saw the ravines where he had often escaped his father's anger and gone annoting or gathering blackberries. But the little square in the Lower town was the chief object of his thoughts. He imagined how he could improve his house. He dreamed of a new front, new bedrooms, a salon, a billiard room, a dining room, and the kitchen garden, out of which he would make an English pleasure ground with lawns, grottos, fountains, and statuary. The bedrooms at present occupied by the brother and sister on the second floor of a house with 3 windows front and 6 stories high in the Rue Saint-Denis, were furnished with the merest necessaries. Yet no one in Paris had finer furniture than they in fancy. When Jerome walked the streets, he stopped short, struck with admiration at the handsome things in the upholsterer's windows and at the draperies he coveted for his house. When he came home, he would say to his sister, "I found in such a shop such and such a piece of furniture that will just do for the salon." The next day he would buy another piece, and another, and so on. He rejected the following month. The articles of the months before the budget itself could not have paid for his architectural schemes. He wanted everything he saw, but abandoned each thing for the last thing when he saw the balconies of new houses. When he studied external ornamentation, he thought all such things, moldings, carvings, etc., out of place in Paris. Ah, he would say those fine things would look much better at Provence. When he stood on his doorstep, leaning against the lintel, digesting his morning meal. With a vacant eye, the mercer was gazing at the house of his fancy. Gilded by the sun of his dream, he walked in his garden. He heard the jet from his fountain falling in pearly drops upon a slab of limestone. He played on his own billiard table. He gathered his own flowers. Sylvie, on the other hand, was thinking so deeply, pen in hand, that she forgot to scold the clerks. She was receiving the bourgeoisie of Provence. She was looking at herself in the mirrors of her salon and admiring the beauties of a marvelous cap. The brother and sister began to think the atmosphere of the Rue Saint-Denis unhealthy, and the smell of the mud in the markets made them long for the fragrance of the Provence roses. They were the victims of a genuine nostalgia, and also of a monomania, frustrated at present by the necessity of selling their tapes and bobbins before they could leave Paris. The promised land of the Valley of Provence attracted these Hebrews all the more because they had really suffered, and for a long time, as they crossed breathlessly the sandy wastes of a mercer's business. The Lorrain's letter reached them in the midst of meditations inspired by this glorious future. They knew scarcely anything about their cousin, Pierrette Lorrain. Their father got possession of the Honore property after they left home, and the old man said little to any one of his business affairs. They hardly remembered their Aunt Lorrain. It took an hour of genealogical discussion before they made her out to be the younger sister of their own mother by the second marriage of their grandfather, Honore. It immediately struck them that this second marriage had been fatally injurious to their interests. By dividing the Honore property between two daughters in times past, they had heard their father, who was given to sneering, complain of it. The brother and sister considered the application of the Lorrains from the point of view of such reminiscences, which were not at all favorable for Pierrette to take charge of an orphan, a girl, a cousin who might become their legal heir in case neither of them married. This was a matter that needed discussion. The question was considered and debated under all its aspects. In the first place, they had never seen Pierrette. Then what a trouble it would be to have a young girl to look after. Wouldn't it commit them to some obligations towards her? Could they send the girl away if they did not like her? Besides, wouldn't they have to marry her? And if Jerome found a yokemate among the heiresses of Provence, they ought to keep all their property for his children. A yokemate for Jerome, according to Sylvie, meant a stupid, rich, and ugly girl who would let herself be governed. They decided to refuse the Lorrain request. Sylvie agreed to write the answer. Business being rather urgent just then, she delayed writing, and the forewoman coming forward with an offer for the stock and goodwill of the family sister, which the brother and sister accepted. The matter went entirely out of the old maid's mind. Sylvie Ragran and her brother departed for Provence 4 years before the time when the coming of Brigout threw such excitement into Pierrette's life. But the doings of the pair after their arrival at Provence are as necessary to relate as their life in Paris, for Provence was destined to be not less fatal to Pierrette than the commercial antecedents of her cousins. Roman 3. Pathology of retired mercers. When the petty shopkeeper who has come to Paris from the provinces returns to the provinces from Paris, he brings with him a few ideas. Then he loses them in the habits and ways of provincial life, into which he plunges, and his reforming notions leave him from this their due result, however certain trifling, slow, successive changes by which Paris scratches the surface of the provincial towns. This process marks the transition of the ex-shopkeeper into the substantial bourgeois. But it acts like an illness upon him. No retail shopkeeper can pass with impunity from his perpetual chatter into dead silence, from his Parisian activity to the stillness of provincial life. When these worthy persons have laid by property, they spend a portion of it on some desire over which they have long brooded, and into which they now turn their remaining impulses, no longer restrained by force of will. Those who have not been nursing a fixed idea either travel or rush into the political interests of their municipality. Others take to hunting or fishing and torment their farmers or tenants. Others again become usurers or stockjobbers. As for the scheme of the Ragrans' brother and sister, we know what that was. They had to satisfy an imperious desire to handle the trowel and remodel their old house into a charming new one. This fixed idea produced upon the square of Lower Provence the front of the building which Brigout had been examining, also the interior arrangements of the house and its handsome furniture. The contractor did not drive a nail without consulting the owners, without requiring them to sign the plans and specifications, without explaining to them at full length and in every detail the nature of each article under discussion, where it was manufactured, and what were its various prices. As to the choicer things, each, they were told, had been used by Monsieur Tiphaine or Madame Julliard or Monsieur the Mayor, the notables of the place. The idea of having things done as the rich bourgeois of Provence did them carried the day for the contractor. "Oh, if Monsieur Garceland has it in his house, put it in," said Mademoiselle Ragran. "It must be all right. His taste is good. Sylvie, see, he wants us to have overloos in the cornice of the corridor." "Do you call those overloos?" "Yes, mademoiselle." "What an odd name. I never heard it before." "But you have seen the thing?" "Yes." "Do you understand Latin?" "No." "Well, it means eggs from the Latin ovum. "What queer fellows you are, you architects," cried Ragran. "It is stepping on eggshells to deal with you." "Shall we paint the corridor?" asked the builder. "Good heavens, no," cried Sylvie. "That would be 500 francs more." "Oh, but the salon and the staircase are too pretty not to have the corridor decorated too," said the man. "That little Madame Lesward had hers painted last year. And now her husband, as king's attorney, is obliged to leave Provence." "Ah, hell be Chief Justice some of these days," said the builder. "How about Monsieur Tiffany?" "Monsieur Tiffany, he's got a pretty wife, and is sure to get on hell. Go to Paris. Shall we paint the corridor?" "Yes, yes," said Ragran. "The Leswards must be made to see that we are as good as they." The first year after the Ragrans returned to Provence was entirely taken up by such discussions, by the pleasure of watching the workmen, by the surprise occasioned to the townspeople, and the replies to questions of all kinds which resulted therefrom, and also by the attempts made by Sylvie and her brother to be socially intimate with the principal families of Provence. The Ragrans had never gone into any society, they had never left their shop, knowing absolutely no one in Paris, and now they were athirst for the pleasures of social life. On their arrival in Provence, they found their former masters in Paris, long since returned to the provinces. Monsieur and Madame Julliard, lately of the Chinese worm, their children and grandchildren, the Guépin family, or rather the Guépin clan, the youngest scion of which now kept the three distaffs, and thirdly, Madame Guény, from whom they had purchased the family sister, and whose three daughters were married and settled in Provence. These three races, Julliard, Guépin, and Guény, had spread through the town like doggrass through a lawn. The mayor, Monsieur Garceland, was the son-in-law of Monsieur Guépin. The curate Abbé Peru was own brother to Madame Julliard. The judge, Monsieur Tiffany Jr., was brother to Madame Guény, who signed herself Née Tiffany. Queen of the town was the beautiful Madame Tiffany Jr., only daughter of Madame Rogan, the rich wife of a former notary in Paris, whose name was never mentioned. Clever, delicate, and pretty, married in the provinces to please her mother, who for special reasons did not want her with her, and took her from a convent only a few days before the wedding. Melanie Tiffany considered herself an exile in Provence, where she behaved to admiration, handsomely dowered. She still had hopes. As for Monsieur Tiffany, his old father had made to his eldest daughter, Madame Guény, such advances on her inheritance that an estate worth 8,000 francs a year, situated within 15 miles of Provence, was to come wholly to him. Consequently, the Tiffany's would possess sooner or later some 40,000 francs a year, and were not badly off. As they say, the one overwhelming desire of the beautiful Madame Tiffany was to get Monsieur Tiffany elected deputy. As deputy, he would become a judge in Paris, and she was firmly resolved to push him up into the royal courts. For these reasons, she tickled all vanities and strove to please all parties, and, what is far more difficult, succeeded twice a week. She received the bourgeoisie of Provence at her house in the upper town. This intelligent young woman of 20 had not as yet made a single blunder or misstep on the slippery path she had taken. She gratified everybody's self-love and petted their hobbies. Serious with the serious, a girl with girls, instinctively a mother with mothers, gay with young wives, disposed to help them, gracious to Alan Short, a pearl, a treasure, the pride of Provence. She had never yet said a word of her intentions and wishes, but all the electors of Provence were awaiting the time when their dear Monsieur Tiffany had reached the required age for nomination. Every man in the place, certain of his own talents, regarded the future deputy as his particular friend, his protector. Of course, Monsieur Tiffany would attain to honors, he would be keeper of the seals, and then what wouldn't he do for Provence? Such were the pleasant means by which Madame Tiffany had come to rule over the little town. Madame Guény, Monsieur Tiffany's sister, after having married her eldest daughter to Monsieur Lesward, prosecuting attorney, her second to Monsieur Martineau the doctor, and the third to Monsieur Offray the notary, had herself married Monsieur Gallardin, the collector. Mother and daughters all considered Monsieur Tiffany as the richest and ablest man in the family. The prosecuting attorney had the strongest interest in sending his uncle to Paris, expecting to step into his shoes as judge of the local court of Provence. The four ladies formed a sort of court round Madame Tiffany, whose ideas and advice they followed on all occasions. Monsieur Julliard, the eldest son of the old merchant, who had married the only daughter of a rich farmer, set up a sudden, secret, and disinterested passion for Madame Tiffin that angel descended from the Parisian skies. The clever Melanie, too clever to involve herself with Julliard, but quite capable of keeping him in the condition of Amadis, and making the most of his folly, advised him to start a journal, intending herself to play the part of Egeria for the last 2 years. Therefore Julliard, possessed by his romantic passion, had published the said newspaper called The Beehive, which contained articles literary, archaeological, and medical written in the family. The advertisements paid expenses, the subscriptions 200, in all made the profits every now and then. Melancholy verses totally incomprehensible in La Brie appeared addressed to her with 3 exclamation marks. The clan Julliard was thus united to the other clans, and the salon of Madame Tiffin became naturally the first in the town. The few aristocrats who lived in Provence were of course apart, and formed a single salon in the upper town at the house of the old Comtesse de Brudy. During the first 6 months of their transplantation, the Rogrons, favored by their former acquaintance with several of these people, were received first by Madame Julliard the elder, and by the former Madame Guény, now Madame Gallardon, from whom they had bought their business, and next, after a good deal of difficulty, by Madame Tiffin. All parties wished to study the Rogrons before admitting them. It was difficult, of course, to keep out merchants of the Rue Saint-Denis, originally from Provence, who had returned to the town to spend their fortunes. Still, the object of all society is to amalgamate persons of equal wealth, education, manners, customs, accomplishments, and character. Now the Guépins, Guénys, and Julliards had a better position among the bourgeoisie than the Rogrons, whose father had been held in contempt on account of his private life, and his conduct in the matter of the offre propertithe, facts of which were known to the notary, offre Madame Gallardon's son-in-law. In the social life of these people, to which Madame Tiffin had given a certain tone of elegance, all was homogeneous. The component parts understood each other, knew each other's characters, and behaved and conversed in a manner that was agreeable to all. The Rogrons flattered themselves that, being received by Monsieur Garceland, the mayor, they would soon be on good terms with all the best families in the town. Sylvie applied herself to learn Boston. Rogron, incapable of playing a game, twirled his thumbs and had nothing to say except to discourse on his new house. Words seemed to choke him. He would get up, try to speak, become frightened, and sit down again with comical distortion of the lips. Sylvie naively betrayed her natural self at cards, sharp, irritable, whining. When she lost, insolent. When she won, nagging and quarrelsome. She annoyed her partners as much as her adversaries and became the scourge of society. And yet, possessed by a silly, unconcealed ambition, Rogron and his sister were bent on playing a part in the society of a little town, already in possession of a close corporation of 12 allied families, allowing that the restoration of their house had cost them 30,000 francs. The brother and sister possessed between them at least 10,000 francs a year. This they considered wealth, and with it they endeavored to impress society, which immediately took the measure of their vulgarity, crass ignorance, and foolish envy on the evening when they were presented to the beautiful Madame Tiffin, who had already eyed them at Madame Garceland's. And at Madame Julliard the elder's, the queen of the town remarked to Julliard Jr., who stayed a few moments after the rest of the company to talk with her and her husband. "You all seem to be taken with those Rogrons." "No, no," said Amadis, "they bore my mother and annoy my wife. When Mademoiselle Sylvie was apprenticed 30 years ago to my father, none of them could endure her." "I have a great mind," said Madame Tiffin, putting her pretty foot on the bar of the fender, "to make it understood that my salon is not an inn." Julliard raised his eyes to the ceiling as if to say, "Good heavens, what wit, what intellect! I wish my society to be select, and it certainly will not be if I admit those Rogrons. They have neither heart, nor mind, nor manners," said Monsieur Tiffin. "If after selling thread for 20 years, as my sister did, for example—" "Your sister, my dear," said his wife in a parenthesis, "cannot be out of place in any salon. If," he continued, "people are stupid enough not to throw off the shop and polish their manners, if they don't know any better than to mistake the counts of champagne for the accounts of a wine shop, as Rogron did this evening, they had better, in my opinion, stay at home." "They are simply impudent," said Julliard. "To hear them talk you would suppose there was no other handsome house in Provence but theirs. They want to crush us, and after all they have hardly enough to live on." "If it was only the brother," said Madame Tiffin, "one might put up with him. He is not so aggressive. Give him a Chinese puzzle, and he will stay in a corner quietly enough. It would take him a whole winter to find it out. But Mademoiselle Sylvie, with that voice like a hoarse hyena, and those lobster claws of hands, don't repeat all this. Julliard. When Julliard had departed, the little woman said to her husband, I have aborigines enough whom I am forced to receive. These two will fairly kill me. With your permission, I shall deprive myself of their society. You are mistress in your own house, replied he, but that will make enemies. The Rogrons will fling themselves into the opposition, which hitherto has had no real strength in Provence. That Rogron is already intimate with Baron Giraud and the lawyer Vinet. Then said Melanie, laughing, they will do you some service where there are no opponents. There is no triumph, a liberal conspiracy, an illegal cabal. A struggle of any kind will bring you into the foreground. The justice looked at his young wife with a sort of alarmed admiration. The next day it was whispered about that the Rogrons had not altogether succeeded in Madame Tiffaine's salon. That lady's speech about an inn was immensely admired. It was a whole month before she returned. Mademoiselle Sylvie's visit. Insolence of this kind is very much noticed in the provinces. During the evening which Sylvie had spent at Madame Tiffaine's, a disagreeable scene occurred between herself and old Madame Julliard, while playing Boston apropos of a trick, which Sylvie declared the old lady had made her lose on purpose, for the old maid, who liked to trip others, could never endure the same game. On herself, the next time she was invited out, the mistress took care to make up the cartables before she arrived, so that Sylvie was reduced to wandering from table to table, as an onlooker, the players glancing at her with scornful eyes. At Madame Julliard Senior's house, they played whist, a game Sylvie did not know. The old maid at last understood that she was under a ban, but she had no conception of the reason of it. She fancied herself an object of jealousy to all these persons. After a time, she and her brother received no invitations, but they still persisted in paying evening visits. Satirical persons made fun of them, not spitefully, but amusingly, inveigling them to talk absurdly about the eggs in their cornice and their wonderful cellar of wine, the like of which was not in Provence. Before long, the Rogron house was completely finished, and the brother and sister then resolved to give several sumptuous dinners, as much to return the civilities they had received, as to exhibit their luxury. The invited guests accepted from curiosity only the first. Dinner was given to the leading personages of the town, to Monsieur and Madame Tiffaigne, with whom, however, the Rogrons had never dined, to Monsieur and Madame Julliard Senior and Junior, to Monsieur Lesward, Monsieur le Cure, and Monsieur and Madame Gallardin. It was one of those interminable provincial dinners where you sit at table from 5 to 9 o'clock. Madame Tiffaigne had introduced into Provence the Parisian custom of taking leave as soon as coffee had been served. On this occasion, she had company at home and was anxious to get away. The Rogrons accompanied her husband and herself to the street door, and when they returned to the salon, disconcerted at not being able to keep their chief guests, the rest of the party were preparing to imitate Madame Tiffaigne's fashion with cruel provincial promptness. They won't see our salon lighted up, said Sylvie, and that's the show of the house. The Rogrons had counted on surprising their guests. It was the first time anyone had been admitted to the now celebrated house, and the company assembled at Madame Tiffaigne's was eagerly awaiting her opinion of the marvels of the Rogron Palace. Well, cried little Madame Martner, you've seen the Louvre, tell us all about it. All well, it would be like the dinner, not much. But do describe it. Well, to begin with, that front door, the gilded grating of which we have all admired, said Madame Tiffaigne, opens upon a long corridor, which divides the house unequally. On the right side, there is one window, on the other two at the garden end. The corridor opens with a glass door upon a portico with steps to the lawn, where there's a sun-dial and a plaster statue of Spartacus, painted to imitate bronze, behind the kitchen. The builder has put the staircase and a sort of larder, which we are spared the sight of. The staircase, painted to imitate black marble, with yellow veins, turns upon itself like those you see in cafes, leading from the ground floor to the entresol. The balustrade of walnut with brass ornaments, and dangerously slight, was pointed out to us as one of the 7 wonders of the world. The cellar stairs run under it on the other side of the corridor. is the dining room, which communicates by folding doors with a salon of equal size, the windows of which look on the garden. "Dear me, is there no antechamber?" asked Madame Offray. "The corridor full of drafts answers for an antechamber," replied Madame Tiffin. "Our friends have had, they assured us, the eminently national, liberal, constitutional, and patriotic feeling to use none but French woods in the house. So the floor in the dining room is chestnut, the sideboards, tables, and chairs of the same white calico, window curtains with red borders are held back by vulgar red straps. These magnificent draperies run on wooden curtain rods, ending in brass lion's paws. Above one of the sideboards hangs a dial, suspended by a sort of napkin in gilded Bronzean idea, that seemed to please the Rogrons hugely. They tried to make me admire the invention. All I could manage to say was that if it was ever proper to wrap a napkin round a dial, it was certainly in a dining room. On the sideboard were two huge lamps like those on the counter of a restaurant. Above the other sideboard hung a barometer excessively ornate, which seems to play a great part in their existence. Rogron gazed at it, as he might at his future wife, between the two windows. Is a white porcelain stove in a niche overloaded with ornament. The walls glow with a magnificent paper, crimson and gold, such as you see in the same restaurants, where no doubt the Rogrons chose it. Dinner was served on white and gold china, with a dessert service of light blue with green flowers. But they showed us another service in earthenware for everyday use. Opposite to each sideboard was a large cupboard containing linen. All was clean, new, and horribly sharp in tone. However, I admit the dining room, it has some character, though disagreeable. It represents that of the masters of the house. But there is no, enduring the 5 engravings that hang on the walls, the minister of the interior ought really to frame a law against them. One was Poniatowski jumping into the Elster, the others Napoleon pointing a cannon, the defense at Clichy, and the 2 Mazpas, all in gilt frames of the vulgarest description, fit to carry off the prize of disgust. Oh, how much I prefer Madame Julliard's pastels of fruit, those excellent Louis Roman 15 pastels, which are in keeping with the old dining room and its grey panels, defaced by age, it is true, but they possess the true provincial characteristics that go well with old family silver, precious china, and our simple habits. The provinces are provinces, they are only ridiculous when they mimic Paris. I prefer this old salon of my husband's forefathers, with its heavy curtains of green and white damask, the Louis Roman mantelpiece, the twisted pierglasses, the old mirrors with their beaded moldings, and the venerable card tables. Yes, I prefer my old Sevres vases in royal blue mounted on copper, my clock with those impossible flowers, that rococo chandelier, and the tapestried furniture, to all the finery of the Rogron salon. What is the salon like, said Monsieur Martineau, delighted with the praise the handsome Parisian bestowed so adroitly on the provinces. As for the salon, it is all red, the red Mademoiselle Sylvie turns when she loses at cards. Sylvanred, said Monsieur Tiffin, whose sparkling saying long remained in the vocabulary of Provence. Window curtains, red furniture, red mantelpiece, red veined yellow candelabra, and clock ditto, mounted on bronze common, and heavy in design Roman standards with Greek foliage above the clock, is that inevitable good-natured lion, which looks at you with a simper, the lion of ornamentation, with a big ball under his feet, symbol of the decorative lion, who passes his life, holding a black ball exactly like a deputy of the left. Perhaps it is meant as a constitutional myth. The face of the clock is curious. The glass over the chimney is framed in that new fashion of applied moldings which is so trumpery and vulgar. From the ceiling hangs a chandelier carefully wrapped in green muslin, and rightly too, for it is in the worst taste, the sharpest tint of bronze with hideous ornaments. The walls are covered with a red flock paper to imitate velvet, enclosed in panels, each panel decorated with a chromolithograph in one of those frames festooned with stucco flowers to represent wood carving. The furniture, in cashmere and elmwood, consists with classic uniformity of 2 sofas, 2 easy-chairs, 2 armchairs, and 6 common chairs. A vase in alabaster, called a La Medicis, kept under glass stands on a table between the windows, before the windows, which are draped with magnificent red silk curtains, and lace curtains under them are cartables. The carpet is Aubusson, and you may be sure the Rogrons did not fail to lay hands on that most vulgar of patterns. Large flowers on a red ground. The room looks as if no one ever lived there. There are no books, no engravings, none of those little knickknacks We all have lying about, added Madame Tiffin, glancing at her own table, covered with fashionable trifles, albums, and little presents given to her by friends. And there are no flowers, it is all cold and barren, like Mademoiselle Sylvie herself. Buffon says the style is the man, and certainly salons have styles of their own. From this sketch, everybody can see the sort of house the brother and sister lived in, though they can never imagine the absurdities into which a clever builder dragged the ignorant pair. New inventions, fantastic ornaments, a system for preventing smoky chimneys, another for preventing damp walls, painted marquetry panels on the staircase, colored glass, superfine locks, in short, all those vulgarities which make a house expensive and gratify the bourgeois taste. No one chose to visit the Rogrands, whose social plans thus came to nothing. Their invitations were refused under various excuses. Evenings were already engaged to Madame Garceland and the other ladies of the Provence world. The Rogrands had supposed that all that was required to gain a position in society was to give a few dinners, but no one any longer accepted them, except a few young men who went to make fun of their host and hostess, and certain diners out who went everywhere. Frightened at the loss of 40,000 francs swallowed up without profit in what she called her dear house, Sylvie now set to work to recover it by economy. She gave no more dinners, which had cost her 40 or 50 francs without the wines, and did not fulfill her social hopes that are as hard to realize in the provinces as in Paris. She sent away her cook, took a country girl to do the menial work, and did her own cooking, as she said, for pleasure. 14 months after their return to Provence, the brother and sister had fallen into a solitary and wholly unoccupied condition. Their banishment from society roused in Sylvie's heart a dreadful hatred against the Tiffins, Julliards, and all the other members of the social world of Provence, which she called the clique, and with whom her personal relations became extremely cold. She would gladly have set up a rival clique, but the lesser bourgeoisie was made up of either small shopkeepers, who were only free on Sundays and fête days, or smirched individuals like the lawyer Vinet and Dr. Nerod, and wholly inadmissible Bonapartists like Baron Giraud, with whom, however, Rogron thoughtlessly allied himself, though the upper bourgeoisie had warned him against them. The brother and sister were therefore forced to sit by the fire of the stove in the dining-room, talking over their former business, trying to recall the faces of their customers and other matters they had intended to forget. By the end of the second winter, ennui weighed heavily on them. They did not know how to get through each day. Sometimes, as they went to bed, the words escaped them, "There's another over." They dragged out the morning by staying in bed and dressing slowly. Rogron shaved himself every day, examined his face, consulted his sister on any changes he thought he saw there, argued with the servant about the temperature of his hot water, wandered into the garden, looked to see if the shrubs were budding, sat at the edge of the water where he had built himself a kiosk, examined the joinery of his house. Had it sprung, had the walls settled, the panels cracked, or he would come in fretting about a sick hen and complaining to his sister, who was nagging the servant as she set the table, of the dampness which was coming out in spots upon the plaster. The barometer was Rogron's most useful bit of property. He consulted it at all hours, tapped it familiarly like a friend, saying "vile," whether to which his sister would reply, "Pooh, it is only seasonable." If anyone called to see him, the excellence of that instrument was his chief topic of conversation. Breakfast took up some little time. With what deliberation those two human beings masticated their food! Their digestions were perfect. Cancer of the stomach was not to be dreaded by them. They managed to get along till 12 o'clock by reading the Beehive and the Constitutional. The cost of subscribing to the Parisian paper was shared by Vinet the lawyer and Baron Giraud. Rogron himself carried the paper to Giraud, who had been a colonel and lived on the square, and whose long yarns were Rogron's delight. Sometimes, puzzled over the warnings he had received, and asked himself how such a lively companion could be dangerous, he was fool enough to tell the colonel he had been warned against him, and to repeat all the clique had said. God knows how the colonel, who feared no one and was equally to be dreaded with pistols or a sword, gave tongue about Madame Tiffin and her Amadis, and the ministerialists of the upper town, persons capable of any villainy to get places, and who counted the votes at elections to suit themselves, etc. About 2 o'clock Rogron started for a little walk. He was quite happy if some shopkeeper standing on the threshold of his door would stop him and say, "Well, Pierre Rogron, how goes it with you?" Then he would talk and ask for news and gather all the gossip of the town. He usually went as far as the upper town, sometimes to the ravines, according to the weather. Occasionally, he would meet old men taking their walks abroad like himself. Such meetings were joyful events to him. There happened to be in Provence a few men weary of Parisian life, quiet scholars who lived with their books. Fancy the bewilderment of the ignorant Ragran when he heard a deputy judge named Desfondrils, more of an archaeologist than a magistrate, saying to old Monsieur Martner, a really learned man, as he pointed to the valley, "Explain to me why the idlers of Europe go to Spa instead of coming to Provence, when the springs here have a superior curative value, recognized by the French faculty, a potential worthy of the medicinal properties of our roses." "That is one of the caprices of caprice," said the old gentleman. Bordeaux wine was unknown 100 years ago. Martial de Richelieu, one of the noted men of the last century, the French Alcibiades, was appointed governor of Guyenne. His lungs were diseased, and heaven knows why the wine of the country did him good, and he recovered. Bordeaux instantly made 100 millions. The Marshal widened its territory to Angoulême, to Cahors, in short, to over 100 miles of circumference. It is hard to tell where the Bordeaux vineyards end, and yet they haven't erected an equestrian statue to the Marshal in Bordeaux. "Ah, if anything of that kind happens to Provence," said Monsieur Desfondrils, "let us hope that somewhere in the upper or lower town they will set up a bas-relief of the head of Monsieur Opois, the rediscoverer of the mineral waters of Provence." "My dear friend, the revival of Provence is impossible," replied Monsieur Martner. "The town was made bankrupt long ago." "What?" cried Ragran, opening his eyes very wide. "It was once a capital holding its own against Paris in the 12th century, when the Counts de Champagne held their court here, just as King René held his in Provence," replied the man of learning, for in those days civilization, gaiety, poesy, elegance, and women, in short, all social splendors, were not found exclusively in Paris. It is as difficult for towns and cities as it is for commercial houses to recover from ruin. Nothing is left to us of the old Provence but the fragrance of our historical glory, and that of our rose sand, a sub-prefecture. "Ah, what mightn't France be if she had only preserved her feudal capitals," said Desfondrils. "Can sub-prefects replace the poetic, gallant, warlike race of the Thibaults, who made Provence what Ferrara was to Italy, Weimar to Germany, what Munich is trying to be today?" "Was Provence ever a capital?" asked Ragran. "Why, where do you come from?" exclaimed the archaeologist. "Don't you know," he added, striking the ground of the upper town, where they stood with his cane, "don't you know that the whole of this part of Provence is built on catacombs?" "Catacombs?" "Yes, catacombs, the extent and height of which are yet undiscovered. They are like the naves of cathedrals, and there are pillars in them." "Monsieur is writing a great archaeological work to explain these strange constructions," interposed Monsieur Martner, seeing that the deputy judge was about to mount his hobby. Ragran came home much comforted to know that his house was in the valley. The crypts of Provence kept him occupied for a week in explorations, and gave a topic of conversation to the unhappy celibates for many evenings. In the course of these ramblings, Ragran picked up various bits of information about Provence, its inhabitants, their marriages, together with stale political news, all of which he narrated to his sister scores of times in his walks. He would stop and say often to the same person on the same day, "Well, what's the news?" When he reached home, he would fling himself on the sofa like a man exhausted with labor, whereas he was only worn out with the burden of his own dullness. Dinner came at last, after he had gone 20 times to the kitchen and back, compared the clocks, and opened and shut all the doors of the house. So long as the brother and sister could spend their evenings in paying visits, they managed to get along till bedtime, but after they were compelled to stay at home, those evenings became like a parching desert. Sometimes persons passing through the quiet little square would hear unearthly noises, as though the brother were throttling the sister. A moment's listening would show that they were only yawning. These two human mechanisms, having nothing to grind between their rusty wheels, were creaking and grating at each other. The brother talked of marrying, but only in despair. He felt old and weary. The thought of a woman frightened him. Sylvie, who began to see the necessity of having a third person in the home, suddenly remembered the little cousin, about whom no one in Provence had yet inquired the friends of Madame Lorraine, probably supposing that mother and child were both dead. Sylvie Ragran never lost anything. She was too thoroughly an old maid even to mislay the smallest article, but she pretended to have suddenly found the Lorraines' letter so as to mention Pierrette naturally to her brother, who was greatly pleased at the possibility of having a little girl in the house. Sylvie replied to Madame Lorraine's letter half affectionately, half commercially, as one may say, explaining the delay by their change of abode and the settlement of their affairs. She seemed desirous of receiving her little cousin, and hinted that Pierrette would perhaps inherit 12,000 francs a year if her brother Jerome did not marry. Perhaps it is necessary to have been like Nebuchadnezzar, something of a wild beast, and shut up in a cage at the Jardin des Plantes, without other prey than the butcher's meat doled out by the keeper, or a retired merchant deprived of the joys of tormenting his clerks, to understand the impatience with which the brother and sister awaited the arrival of their cousin Lorraine. 3 days after the letter had gone, the pair were already asking themselves when she would get there. Sylvie perceived in her spurious benevolence towards her poor cousin a means of recovering her position in the social world of Provence. She accordingly went to call on Madame Tiphaine, of whose reprobation she was conscious, in order to impart the fact of Pierrette's approaching arrival, deploring the girl's unfortunate position, and posing herself as being only too happy to succor her and give her a position as daughter and future heiress. "You have been rather long in discovering her," said Madame Tiphaine, with a touch of sarcasm. A few words said in a low voice by Madame Garceland, while the cards were being dealt, recalled to the minds of those who heard her the shameful conduct of old Ragran about the Offray property. The notary explained the iniquity. "Where is the little girl?" now asked Monsieur Tiphaine politely. "In Brittany," said Ragran. "Brittany is a large place," remarked Monsieur Lesward. "Her grandfather and grandmother Lorraine wrote to us when was that, my dear?" said Ragran, addressing his sister. Sylvie, who was just then asking Madame Garceland where she had bought the stuff for her gown, answered hastily, without thinking of the effect of her words, "Before we sold the business." "And have you only just answered the letter, mademoiselle?" asked the notary. Sylvie turned as red as a live coal. "We wrote to the institution of Saint Jacques," remarked Ragran. "That is a sort of hospital or almshouse for old people," said Monsieur Desfondrils, who knew not. "She can't be there. They receive no one under 60. "She is there with her grandmother Lorraine," said Ragran. "Her mother had a little fortune, the 8,000 francs, which your father, no, I mean, of course, your grandfather left to her," said the notary, making the blunder intentionally. "Ah," said Ragran stupidly, not understanding the notary's sarcasm. "Then you know nothing about your cousin's position or means?" asked Monsieur Tiphaine. "If Monsieur Ragran had known it," said the deputy judge, "he would never have left her all this time in an establishment of that kind. I remember now that a house in Nantes belonging to Monsieur and Madame Lorraine was sold under an order of the court, and that Mademoiselle Lorraine's claim was swallowed up. I know this, for I was commissioner at the time." The notary spoke of Colonel Lorraine, who, had he lived, would have been much amazed to know that his daughter was in such an institution. The Ragrans beat a retreat, saying to each other that the world was very malicious. Sylvie perceived that the news of her benevolence had missed its effect. In fact, she had lost ground in all minds, and she felt that henceforth she was forbidden to attempt an intimacy with the upper class of Provence. After this evening, the Ragrans no longer concealed their hatred of that class and all its adherents. The brother told the sister the scandals that Colonel Giraud and the lawyer Vinet had put into his head about the Tiphaines, the Guenys, the Garcelans, the Julliards, and others. "I declare, Sylvie, I don't see why Madame Tiphaine should turn up her nose at shopkeeping in the Rue Saint-Denis. It is more honest than what she comes from. Madame Rogan, her mother, is cousin to those Guillaumes of the cat-playing ball who gave up the business to Joseph Lebas, their son-in-law. Her father is that Rogan who failed in 1819 and ruined the house of César Birato. Madame Tiphaine's fortune was stolen for what else are you to call it, when a notary's wife, who is very rich, lets her husband make a fraudulent bankruptcy fine doings, and she marries her daughter in Provence to get her out of the whale on account of her own relations with du Tillet, and such people set up to be proud. Well, that's the world. On the day when Jerome Ragran and his sister began to declaim against the clique, they were, without being aware of it, on the road to having a society of their own. Their house was to become a rendezvous for other interests seeking a centrithose of the hitherto floating elements of the Liberal Party in Provence. And this is how it came about. The launch of the Ragrans in society had been watched with great curiosity by Colonel Giraud and the lawyer Vinet, two men drawn together first by their ostracism, next by their opinions. They both professed patriotism, and for the same reason they wished to become of consequence. The liberals in Provence were so far confined to one old soldier who kept a café, an innkeeper, Monsieur Cournant, a notary, Dr. Narod, and a few stray persons, mostly farmers or those who had bought lands of the public domain. The colonel and the lawyer delighted to lay hands on a fool whose money would be useful to their schemes, and who might himself, in certain cases, be made to bell the cat, while his house would serve as a meeting ground for the scattered elements of the party, made the most of the Ragrans' ill will against the upper classes of the place. The three had already a slight tie in their united subscription to the Constitutional. It would certainly not be difficult for the colonel to make a liberal of the ex-mercer, though Ragran knew so little of politics that he was capable of regarding the exploits of Sergeant Mercier as those of a brother shopkeeper. The expected arrival of Pierrette brought to sudden fruition the selfish ideas of the two men, inspired as they were by the folly and ignorance of the celibates, seeing that Sylvie had lost all chance of establishing herself in the good society of the place. An afterthought came to the colonel. Old soldiers have seen so many horrors in all lands, so many grinning corpses on battlefields, that no physiognomies repel them. And Giraud began to cast his eyes on the old maid's fortune. This imperial colonel, a short fat man, wore enormous rings in ears that were bushy with tufts of hair. His sparse and grizzled whiskers were called, in 1799, fins. His jolly red face was rather discolored, like those of all who had lived to tell of the Beresina. The lower half of his big pointed stomach marked the straight line which characterizes a cavalry officer. Giraud had commanded the 2nd Hussars. His grey mustache hid a huge blustering mouth. We may use a term which alone describes that gulf. He did not eat his food, he engulfed it. A saber cut had slit his nose, by which his speech was made thick and very nasal-like, that attributed to Capuchins. His hands, which were short and broad, were of the kind that make women say, "You have the hands of a rascal." His legs seemed slender for his torso. In that fat and active body an absolutely lawless spirit disported itself, and a thorough experience of the things of life, together with a profound contempt for social convention, lay hidden beneath the apparent indifference of a soldier. Colonel Giraud wore the cross of an officer of the Legion of Honor, and his emoluments from that, together with his salary as a retired officer, gave him in all about 3,000 francs a year. The lawyer, tall and thin, had liberal opinions in place of talent, and his only revenue was the meager profits of his office in Provence. Lawyers plead their own cases. The court was unfavorable to Vinet on account of his opinions. Consequently, even the farmers who were liberals, when it came to lawsuits, preferred to employ some lawyer who was more congenial to the judges. Vinet was regarded with disfavor in other ways. He was said to have seduced a rich girl in the neighborhood of Coulommiers, and thus have forced her parents to marry her to him. Madame Vinet was a chargeboeuf, an old and noble family of La Brie, whose name comes from the exploit of a squire during the expedition of St. Louis to Egypt. She incurred the displeasure of her father and mother, who arranged, unknown to Vinet, to leave their entire fortune to their son, doubtless charging him, privately, to pay over a portion of it to his sister's children. Thus the first bold effort of the ambitious man was a failure, pursued by poverty, and ashamed not to give his wife the means of making a suitable appearance. He had made desperate efforts to enter public life, but the Chargeboeuf family refused him their influence. These royalists disapproved on moral grounds of his forced marriage. Besides, he was named Vinet, and how could they be expected to protect a plebeian? Thus, he was driven from branch to branch. When he tried to get some good out of his marriage, repulsed by everyone, filled with hatred for the family of his wife, for the government which denied him a place for the social world of Provence, which refused to admit him. Vinnet submitted to his fate, but his gall increased. He became a liberal in the belief that his fortune might yet be made by the triumph of the opposition, and he lived in a miserable little house in the upper town from which his wife seldom issued. Madame Vinnet had found no one to defend her since her marriage, except an old Madame de Chargeboeuf, a widow with one daughter who lived at Troyes. The unfortunate young woman, destined for better things, was absolutely alone in her home with a single child. There are some kinds of poverty which may be nobly accepted and gaily borne, but Vinnet, devoured by ambition, and feeling himself guilty towards his wife, was full of darkling rage. His conscience grew elastic, and he finally came to think any means of success permissible. His young face changed. Persons about the courts were sometimes frightened as they looked at his viperish flat head, his slit mouth, his eyes gleaming through glasses, and heard his sharp, persistent voice, which rasped their nerves. His muddy skin, with its sickly tones of green and yellow, expressed the jaundice of his balked ambition, his perpetual disappointments, and his hidden wretchedness. He could talk and argue. He was well-informed and shrewd, and was not without smartness and metaphor, accustomed to look at everything from the standpoint of his own success. He was well fitted for a politician, a man who shrinks from nothing so long as it is legal is strong, and Vinnet's strength lay there. This future athlete of parliamentary debate, who was destined to share in proclaiming the dynasty of the House of Orleans, had a terrible influence on Pierrette's fate at the present moment. He was bent on making for himself a weapon by founding a newspaper at Provence. After studying the Rogrons at a distance, the colonel aiding him, he had come to the conclusion that the brother might be made useful. This time he was not mistaken. His days of poverty were over after 7 wretched years, when even his daily bread was sometimes lacking. The day when Giraud told him in the little square that the Rogrons had finally quarreled with the bourgeois aristocracy of the upper town, he nudged the colonel in the ribs significantly and said, with a knowing look, "One woman or another, handsome or ugly, you don't care, marry Mademoiselle Rogron, and we can organize something at once." "I have been thinking of it," replied Giraud, "but the fact is they have sent for the daughter of Colonel Lorraine, and she's their next of kin. You can get them to make a will in your favor. You would get a very comfortable house. As for the little girl, well, let's see her," said the colonel, with a leering and thoroughly wicked look, which proved to a man of Vinnet's quality how little respect the old trooper could feel for any girl. Roman 4. Pierrette. After her grandfather and grandmother entered the sort of hospital in which they sadly expected to end their days, Pierrette, being young and proud, suffered so terribly at living there on charity that she was thankful when she heard she had rich relations, when Brigout, the son of her mother's friend the major, and the companion of her childhood, who was learning his trade as a cabinet-maker at Nantes, heard of her departure, he offered her the money to pay her way to Paris in the diligence, 60 francs, the total of his pourboires, as an apprentice slowly amassed, and accepted by Pierrette with the sublime indifference of true affection, showing that in a like case she herself would be affronted by thanks. Brigout was in the habit of going every Sunday to St. Jacques to play with Pierrette, and try to console her. The vigorous young workman knew the dear delight of bestowing a complete and devoted protection on an object involuntarily chosen by his heart. More than once he and Pierrette, sitting on Sundays in a corner of the garden, had embroidered the veil of the future with their youthful projects. The apprentice, armed with his plane, scoured the world to make their fortune, while Pierrette waited. In October 1824, when the child had completed her 11th year, she was entrusted by the 2 old people, and by Brigout, all 3 sorrowfully sad, to the conductor of the diligence from Nantes to Paris, with an entreaty to put her safely on the diligence from Paris to Provence, and to take good care of her. Poor Brigout, he ran like a dog after the coach, looking at his dear Pierrette as long as he was able. In spite of her signs, he ran over 3 miles, and when at last he was exhausted, his eyes wet with tears, still followed her. She too was crying. When she saw him no longer running by her, and putting her head out of the window, she watched him standing stock-still and looking after her as the lumbering vehicle disappeared. The Lorraines and Brigout knew so little of life that the girl had not a penny when she arrived in Paris. The conductor, to whom she had mentioned her rich friends, paid her expenses at the hotel, and made the conductor of the province diligence pay him, telling him to take good care of the girl, and to see that the charges were paid by the family exactly as though she were a case of goods 4 days after her departure from Nantes about 9 o'clock of a Monday night. A kind old conductor of the Messageries Israels took Pierrette by the hand, and while the porters were discharging in the Grand Rue the packages and passengers for Provence, he led the little girl, whose only baggage was a bundle containing 2 dresses, 2 chemises, and 2 pairs of stockings, to Mademoiselle Rogrand's house, which was pointed out to him by the director at the coach office. "Good evening, mademoiselle, and the rest of the company. I've brought you a cousin, and here she is. And a nice little girl, too, upon my word. You have 47 francs to pay me and sign my book." Mademoiselle Sylvie and her brother were dumb with pleasure and amazement. "Excuse me," said the conductor, "the coach is waiting. Sign my book, and pay me 47 francs 60 centimes, and whatever you please for myself and the conductor from Nantes. We've taken care of the little girl as if she were our own, and paid for her beds and her food, also her fare to Provence and other little things." 47 francs 12 sous, said Sylvie. "You are not going to dispute it," cried the man. "Where's the bill?" said Rogrand. "Bill, look at the book." "Stop talking and pay him," said Sylvie. "You see, there's nothing else to be done." Rogrand went to get the money and gave the man 47 francs 12 sous. "And nothing for my comrade and me," said the conductor. Sylvie took 2 francs from the depths of the old velvet bag which held her keys. "Thank you, no," said the man. "Keep 'em yourself. We would rather care for the little one for her own sake." He picked up his book and departed, saying to the servant girl, "What a pair it seems there are crocodiles out of Egypt." "Such men are always brutal," said Sylvie, who overheard the words. "They took good care of the little girl, anyhow," said Adele, with her hands on her hips. "We don't have to live with him," remarked Rogrand. "Where's the little one to sleep?" asked Adele. Such was the arrival of Pierrette Lorraine in the home of her cousins, who gazed at her with stolid eyes. She was tossed to them like a package, with no intermediate state between the wretched chamber at Saint Jacques and the dinning room of her cousins, which seemed to her a palace. She was shy and speechless to all other eyes than those of the Rogrands. The little Breton girl would have seemed enchanting, as she stood there in her petticoat of coarse blue flannel, with a pink cambric apron, thick shoes, blue stockings, and a white kerchief, her hands being covered by red worsted mittens edged with white, bought for her by the conductor. Her dainty Breton cap, which had been washed in Paris for the journey from Nantes, had rumpled. It was like a halo round her happy little face, this national cap of the finest lawn, trimmed with stiffened lace, pleated in flat folds, deserves description. It was so dainty and simple, the light coming through the texture, and the lace produced a partial shadow, the soft shadow of a light upon the skin, which gave her the virginal grace that all painters seek, and Leopold Robert found for the Raphaelesque face of the woman who holds a child in his picture of the Gleaners. Beneath this fluted frame of light sparkled a white and rosy and artless face, glowing with vigorous health. The warmth of the room brought the blood to the cheeks, to the tips of the pretty ears, to the lips, and the end of the delicate nose, making the natural white of the complexion whiter still. "Well, are you not going to say anything? I am your cousin Sylvie, and that is your cousin Rogrand." "Do you want something to eat?" asked Rogrand. "When did you leave Nantes?" asked Sylvie. "Is she dumb?" said Rogrand. "Poor little dear, she has hardly any clothes," cried Adele, who had opened the child's bundle, tied up in a handkerchief of the old Lorraines. "Kiss your cousin," said Sylvie. Pierrette kissed Rogrand. "Kiss your cousin," said Rogrand. Pierrette kissed Sylvie. "She is tired out with her journey, poor little thing. She wants to go to sleep," said Adele. Pierrette was overcome with a sudden and invincible aversion for her 2 relatives, feeling that no one had ever before excited in her Sylvie, and the maid took her up to bed in the room, where Brigout afterwards noticed the white cotton curtain in. It was a little bed, with a pole painted blue from which hung a calico curtain, a walnut bureau, without a marble top, a small table, a looking-glass, a very common night table without. A door and 3 chairs completed the furniture of the room. The walls, which sloped in front, were hung with a shabby paper blue with black flowers. The tiled floor stained red, and polished was icy to the feet. There was no carpet, except for a strip at the bedside. The mantelpiece of common marble was adorned by a mirror, two candelabra in copper gilt, and a vulgar alabaster cup, in which two pigeons forming handles were drinking. "You will be comfortable here, my little girl," said Sylvie. "Oh, it's beautiful," said the child in her silvery voice. "She's not difficult to please," muttered the stout servant. "Shan't I warm her bed?" she asked. "Yes," said Sylvie, "the sheets may be damp." Adele brought one of her own nightcaps when she returned with the warming pan, and Pierrette, who had never slept in anything but the coarsest linen sheets, was amazed at the fineness and softness of the cotton ones. When she was fairly in bed and tucked up, Adele, going downstairs with Sylvie, could not refrain from saying, "All she has isn't worth 3 francs, mademoiselle." Ever since her economical regime began, Sylvie had compelled the maid to sit in the dining room, so that 1 fire and 1 lamp could do for all, except when Colonel Giraud and Vinet came on, which occasions Adele was sent to the kitchen. Pierrette's arrival enlivened the rest of the evening. "We must get her some clothes tomorrow," said Sylvie. "She has absolutely nothing." "No shoes but those she had on, which weigh a pound," said Adele. "That's always so in their part of the country," remarked Ragran. "How she looked at her room, though it really isn't handsome enough for a cousin of yours, mademoiselle." "It is good enough, hold your tongue," said Sylvie. "Gracious, what chemises coarse enough to scratch her skin off, not a thing can she use here," said Adele, emptying the bundle. Master, mistress, and servant were busy till past 10 o'clock, deciding what cambric they should buy for the new chemises, how many pairs of stockings, how many underpetticoats, and what material, and in reckoning up the whole cost of Pierrette's outfit. "You won't get off under 300 francs, said Ragran, who could remember the different prices and add them up from his former shopkeeping habit. 300 francs, cried Sylvie. "Yes, 300, add it up." The brother and sister went over the calculation once more and found the cost would be fully 300 francs, not counting the making. 300 francs at one stroke, said Sylvie to herself as she got into bed. Pierrette was one of those children of love whom love endows with its tenderness, its vivacity, its gaiety, its nobility, its devotion. Nothing had so far disturbed or wounded a heart that was delicate as that of a fawn, but which was now painfully repressed by the cold greeting of her cousins. If Brittany had been full of outward misery, at least it was full of love. The old Lorraines were the most incapable of merchants, but they were also the most loving, frank, caressing of friends. Like all who are incautious and free from calculation, their little granddaughter had received no other education at Penhole than that of nature. Pierrette went where she liked, in a boat on the pond, or roaming the village and the fields with Jacques Brigout, her comrade, exactly as Paul and Virginia might have done, petted by everybody, free as air. They gaily chased the joys of childhood in summer. They ran to watch the fishing. They caught the many-colored insects. They gathered flowers. They gardened in winter. They made slides. They built snowmen or huts, or pelted each other with snowballs, welcomed by all they met with smiles wherever they went. When the time came to begin their education, disasters came too. Jacques, left without means at the death of his father, was apprenticed by his relatives to a cabinet maker, and fed by charity, as Pierrette was soon to be at Saint Jacques, until the little girl was taken with her grandparents to that asylum. She had known nothing but fond caresses and protection from everyone accustomed to confide in so much love. The little darling missed in these rich relatives, so eagerly desired the kindly looks and ways which all the world, even strangers, and the conductors of the coaches had bestowed upon her. Her bewilderment, already great, was increased by the moral atmosphere she had entered. The heart turns suddenly cold or hot like the body. The poor child wanted to cry without knowing why, but being very tired, she went to sleep. The next morning, Pierrette, being like all country children accustomed to get up early, was awake 2 hours before the cook. She dressed herself, stepping on tiptoe about her room, looked out at the little square, started to go downstairs, and was struck with amazement by the beauties of the staircase. She stopped to examine all its details, the painted walls, the brasses, the various ornamentations, the window fixtures. Then she went down to the garden door, but was unable to open it, and returned to her room to wait until Adele should be stirring. As soon as the woman went to the kitchen, Pierrette flew to the garden, and took possession of it, ran to the river, was amazed at the kiosk, and sat down in it. Truly, she had enough to see and to wonder at, until her cousins were up at breakfast. Sylvie said to her, "Was it you, little one, who was trotting over my head by daybreak, and making that racket on the stairs? You woke me so that I couldn't go to sleep again. You must be very good and quiet, and amuse yourself, without noise. Your cousin doesn't like noise. And you must wipe your feet," said Rogron. "You went into the kiosk with your dirty shoes, and they've tracked all over the floor. Your cousin likes cleanliness. A great girl like you ought to be clean. Weren't you clean in Brittany? But I recollect, when I went down there to buy thread, it was pitiable to see the folks. They were like savages. At any rate, she has a good appetite," added Rogron, looking at his sister. "One would think she hadn't eaten anything for days." Thus from the very start, Pierrette was hurt by the remarks of her two cousins. She knew not why her straightforward, open nature, hitherto left to itself, was not given to reflection. Incapable of thinking that her cousins were hard, she was fated to find it out slowly through suffering. After breakfast, the brother and sister, pleased with Pierrette's astonishment at the house, and anxious to enjoy it, took her to the salon, to show her its splendors, and teach her not to touch them. Many celibates, driven by loneliness and the moral necessity of caring for something, substitute factitious affections for natural ones. They loved dogs, cats, canaries, servants, or their confessor. Rogron and Sylvie had come to the pass of loving immoderately their house and furniture, which had cost them so dear. Sylvie began by helping Adele in the mornings to dust, arrange the furniture, under pretense that she did not know how to keep it looking as good as new. This dusting was soon a desired occupation to her, and the furniture, instead of losing its value in her eyes, became ever more precious. To use things without hurting them, or soiling them, or scratching the woodwork, or clouding the varnish, that was the problem which soon became the mania of the old maid's life. Sylvie, closet full of bits of wool, wax, varnish, and brushes, which she had learned to use with the dexterity of a cabinet maker. She had her feather dusters and her dusting cloths, and she rubbed away without fear of hurting herself. She was so strong, the glance of her cold blue eyes, hard as steel, was forever roving over the furniture and under it, and you could as soon have found a tender spot in her heart as a bit of fluff under the sofa. After the remarks made at Madame Tiffane's, Sylvie dared not flinch from the 300 francs for Pierrette's clothes. During the first week, her time was wholly taken up, and Pierrette's too, by frocks to order and try on, chemises and petticoats to cut out and have made by a seamstress who went out by the day. Pierrette did not know how to sew. "That's pretty bringing up," said Rogron. "Don't you know how to do anything, little girl?" Pierrette, who knew nothing but how to love, made a pretty childish gesture. "What did you do in Brittany?" asked Rogron. "I played," she answered naively. "Everybody played with me, grandmama and grandpapa. They told me stories. Ah, they all loved me." "Hey," said Rogron, "didn't you take it easy?" Pierrette opened her eyes wide, not comprehending. "She is as stupid as an owl," said Sylvie to Mademoiselle Borain, the best seamstress in Provence. "She's so young," said the workwoman, looking kindly at Pierrette, whose delicate little muzzle was turned up to her with a coaxing look. Pierrette preferred the sewing women to her relations. She was endearing in her ways with them. She watched their work, and made them those pretty speeches that seemed like the flowers of childhood, and which her cousin had already silenced, for that gaunt woman loved to impress those under her with salutary awe. The sewing women were delighted with Pierrette. Their work, however, was not carried on without many and loud grumblings. "That child will make us pay through the nose," cried Sylvie to her brother. "Stand still, my dear, and don't plague us. It is all for you and not for me," she would say to Pierrette when the child was being measured. Sometimes it was, when Pierrette would ask the seamstress some question, "Let Mademoiselle Borain do her work, and don't talk to her. It is not you who are paying for her time." "Mademoiselle," said Mademoiselle Borain, "am I to backstitch this?" "Yes, do it firmly. I don't want to be making such an outfit as this every day." Sylvie put the same spirit of emulation into Pierrette's outfit that she had formerly put into the house. She was determined that her cousin should be as well dressed as Madame Garcelin's little girl. She bought the child fashionable boots of bronzed kid, like those the little Tiffins wore, very fine cotton stockings, a corset by the best maker a dress of blue, reps a pretty cape lined with white silk, all this, that she Sylvie might hold her own against the children of the women who had rejected. For the underclothes were quite in keeping with the visible articles of dress, for Sylvie feared the examining eyes of the various mothers. Pierrette's chemises were of fine madapalm calico. Mademoiselle Borain had mentioned that the sub-prefect's little girls wore cambric drawers embroidered and trimmed in the latest style. Pierrette had the same. Sylvie ordered for her a charming little drawn bonnet of blue velvet lined with white satin, precisely like the one worn by Dr. Martineau's little daughter. Thus attired, Pierrette was the most enchanting little girl in all Provence. On Sunday, after church, all the ladies kissed her, Mesdames Tiffane, Garceland, Gallardin, Julliard, and the rest fell in love with the sweet little Breton girl. This enthusiasm was deeply flattering to old Sylvie's self-love. She regarded it as less due to Pierrette than to her own benevolence. She ended, however, in being affronted by her cousin's success. Pierrette was constantly invited out, and Sylvie allowed her to go always for the purpose of triumphing over those ladies. Pierrette was much in demand for games or little parties and dinners with their own little girls. She had succeeded where the Rogrands had failed, and Mademoiselle Sylvie soon grew indignant that Pierrette was asked to other children's houses when those children never came to hers. The artless little thing did not conceal the pleasure she found in her visits to these ladies, whose affectionate manners contrasted strangely with the harshness of her two cousins. A mother would have rejoiced in the happiness of her little one, but the Rogrands had taken Pierrette for their own sakes, not for hers. Their feelings, far from being parental, were dyed in selfishness and a sort of commercial calculation. The handsome outfit, the fine Sunday dresses, and the everyday frocks were the beginning of Pierrette's troubles. Like all children free to amuse themselves, who are accustomed to follow the dictates of their own lively fancies, she was very hard on her clothes, her shoes, and above all on those embroidered drawers. A mother, when she reproves her child, thinks only of the child. Her voice is gentle. She does not raise it unless driven to extremities, or when the child is much in fault. But here, in this great matter of Pierrette's clothes, the cousin's money was the first consideration. Their interests were to be thought of, not the child's. Children have the perceptions of the canine race, for the sentiments of those who rule them. They know instinctively whether they are loved or only tolerated. Pure and innocent hearts are more distressed by shades of difference than by contrasts. Child does not understand evil, but it knows when the instinct of the good and the beautiful which nature has implanted in it is shocked. The lectures which Pierrette now drew upon herself on propriety of behavior, modesty, and economy were merely the corollary of the one theme: Pierrette will ruin us. These perpetual fault-findings, which were destined to have a fatal result for the poor child, brought the two celibates back to the old beaten track of their shopkeeping habits, from which their removal to Provence had parted them, and in which their natures were now to expand and flourish. Accustomed in the old days to rule, and to make inquisitions, to order about, and reprove their clerks sharply, Rogran and his sister had actually suffered for want of victims. Little minds need to practice despotism to relieve their nerves, just as great souls thirst for equality in friendship, to exercise their hearts' narrow natures, expand by persecuting as much as others through beneficence. They prove their power over their fellows by cruel tyranny, as others do by loving kindness. They simply go the way their temperaments drive them. Add to this the propulsion of self-interest, and you may read the enigma of most social matters. Thenceforth, Pierrette became a necessity to the lives of her cousins. From the day of her coming, their minds were occupied first with her outfit, and then with the novelty of a third presence. But every new thing a sentiment, and even a tyranny, is molded, as time goes on, into fresh shapes. Sylvie began by calling Pierrette my dear or little one. Then she abandoned the gentler terms. For Pierrette, only her reprimands at first only cross became sharp and angry, and no sooner were their feet on the path of fault-finding than the brother and sister made rapid strides. They were no longer bored to death. It was not their deliberate intention to be wicked and cruel. It was simply the blind instinct of an imbecile tyranny. The pair believed they were doing Pierrette a service, just as they had thought their harshness a benefit to their apprentices. Pierrette, whose true and noble and extreme sensibility was the antipodes of the Rogrands' hardness, had a dread of being scolded. It wounded her so sharply that the tears would instantly start in her beautiful pure eyes. she had a great struggle with herself before she could repress the enchanting sprightliness which made her so great a favorite elsewhere. After a time she displayed it only in the homes of her little friends. By the end of the first month, she had learned to be passive in her cousin's house, so much so that Ragran one day asked her if she was Roman 99. At that sudden question, she ran to the end of the garden and stood crying beside the river into which her tears may have fallen as she herself was about to fall into the social torrent. One day, in spite of all her care, she tore her best rep's frock at Madame Tiffain's, where she was spending a happy day. The poor child burst into tears, foreseeing the cruel things which would be said to her at home. Questioned by her friends, she let fall a few words about her terrible cousin. Madame Tiffain happened to have some reps exactly like that of the frock, and she put in a new breadth herself. Mademoiselle Ragran found out the trick, as she expressed it, which the little devil had played her. From that day forth, she refused to let Pierrette go to any of those women's houses. The life the poor girl led in Provence was divided into 3 distinct phases, the first already shown, in which she had some joy mingled with the cold kindness of her cousins, and their sharp reproaches lasted 3 months. Sylvie's refusal to let her go to her little friends, backed by the necessity of beginning her education, ended the first phase of her life at Provence, the only period when that life was bearable to her. These events, produced at the Ragrans by Pierrette's presence, were studied by Vinette and the colonel with the caution of foxes preparing to enter a poultry yard, and disturbed by seeing a strange fowl. They both called from time to time, but seldom, so as not to alarm the old maid. They talked with Ragran under various pretexts, and made themselves masters of his mind with an affectation of reserve and modesty which the great Tartuffe himself would have respected. The colonel and the lawyer were spending the evening with Ragran on the very day when Sylvie had refused in bitter language to let Pierrette go again to Madame Tiffain's or elsewhere. Being told of this refusal, the colonel and the lawyer looked at each other with an air which seemed to say that they at least knew Provence well. Madame Tiffain intended to insult you, said the lawyer. We have long been warning Ragran of what would happen. There's no good to be got from those people. What can you expect from the anti-national party? Cried the colonel, twirling his mustache and interrupting the lawyer. But mademoiselle, if we had tried to warn you from those people, you might have supposed we had some malicious motive in what we said. If you like a game of cards in the evening, why don't you have it at home? Why not play your Boston here in your own house? Is it impossible to fill the places of those idiots, the Julliards, and all the rest of them? Vinette and I know how to play Boston, and we can easily find a fourth. Vinette might present his wife to you. She is charming, and what is more, a chargeboeuf. You will not be so exacting as those apes of the upper town. You won't require a good little housewife, who is compelled by the meanness of her family to do her own work, to dress like a duchess. Poor woman, she has the courage of a lion and the meekness of a lamb. Sylvie Ragran showed her long yellow teeth as she smiled on the colonel, who bore the sight heroically and assumed a flattered air. If we are only 4, we can't play Boston every night, said Sylvie. Why not? What do you suppose an old soldier of the Empire like me does with himself? And as for Vinette, his evenings are always free. Besides, you'll have plenty of other visitors, I warrant you, that he added with a rather mysterious air. What you ought to do, said Vinette, is to take an open stand against the ministerialists of Provence and form an opposition to them. You would soon see how popular that would make you. You would have a society about you at once. The Tiffains would be furious at an opposition salon. Well, why not laugh at others if others laugh at you? And they do. The clique doesn't mince matters in talking about you. How's that? Demanded Sylvie. In the provinces, there is always a valve or a faucet through which gossip leaks from one social set to another. Vinette knew all the slurs cast upon the Ragrans in the salons, from which they were now excluded. The deputy judge and archaeologist Desfondrils belonged to neither party. With other independents like him, he repeated what he heard on both sides, and Vinette made the most of it. The lawyer's spiteful tongue put venom into Madame Tiffain's speeches, and by showing Ragran and Sylvie the ridicule they had brought upon themselves, he roused an undying spirit of hatred in those bitter natures which needed an object for their petty passions. A few days later, Vinette brought his wife, a well-bred woman, neither pretty nor plain, timid, very gentle and deeply conscious of her false position, Madame Vinnet was fair-complexioned, faded by the cares of her poor household, and very simply dressed. No woman could have pleased Sylvie more. Madame Vinnet endured her airs and bent before them like one accustomed to subjection. On the poor woman's rounded brow and delicately timid cheek, and in her slow and gentle glance, were the traces of deep reflection of those perceptive thoughts which women who are accustomed to suffer bury in total silence. The influence of the colonel, who now displayed to Sylvie the graces of a courtier, in marked contradiction to his usual military brusqueness, together with that of the astute Vinnet, was soon to harm the Breton child shut up in the house, no longer allowed to go out, except in company with her old cousin, Pierrette. That pretty little squirrel was at the mercy of the incessant cry, "Don't touch that child, let that alone." She was perpetually being lectured on her carriage and behavior. If she stooped or rounded her shoulders, her cousin would call to her to be as erect as herself. Sylvie was rigid as a soldier presenting arms to his colonel. Sometimes, indeed, the ill-natured old maid enforced the order by slaps on the back to make the girl straighten up. Thus the free and joyous little child of the Marais learned by degrees to repress all liveliness and to make herself as best she could an automaton. Roman 5 History of Poor Cousins in the Home of Rich Ones. One evening, which marked the beginning of Pierrette's second phase of life in her cousin's house, the child, whom the 3 guests had not seen during the evening, came into the room to kiss her relatives and say good night to the company. Sylvie turned her cheek coldly to the pretty creature, as if to avoid kissing her. The motion was so cruelly significant that the tears sprang to Pierrette's eyes. "Did you prick yourself, little girl?" said the atrocious Vinnet. "What is the matter?" asked Sylvie severely. "Nothing," said the poor child, going up to Ragran. "Nothing," said Sylvie. "That's nonsense. Nobody cries for nothing." "What is it, my little darling?" said Madame Vinnet. "My rich cousin isn't as kind to me as my poor grandmother was," sobbed Pierrette. "Your grandmother took your money," said Sylvie, "and your cousin will leave you hers." The colonel and the lawyer glanced at each other. "I would rather be robbed and loved," said Pierrette. "Then you shall be sent back whence you came." "But what has the dear little thing done?" asked Madame Vinnet. Vinnet gave his wife the terrible fixed cold look with which men enforce their absolute dominion. The hapless helot, punished incessantly for not having the one thing that was wanted of her, a fortune, took up her cards. "What has she done?" said Sylvie, throwing up her head with such violence that the yellow wallflowers in her cap nodded. "She is always looking about to annoy us. She opened my watch to see the inside, and meddled with the wheel, and broke the mainspring. Mademoiselle pays no heed to what is said to her. I am all day long telling her to take care of things, and I might just as well talk to that lamp." Pierrette, ashamed at being reproved before strangers, crept softly out of the room. "I am thinking all the time how to subdue that child," said Ragran. "Isn't she old enough to go to school?" asked Madame Vinnet. Again she was silenced by a look from her husband, who had been careful to tell her nothing of his own or the colonel's schemes. "This is what comes of taking charge of other people's children," cried the colonel. "You may still have some of your own, you or your brother. Why don't you both marry?" Sylvie smiled agreeably on the colonel. For the first time in her life, she met a man to whom the idea that she could marry did not seem absurd. "Madame Vinnet is right," cried Ragran. "Perhaps teaching would keep Pierrette quiet. A master wouldn't cost much." The colonel's remark so preoccupied Sylvie that she made no answer to her brother. "If you are willing to be security for that opposition journal I was talking to you about," said Vinnet, "you will find an excellent master for the little cousin in the managing editor. We intend to engage that poor schoolmaster who lost his employment through the encroachments of the clergy. My wife is right. Pierrette is a rough diamond that wants polishing." "I thought you were a baron," said Sylvie to the colonel while the cards were being dealt, and after a long pause in which they had all been rather thoughtful. "Yes, but when I was made baron in 1814, after the Battle of Nanges, where my regiment performed miracles, I had money and influence enough to secure the rank. But now my barony is like the grade of general. which I held in 1815. It needs a revolution to give it back to me. If you will secure my endorsement by a mortgage, said Ragran, answering Vinit, after long consideration, I will give it. That can easily be arranged, said Vinit. The new paper will soon restore the colonel's rights and make your salon more powerful in Provence than those of Tiffany and Company. How so? Asked Sylvie. While his wife was dealing, and Vinit himself explaining the importance they would all gain by the publication of an independent newspaper, Pierrette was dissolved in tears. Her heart and her mind were one in this matter. She felt, and knew that her cousin was more to blame than she was. The little country girl instinctively understood that charity and benevolence ought to be a complete offering. She hated her handsome frocks, and all the things that were made for her. She was forced to pay too dearly for such benefits. She wept with vexation at having given cause for complaint against her, and resolved to behave in future in such a way as to compel her cousins to find no further fault with her. The thought then came into her mind how grand Brigout had been in giving her all his savings without a word. Poor child! She fancied her troubles were now at their worst. She little knew that other misfortunes were even now being planned for her in the salon. A few days later, Pierrette had a writing master. She was taught to read, write, and cipher. Enormous injury was thus supposed to be done to the Ragran's house. Ink spots were found on the tables, on the furniture, on Pierrette's clothes. Copybooks and pens were left about. Sand was scattered everywhere. Books were torn and dog-eared. As the result of these lessons, she was told in harsh terms that she would have to earn her own living and not be a burden to others. As she listened to these cruel remarks, Pierrette's throat contracted violently with acute pain. Her heart throbbed. She was forced to restrain her tears, or she was scolded for weeping, and told it was an insult to the kindness of her magnanimous cousins. Ragran had found the life that suited him. He scolded Pierrette as he used to scold his clerks. He would call her when at play and compel her to study. He made her repeat her lessons and became himself the almost savage master of the poor child. Sylvie, on her side, considered it a duty to teach Pierrette the little that she knew herself about women's work. Neither Ragran nor his sister had the slightest softness in their natures. Their narrow minds, which found real pleasure in worrying the poor child, passed insensibly from outward kindness to extreme severity. This severity was necessitated, they believed, by what they called the self-will of the child, which had not been broken when young, and was very obstinate. Her masters were ignorant how to give to their instructions a form suited to the intelligence of the pupil. A thing, by the by, which marks the difference between public and private education. The fault was far less with Pierrette than with her cousins. It took her an infinite length of time to learn the rudiments. She was called stupid and dull, clumsy and awkward from nothings, incessantly abused in words. The child suffered still more from the harsh looks of her cousins. She acquired the doltish ways of a sheep. She dared not do anything of her own impulse, for all she did was misinterpreted, misjudged, and ill-received. In all things she awaited silently the good pleasure and the orders of her cousins, keeping her thoughts within her own mind and sheltering herself behind a passive obedience. Her brilliant colors began to fade. Sometimes she complained of feeling Roman 99 when her cousin asked where the poor little thing who had pains all over her answered, everywhere. Nonsense! Who ever heard of anyone suffering everywhere? Cried Sylvie. If you suffered everywhere, you'd be dead. People suffer in their chests, said Ragran, who liked to hear himself harangue, or they have toothache, headache, pains in their feet or stomach. But no one has pains everywhere. What do you mean by everywhere? I can tell you everywhere means nowhere. Don't you know what you are doing? You are complaining for complaining's sake. Pierrette ended by total silence, seeing how all her girlish remarks, the flowers of her dawning intelligence, were replied to with ignorant commonplaces, which her natural good sense told her were ridiculous. You complain, said Ragran, but you've got the appetite of a monk. The only person who did not bruise the delicate little flower was the fat servant woman. Adele would go up and warm her, beddoing it on the sly after a certain evening, when Sylvie had scolded her for giving that comfort to the child. Children should be hardened to give them strong constitutions. Am I and my brother the worse for it? Said Sylvie. Yowl, make Pierrette a peakling. This was a word in the Ragran vocabulary, which meant a puny and suffering little being. The naturally endearing ways of the angelic child were treated as dissimulation. The fresh, pure blossoms of affection, which bloomed instinctively in that young soul, were pitilessly crushed. Pierrette suffered many a cruel blow on the tender flesh of her heart. If she tried to soften those ferocious natures by innocent coaxing wiles, they accused her of doing it with an object. "Tell me at once what you want," Ragran would say brutally. "You are not coaxing me for nothing." Neither brother nor sister believed in affection, and Pierrette's whole being was affection. Colonel Gerard, anxious to please Mademoiselle Ragran, approved of all she did about Pierrette. Vinet also encouraged them in what they said against her. He attributed all her so-called misdeeds to the obstinacy of the Breton character, and declared that no power, no will could ever conquer it. Ragran and his sister were so shrewdly flattered by the two manoeuvres that the former agreed to go security for the Courrier de Provence, and the latter invested 5,000 francs in the enterprise. On this, the colonel and lawyer took the field. They got 100 shares of 500 francs each, taken among the farmers and others called independents, and also among those who had bought lands of the national domains whose spheres they worked upon. They even extended their operations throughout the department, and along its borders. Each shareholder, of course, subscribed to the paper. The judicial advertisements were divided between the Beehive and the Courier. The first issue of the latter contained a pompous eulogy on Ragran. He was presented to the community as the Lafayette of Provence, the public mind having thus received an impetus in this new direction. It was manifest, of course, that the coming elections would be contested. Madame Tiffane, whose highest hope was to take her husband to Paris as deputy, was in despair after reading an article in the new paper aimed at her and at Julliard Jr. She remarked, "Unfortunately for me, I forgot that there is always a scoundrel close to a dupe, and that fools are magnets to clever men of the fox breed." As soon as the Courier was fairly launched on a radius of 50 miles, Vinet bought a new coat and decent boots, waistcoats and trousers. He set up the grey slouch hat sacred to liberals, and showed his linen. His wife took a servant and appeared in public dressed as the wife of a prominent man should be. Her caps were pretty. Vinet proved grateful out of policy. He and his friend Cournant, the liberal notary, and the rival of the ministerial notary, Offray, became the close advisers of the Ragrans, to whom they were able to do a couple of signal services. The leases granted by old Ragran to their father in 1815, when matters were at a low ebb, were about to expire. Horticulture and vegetable gardening had developed enormously in the neighborhood of Provence. The lawyer and notary set to work to enable the Ragrans to increase their rentals. Vinet won 2 lawsuits against 2 districts on a question of planting trees, which involved 500 poplars. The proceeds of the poplars, added to the savings of the brother and sister, who for the last 3 years had laid by 6,000 a year at high interest, was wisely invested in the purchase of improved lands. Vinet also undertook and carried out the ejectment of certain peasants to whom the elder Ragran had lent money on their farms, and who had strained every nerve to pay off the debt. But in vain. The cost of the Ragrans' fine house was thus in a measure recouped. Their landed property, lying around Provence and chosen by their father with the sagacious eye of an innkeeper, was divided into small holdings, the largest of which did not exceed 5 acres, and rented to safe tenants, men who owned other parcels of land that were ample security for their leases. These investments brought in by 1826 5,000 francs a year. Taxes were charged to the tenants, and there were no buildings needing insurance or repairs. By the end of the second period of Pierrette's stay in Provence, life had become so hard for her. The cold indifference of all who came to the house, the silly fault-finding, and the total absence of affection on the part of her cousins grew so bitter. She was conscious of a chill dampness, like that of a grave, creeping round her, that the bold idea of escaping on foot and without money to Brittany and to her grandparents took possession of her mind. 2 events hindered her from attempting it. Old Lorraine died, and Ragran was appointed guardian of his little cousin. If the grandmother had died first, we may believe that Ragran, advised by Vinet, would have claimed Pierrette's 8,000 francs and reduced the old man to penury. "You may perhaps inherit from Pierrette," said Vinet, with a horrid smile, "who knows who may live and who may die." Enlightened by that remark, Ragran gave old Madame Lorraine no peace until she had secured to Pierrette the reversion of the 8,000 francs at her death. Pierrette was deeply shocked by these events. She was on the point of making her first communion. Another reason for resigning the hope of escape from Provence, this ceremony simple and customary, as it was led to great changes in the Ragran household. Sylvie learned that Monsieur le Cure Peru was instructing the little Julliards, Leswards, Garcellans, and the rest. She therefore made it a point of honor that Pierrette should be instructed by the vicar himself, Monsieur Habert, a priest who was thought to belong to the congregation, very zealous for the interests of the church and much feared in Provence, a man who hid a vast ambition beneath the austerity of stern principles. The sister of this priest, an unmarried woman about 30 years of age, kept a school for young ladies. Brother and sister looked alike. Both were thin, yellow, black-haired, and bilious. Like a true Breton girl, cradled in the practices and poetry of Catholicism, Pierrette opened her heart and ears to the words of this imposing priest's. Sufferings predisposed the mind to devotion, and nearly all young girls, impelled by instinctive tenderness, are inclined to mysticism, the deepest aspect of religion. The priest found good soil in which to sow the seed of the gospel and the dogmas of the church. He completely changed the current of the girl's thoughts. Pierrette loved Jesus Christ in the light in which he is presented to young girls at the time of their first communion. As a celestial bridegroom, her physical and moral sufferings gained a meaning for her. She saw the finger of God in all things. Her soul, so cruelly hurt, although she could not accuse her cousins of actual wrong, took refuge in that sphere to which all sufferers fly on the wings of the cardinal virtues, faith, hope, charity. She abandoned her thoughts of escape. Sylvie, surprised by the transformation Monsieur Habert had effected in Pierrette, was curious to know how it had been done, and it thus came about that the austere priest, while preparing Pierrette for her first communion, also won to God the hitherto erring soul of Mademoiselle Sylvie. Sylvie became pious Jerome Ragran, on whom the so-called Jesuit could get no grip. For just then, the influence of His Majesty, the late Constitutional I, was more powerful over weaklings than the influence of the Church. Jerome Ragran remained faithful to Colonel Gerard Vinet and liberalism. Mademoiselle Ragran naturally made the acquaintance of Mademoiselle Habert, with whom she sympathized deeply. The two spinsters loved each other. As sisters, Mademoiselle Habert offered to take Pierrette into her school to spare Sylvie the annoyance of her education. But the brother and sister both declared that Pierrette's absence would make the house too lonely. Their attachment to their little cousin seemed excessive. When Gerard and Vinet became aware of the advent of Mademoiselle Habert on the scene, they concluded that the ambitious priest, her brother, had the same matrimonial plan for his sister that the colonel was forming for himself and Sylvie. "Your sister wants to get you married," said Vinet to Ragran. "With whom?" asked Ragran. "With that old sorceress of a schoolmistress," cried the colonel, twirling his mustache. "She hasn't said anything to me about it," said Ragran naively. So thorough an old maid as Sylvie was certain to make good progress in the way of salvation. The influence of the priest would as certainly increase, and in the end affect Ragran, over whom Sylvie had great power. The two liberals, who were naturally alarmed, saw plainly that if the priest were resolved to marry his sister to Ragran, a far more suitable marriage than that of Sylvie to the colonel, he could then drive Sylvie in extreme devotion to the church and put Pierrette in a convent. They might therefore lose 18 months' labor in flattery and meannesses of all sorts. Their minds were suddenly filled with a bitter, silent hatred to the priest and his sister, though they felt the necessity of living on good terms with them. In order to track their maneuvers, Monsieur and Mademoiselle Habert, who could play both whist and Boston now, came every evening to the Ragrans. The assiduity of the one pair induced the assiduity of the other. The colonel and lawyer felt that they were pitted against adversaries who were fully as strong as they, a presentiment that was shared by the priest and his sister. The situation soon became that of a battlefield, precisely as the colonel was enabling Sylvie to taste the unhoped-for joys of being sought in marriage, so Mademoiselle Habert was enveloping the timid Ragran in the cotton wool of her attentions. Words and glances, neither side could utter that grand word of statesmanship, "Let us divide," for each wanted the whole prey. The two clever foxes of the opposition made the mistake of pulling the first trigger. Vinet, under the spur of self-interest, bethought himself of his wife's only friends, and looked up Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf and her mother. The two women were living in poverty at Troyes on 2,000 francs a year. Mademoiselle Bathilde de Chargeboeuf was one of those fine creatures who believe in marriage for love up to their 25th year and change their opinion when they find themselves still unmarried. Vinet managed to persuade Madame de Chargeboeuf to join her means to his and live with his family in Provence, where Bathilde, he assured her, could marry a fool named Ragran and clever, as she was take her place in the best society of the place. The arrival of Madame and Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf in the lawyer's household was a great reinforcement for the Liberal Party, and it created consternation among the aristocrats of Provence. And also in the Tiffin clique, Madame de Brudey, horrified to see two women of rank so misled, begged them to come to her. She was shocked that the royalists of Troyes had so neglected the mother and daughter whose situation she now learned for the first time. How is it that no old country gentleman has married that dear girl who is cut out for a lady of the manor? She said. They have let her run to seed, and now she is to be flung at the head of a Ragran. She ransacked the whole department, but did not succeed in finding any gentleman willing to marry a girl whose mother had only 2,000 francs a year. The clique and the sub-prefect also looked about them with the same object, but they were all too late. Madame de Brudey made terrible charges against the selfishness which degraded France's consequence, she said, of materialism, and of the importance now given by the laws to money. Nobility was no longer of value nor beauty, either. Such creatures as the Ragrans, the Vinets, could stand up and fight with the King of France. Bathilde de Chargeboeuf had not only the incontestable superiority of beauty over her rival, but that of dress as well. She was dazzlingly fair. At 25, her shoulders were fully developed, and the curves of her beautiful figure were exquisite. The roundness of her throat, the purity of its lines, the wealth of her golden hair, the charming grace of her smile, the distinguished carriage of her head, the character of her features, the fine eyes, finely placed beneath a well-formed brow, her every motion noble and high-bred, and her light, graceful figure were in harmony. Her hands were beautiful, and her feet slender. Health gave her perhaps too much the look of a handsome barmaid, but that can't be a defect in the eyes of a Ragran. Sighed Madame Tiffin. Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf's dress, when she made her first appearance in Provence at the Ragran's house, was very simple. Her brown merino gown edged with green embroidery was worn low-necked, but a tulle fichu carefully drawn down by hidden strings covered her neck and shoulders, though it opened a little in front, where its folds were caught together with a sevine. Beneath this delicate fabric, Bathilde's beauties seemed all the more enticing and coquettish. She took off her velvet bonnet and her shawl on arriving, and showed her pretty ears, adorned with what were then called eardrops in gold. She wore a little genitea black velvet ribbon with a heart attached round her throat, where it shone like the jet ring which fantastic nature had fastened round the tail of a white Angora cat. She knew all the little tricks of a girl who seeks to marry. Her fingers arranged her curls, which were not in the least out of order. She entreated Ragran to fasten a cuff button, thus showing him her wrist, a request which that dazzled fool rudely refused, hiding his emotions under the mask of indifference, the timidity of the only love he was ever to feel. In the whole course of his life took an external appearance of dislike. Sylvie and her friend Celeste Habert were deceived by it. Not so Vinet, the wise head of this doltish circle, among whom no one really coped with him, but the priest, the colonel being for a long time his ally. On the other hand, the colonel was behaving to Sylvie very much as Bathilde behaved to Ragran. He put on a clean shirt every evening and wore velvet stocks, which set off his martial features, and the spotless white of his collar. He adopted the fashion of white pique waistcoats, and caused to be made for him a new surtout of blue cloth, on which his red rosette glowed finely. All this under pretext of doing honor to the new guests, Madame and Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf. He even refrained from smoking for 2 hours previous to his appearance in the Ragran's salon. His grizzled hair was brushed in a waving line across a cranium which was ochre in tone. He assumed the air and manner of a party leader, of a man who was preparing to drive out the enemies of France, the Bourbons, on short to beat of drum. The satanic lawyer and the wily colonel played the priest and his sister a more cruel trick than even the importation of the beautiful Madame de Chargeboeuf, who was considered by all the Liberal party and by Madame de Brudey and her aristocratic circle to be far handsomer than Madame Tiffin these two great statesmen of the little provincial town made. Everybody believed that the priest was in sympathy with their ideas, so that before long Provence began to talk of him as a liberal ecclesiastic. As soon as this news reached the bishop, Monsieur Habert was sent for, and admonished to cease his visits to the Rogrons, but his sister continued to go there. Thus, the Salon Rogron became a fixed fact and a constituted power. Before the year was out, political intrigues were not less lively than the matrimonial schemes of the Rogron Salon, while the selfish interests hidden in these hearts were struggling in deadly combat. The events which resulted from them had a fatal celebrity. Everybody knows that the Villèle ministry was overthrown by the elections of 1826. Vinnet, the liberal candidate at Provence, who had borrowed money of his notary to buy a domain, which made him eligible for election, came very near defeating Monsieur Tiffin, who saved his election by only 2 votes. The headquarters of the Liberals was the Rogron Salon. Among the habitués were the notary Cournant and his wife and Dr. Narod, whose youth was said to have been stormy, but who now took a serious view of life. He gave himself up to study and was, according to all liberals, a far more capable man than Monsieur Martineau, the aristocratic physician. As for the Rogrons, they no more understood their present triumph than they had formerly understood their ostracism. The beautiful Bathilda, to whom Vinnet had explained Pierrette as an enemy, was extremely disdainful to the girl. It seemed as though everybody's selfish schemes demanded the humiliation of that poor victim. Madame Vinnet could do nothing for her ground, as she herself was beneath those implacable self-interests which the lawyer's wife had come at last to see and comprehend. Her husband's imperious will had alone taken her to the Rogron's house, where she had suffered much at the harsh treatment of the pretty little creature, who would often press up against her as if divining her secret thoughts, sometimes asking the poor lady to show her a stitch in knitting or to teach her a bit of embroidery. The child proved in return that if she were treated gently, she would understand what was taught her and succeed in what she tried to do quite marvelously. But Madame Vinnet was soon no longer necessary to her husband's plans, and after the arrival of Madame and Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf, she ceased to visit the Rogrons. Sylvie, who now indulged in the idea of marrying, began to consider Pierrette as an obstacle. The girl was nearly 14, the pallid whiteness of her skin, a symptom of illness entirely overlooked by the ignorant old maid, made her exquisitely lovely. Sylvie took it into her head to balance the cost which Pierrette had been to them by making a servant of her. All the habitués of the house, to whom she spoke of the matter, advised that she should send away Adèle. Why shouldn't Pierrette take care of the house and cook if there was too much work at any time? Mademoiselle Rogron could easily employ the colonel's woman. Awful work, an excellent cook, and a most respectable person. Pierrette ought to learn how to cook and rub floors and sweep, said the lawyer. Every girl should be taught to keep house properly and go to market and know the price of things. The poor little soul, whose self-devotion was equal to her generosity, offered herself willingly, pleased to think that she could earn the bitter bread which she ate in that house. Adèle was sent away, and Pierrette thus lost the only person who might have protected her. In spite of the poor child's strength of heart, she was henceforth crushed down physically as well as mentally. Her cousins had less consideration for her than for a servant. She belonged to them. She was scolded for mere nothings, for an atom of dust left on a glass globe or a marble mantelpiece. The handsome ornaments she had once admired now became odious to her, no matter how she strove to do right. Her inexorable cousins always found something to reprove in whatever she Roman 999. In the course of 2 years, Pierrette never received the slightest praise or heard a kindly word. Happiness for her lay in not being scolded. She bore with angelic patience the morose ill humor of the 2 celibates, to whom all tender feelings were absolutely unknown, and who daily made her feel her dependence on them. Such a life for a young girl pressed, as it were, between the 2 chops of a vice, increased her illness. She began to feel violent internal distresses, secret pangs, so sudden in their attacks that her strength was undermined, and her natural development arrested by slow degrees. And through dreadful though hidden sufferings, the poor child came to the state in which the companion of her childhood found her when he sang to her his Breton ditty at the dawn of the October day. Roman 6. An old maid's jealousy. Before we relate the domestic drama which the coming of Jacques Brigout was destined to bring about in the Ragran family, it is best to explain how the lad came to be in Provence, for he is, as it were, a somewhat mute personage on the scene. When he ran from the house, Brigout was not only frightened by Pierrette's gesture, he was horrified by the change he saw in his little friend. He could scarcely recognize the voice, the eyes, the gestures that were once so lively, gay, and withal so tender. When he had gained some distance from the house, his legs began to tremble under him, hot flushes ran down his back. He had seen the shadow of Pierrette, but not Pierrette herself. The lad climbed to the upper town till he found a spot from which he could see the square and the house where Pierrette lived. He gazed at it, mournfully lost in many thoughts, as though he were entering some grief of which he could not see the end. Pierrette was ill, she was not happy, she pined for Brittany. What was the matter with her? All these questions passed and repassed through his heart, and rent it, revealing to his own soul the extent of his love for his little adopted sister. It is extremely rare to find a passion existing between two children of opposite sexes. The charming story of Paul and Virginia does not any more than this of Pierrette and Brigout answer the question put by that strange moral fact. Modern history offers only the illustrious instance of the Marchesa di Pescara and her husband, destined to marry by their parents from their earliest years. They adored each other and were married, and their union gave to the 16th century the noble spectacle of a perfect conjugal love, without a flaw. When the Marchesa became a widow at the age of 34, beautiful, intellectually brilliant, universally adored, she refused to marry sovereigns, and buried herself in a convent, seeing and knowing thenceforth only nuns. Such was the perfect love that suddenly developed itself in the heart of the Breton workman Pierrette, and he had often protected each other with what bliss. Had he given her the money for her journey, he had almost killed himself by running after the diligence. When she left him, Pierrette had known nothing of all that, but for him the recollection had warmed and comforted the cold, hard life he had led for the last 3 years. For Pierrette's sake, he had struggled to improve himself. He had learned his trade. For Pierrette, he had come to Paris. For Pierrette, intending to make his fortune. For her, after spending a fortnight in the city, he had not been able to hold out against the desire to see her, and he had walked from Saturday night to Monday morning. He intended to return to Paris, but the moving sight of his little friend nailed him to Provence. A wonderful magnetism, still denied, in spite of many proofs acted upon him. Without his knowledge, tears rolled from his eyes. When they rose in hers, if to her he was Brittany and her happy childhood, to him she was life itself. At 16 years of age, Brigout did not yet know how to draw or to model a cornice. He was ignorant of much, but he had earned by piecework, done in the leisure of his apprenticeship, some 4 or 5 francs a day. On this, he could live in Provence and be near Pierrette. He would choose the best cabinet maker in the town and learn the rest of his trade in working for him, and thus keep watch over his darling. Brigout's mind was made up. As he sat there thinking, he went back to Paris and fetched his certificate, tools, and baggage, and 3 days later he was a journeyman in the establishment of Monsieur Frappier, the best cabinet maker in Provence. Active, steady workmen, not given to junketing and taverns, are so rare that masters hold to young men like Brigout when they find them. To end Brigout's history on this point, we will say here that by the end of the month he was made foreman and was fed and lodged by Frappier, who taught him arithmetic and line drawing. The house and shop were in the Grand Rue, not 100 feet from the little square where Pierrette lived. Brigout buried his love in his heart and committed no imprudence. He made Madame Frappier tell him all she knew about the Ragrans. Among other things, she related to him the way in which their father had laid hands on the property of old Offray, Pierrette's grandfather. Brigout obtained other information as to the character of the brother and sister. He met Pierrette sometimes in the market with her cousin, and shuddered to see the heavy basket she was carrying on her arm. On Sundays, he went to church to look for her dressed in her best clothes there. For the first time he became aware that Pierrette was Mademoiselle Lorraine. Pierrette saw him and made him a hasty sign to keep out of sight. To him there was a world of things in that little gesture, as there had been a fortnight earlier in the sign by which she told him from her window to run away. Ah, what a fortune he must make in the coming 10 years in order to marry his little friend, to whom he was told the Ragrans were to leave their house, 100 acres of land, and 12,000 francs a year, not counting their savings. The persevering Breton was determined to be thoroughly educated for his trade, and he set about acquiring all the knowledge that he lacked. As long as only the principles of his work were concerned, he could learn those in Provence as well as in Paris, and thus remain near Pierrette, to whom he now became. Anxious to explain his projects and the sort of protection she could rely on from him, he was determined to know the reason of her pallor and of the debility which was beginning to appear in the organ, which is always the last to show the signs of failing life, namely the eyes. He would know too the cause of the sufferings which gave her that look, as though death were near, and she might drop at any moment beneath its scythe. The two signs, the two gestures, not denying their friendship, but imploring caution, alarmed the young Breton. Evidently, Pierrette wished him to wait and not attempt to see her otherwise. There was danger, there was peril for her. As she left the church, she was able to give him one look, and Brigout saw that her eyes were full of tears. But he could have sooner squared the circle than have guessed what had happened in the Rogrand's house during the fortnight which had elapsed since his arrival. It was not without keen apprehension that Pierrette came downstairs on the morning after Brigout had invaded her morning dreams like another dream. She was certain that her cousin Sylvie must have heard the song, or she would not have risen and opened her window. But Pierrette was ignorant of the powerful reasons that made the old maid so alert for the last 8 days. Strange events and bitter feelings agitated the minds of the chief personages who frequented the Rogrand salon. These hidden matters, carefully concealed by all concerned, were destined to fall in their results like an avalanche on Pierrette. Such mysterious things, which we ought perhaps to call the putrescence of the human heart, lie at the base of the greatest revolutions, political, social, or domestic. But in telling of them, it is desirable to explain that their subtle significance cannot be given in a matter-of-fact narrative. These secret schemes and calculations do not show themselves as brutally and undisguisedly while taking place as they must when the history of them is related. To set down in writing the circumlocutions, oratorical precautions, protracted conversations, and honeyed words glossed over the venom of intentions would make as long a book as that magnificent poem called Clarissa Harlowe. Mademoiselle Habert and Mademoiselle Sylvie were equally desirous of marrying, but one was 10 years older than the other, and the probabilities of life allowed Celeste Habert to expect that her children would inherit all the Rogrand property. Sylvie was 42, an age at which marriage is beset by perils. In confiding to each other their ideas, Celeste, instigated by her vindictive brother, the priest, enlightened Sylvie as to the dangers she would incur. Sylvie trembled. She was terribly afraid of death, an idea which shakes all celibates to their center. But just at this time, the Martignac ministry came into power, a liberal victory, which overthrew the Villèle administration. The Vinet party now carried their heads high in Provence. Vinet himself became a personage. The liberals prophesied his advancement. He would certainly be deputy and attorney general. As for the colonel, he would be made mayor of Provence, to reign as Madame Garceland, the wife of the present mayor, now reigns. Sylvie could not hold out against that hope. She determined to consult a doctor, though the proceeding would only cover her with ridicule. To consult Monsieur Narod, the liberal physician, and the rival of Monsieur Martner, would be a blunder. Celeste Habert offered to hide Sylvie in her dressing-room, while she herself consulted Monsieur Martner, the physician of her establishment, on this difficult matter. Whether Martner was or was not Celeste's accomplice need not be discovered. At any rate, he told his client that even at 30 the danger, though slight, did exist, but he added, with your constitution, you need fear nothing. But how about a woman over 40? Asked Mademoiselle Celeste. A married woman who has had children has nothing to fear. But I mean an unmarried woman, like Mademoiselle Rogrand, for instance. Oh, that's another thing, said Monsieur Martner. Successful childbirth is then one of those miracles which God sometimes allows himself, but rarely. Why? Asked Celeste. The doctor answered with a terrifying pathological description. He explained that the elasticity given by nature to youthful muscles and bones did not exist at a later age, especially in women whose lives were sedentary. So you think that an unmarried woman ought not to marry after 40? Not unless she waits some years, replied the doctor. But then, of course, it is not marriage, it is only an association of interests. The result of the interview, clearly, seriously, scientifically, and sensibly stated, was that an unmarried woman would make a great mistake in marrying after 40. When the doctor had departed, Mademoiselle Celeste found Sylvie in a frightful state, green and yellow, and with the pupils of her eyes dilated. "Then you really loved the colonel?" asked Celeste. "I still hoped," replied Sylvie. "Well then wait," cried Mademoiselle Habert jesuitically, aware that time would rid her of the colonel. Sylvie's new devotion to the church warned her that the morality of such a marriage might be doubtful. She accordingly sounded her conscience. In the confessional, the stern priest explained the opinions of the church, which sees in marriage only the propagation of humanity and rebukes second marriages and all passions but those with a social purpose. Sylvie's perplexities were great. These internal struggles gave extraordinary force to her passion, investing it with that inexplicable attraction, which from the days of Eve, the thing forbidden, possesses. For women, Mademoiselle Ragran's perturbation did not escape the lynx-eyed lawyer. One evening after the game had ended, Vinnet approached his dear friend. Sylvie took her hand and led her to a sofa. "Something troubles you," he said. She nodded sadly. The lawyer let the others depart. Ragran walked home with the chargeboeufs, and when Vinnet was alone with the old maid, he wormed the truth out of her. "Cleverly played, Abs," thought he, "but you've played into my hands." The foxy lawyer was more decided in his opinion than even the doctor. He advised marriage in 10 years. Inwardly, he was vowing that the whole Ragran fortune should go to Bathilda. He rubbed his hands, his pinched lips closed more tightly. As he hurried home, the influence exercised by Monsieur Habert, physician of the soul, and by Vinnet, doctor of the purse, balanced each other perfectly. Ragran had no piety in him, so the churchman and the man of law, the black-robed pair, were fairly matched. On discovering the victory obtained by Celeste in her anxiety to marry Ragran herself over Sylvie, torn between the fear of death and the joy of being baroness and mayoress, the lawyer saw his chance of driving the colonel from the battlefield. He knew Ragran well enough to be certain he could marry him to Bathilda. Jerome had already succumbed inwardly to her charms, and Vinnet knew that the first time the pair were alone together the marriage would be settled. Ragran had reached the point of keeping his eyes fixed on Celeste, so much did he fear to look at Bathilda. Vinnet had now possessed himself of Sylvie's secrets, and saw the force with which she loved the colonel. He fully understood the struggle of such a passion in the heart of an old maid, who was also in the grasp of religious emotion, and he saw his way to rid himself of Pierrette and the colonel both, by making each the cause of the other's overthrow. The next day, after the court had risen, Vinnet met the colonel and Ragran talking a walk together according to their daily custom. Whenever the three men were seen in company, the whole town talked of it. This triumvirate, held in horror by the sub-prefect, the magistracy, and the Tiffin clique, was on the other hand a source of pride and vanity to the liberals of Provence. Vinnet was sole editor of the Courier, and the head of the party, the colonel, the working manager, was its arm. Ragran, by means of his purse, its nerves, the Tiffins, declared that the three men were always plotting evil to the government. The liberals admired them as the defenders of the people. When Ragran turned to go home, recalled by a sense of his dinner hour, Vinnet stopped the colonel from following him by taking Giraud's arm. "Well, colonel," he said, "I am going to take a fearful load off your shoulders. You can do better than marry Sylvie. If you play your cards properly, you can marry that little Pierrette in 2 years' time." He thereupon related the Jesuit's maneuver and its effect on Sylvie. "What a skulking trick!" cried the colonel, "and spreading over years too." "Colonel," said Vinnet gravely, "Pierrette is a charming creature. With her, you can be happy for the rest of your life. Your health is so sound that the difference in your ages won't seem disproportionate. But all the same, you mustn't think it an easy thing to change a dreadful fate to a pleasant one. To turn a woman who loves you into a friend and confidant is as perilous a business as crossing a river under fire of the enemy cavalry. Colonel, as you are, and daring too, you must study the position and maneuver your forces with the same wisdom you have displayed hitherto, and which has won us our present position. If I get to be a tourney general, you shall command the department. Oh, if you had been an elector, we should be further advanced than we are now. I should have bought the votes of those 2 clerks by threatening them with the loss of their places, and we should have had a majority." The colonel had long been thinking about Pierrette, but he concealed his thoughts with the utmost dissimulation. His roughness to the child was only a mask, but she could not understand why the man who claimed to be her father's old comrade should usually treat her so ill, when sometimes, if he met her alone, he would chuck her under the chin and give her a friendly kiss. But after the conversation with Vinnet relating to Sylvie's fears of marriage, Giraud began to seek opportunities to find Pierrette alone. The rough colonel made himself as soft as a cat. He told her how brave her father was, and what a misfortune it had been for her that she lost him. A few days before Brigout's arrival, Sylvie had come suddenly upon Giraud and Pierrette talking together. Instantly jealousy rushed into her heart with monastic violence. Jealousy, eminently credulous and suspicious, is the passion in which fancy has most freedom, but for all that it does not give a person intelligence. On the contrary, it hinders them from having any, and in Sylvie's case jealousy only filled her with fantastic ideas. When a few mornings later she heard Brigout's ditty, she jumped to the conclusion that the man who had used the words Madame la Marie, addressing them to Pierrette, must be the colonel. She was certain she was right, for she had noticed for a week past a change in his manners. He was the only man who in her solitary life had ever paid her any attention. Consequently, she watched him with all her eyes, all her mind, and by giving herself up to hopes that were sometimes flourishing, sometimes blighted, she had brought the matter to such enormous proportions that she saw all things in a mental mirage. To use a common but excellent expression, by dint of looking intently, she saw nothing. Alternately, she repelled, admitted, and conquered the supposition of this rivalry. She compared herself with Pierrette. She was 42 years old, with grey hair. Pierrette was delicately fair, with eyes soft enough to warm a withered heart. She had heard it said that men of 50 were apt to love young girls of just that kind. Before the colonel had come regularly to the house, Sylvie had heard in the Tiffaine salon strange stories of his life and morals. Old maids preserve in their love affairs the exaggerated platonic sentiments which young girls of 20 are wont to profess. They hold to these fixed doctrines like all who have little experience of life and no personal knowledge of how great social forces modify, impair, and bring to naught such grand and noble ideas. The mere thought of being jilted by the colonel was torture to Sylvie's brain. She lay in her bed, going over and over her own desires, Pierrette's conduct, and the song which had awakened her with the word marriage. Like the fool she was, instead of looking through the blinds to see the lover, she opened her window, without reflecting that Pierrette would hear her. If she had had the common instinct of a spy, she would have seen Brigout, and the fatal drama then begun would never have taken place. It was Pierrette's duty, weak as she was, to take down the bars that closed the wooden shutters of the kitchen, which she opened and fastened back. Then she opened in like manner the glass door leading from the corridor to the garden. She took the various brooms that were used for sweeping the carpets, the dining room, the passages and stairs, together with the other utensils, with a care and particularity which no servant, not even a Dutchwoman, gives to her work. She hated reproof. Happiness for her was in seeing the cold, blue, pallid eyes of her cousin, not satisfied that they never were, but calm after glancing about her with the look of an owner, that wonderful glance which sees what escapes even the most vigilant eyes of others. Pierrette's skin was moist with her labor when she returned to the kitchen to put it in order and light the stove, that she might carry up hot water to her two cousins, a luxury she never had for herself, and the means of lighting fires in their rooms. After this, she laid the table for breakfast and lit the stove in the dining room. For all these various fires she had to fetch wood and kindling from the cellar, leaving the warm rooms for a damp and chilly atmosphere. Such sudden transitions, made with the quickness of youth, often to escape a harsh word or obey an order, aggravated the condition of her health. She did not know she was ill, and yet she suffered. She began to have strange cravings. She liked raw vegetables and salads, and ate them secretly. The innocent child was quite unaware that her condition was that of serious illness, which needed the utmost care. If Honoré de Balzac's doctor had told this to Pierrette before Brigout's arrival, she would only have smiled. Life was so bitter she could smile at death. But now her feelings changed. The child, to whose physical sufferings was added the anguish of Breton homesickness, a moral malady so well-known that colonels in the army allow for it among their men, was suddenly content to be in Provence. The sight of that yellow flower, the song, the presence of her friend, revived her, as a plant long without water revives under rain. Unconsciously, she wanted to live, and even thought she did not suffer. Pierrette slipped timidly into her cousin's bedroom, made the fire, left the hot water, said a few words, and went to wake Ragran, and do the same offices for him. Then she went down to take in the milk, the bread, and the other provisions left by the dealers. She stood some time on the sill of the door, hoping that Brigout would have the sense to come to her, but by that time he was already on his way to Paris. She had finished the arrangement of the dining room and was busy in the kitchen when she heard her cousin Sylvie coming down. Mademoiselle Ragran appeared in a brown silk dressing-gown and a cap with bows. Her false front was awry, her nightgown showed above the silk wrapper, her slippers were down at heel. She gave an eye to everything, and then came straight to Pierrette, who was awaiting her orders to know what to prepare for breakfast. "Ah, here you are, lovesick young lady," said Sylvie in a mocking tone. "What is it, cousin? You came into my room like a sly cat, and you crept out the same way, though you knew very well I had something to say to you." "To me? You had a serenade this morning, as if you were a princess." "A serenade?" exclaimed Pierrette. "A serenade," said Sylvie, mimicking her, "and you've a lover too." "What is a lover, cousin?" Sylvie avoided answering and said, "Do you dare to tell me, mademoiselle, that a man did not come under your window and talk to you of marriage?" Persecution had taught Pierrette the wariness of slaves, so she answered bravely, "I don't know what you mean." "Who means your dog?" said Sylvie sharply. "I should have said cousin," replied the girl humbly. "And didn't you get up and go in your bare feet to the window, which will give you an illness and serve you right too, and perhaps you didn't talk to your lover either?" "No, cousin. I know you have many faults, but I did not think you told lies. You had better think this over, mademoiselle. You will have to explain this affair to your cousin, and to me, or your cousin will be obliged to take severe measures." The old maid, exasperated by jealousy and curiosity, meant to frighten the girl. Pierrette, like all those who suffer more than they have strength to bear, kept silent. Silence is the only weapon by which such victims can conquer it. Baffles the Cossack charges of envy, the savage skirmishings of suspicion. It does at times give victory, crushing and complete. For what is more complete than silence? It is absolute. It is one of the attributes of infinity. Sylvie watched Pierrette narrowly. The girl colored, but the color, instead of rising evenly, came out in patches on her cheekbones, in burning and significant spots. A mother, seeing that symptom of illness, would have changed her tone at once. She would have taken the child on her lap and questioned her. In fact, she would long ago have tenderly understood the signs of Pierrette's pure and perfect innocence. She would have seen her weakness and known that the disturbance of the digestive organs and the other functions of the body was about to affect the lungs. Those eloquent patches would have warned her of an imminent danger, but an old maid, one in whom the family instincts have never been awakened, to whom the needs of childhood and the precautions required for adolescence were unknown, had neither the indulgence nor the compassionate intelligence of a mother. Such sufferings as those of Pierrette, instead of softening her heart, only made it more callous. "She blushes, she is guilty," thought Sylvie. Pierrette's silence was thus interpreted to her injury. "Pierrette," continued Sylvie, "before your cousin comes down, we must have some talk together. Come," she said, in a rather softer tone, "shut the street door. If anyone comes, they will rung, and we shall hear them." In spite of the damp mist, which was rising from the river, Sylvie took Pierrette along the winding gravel path, which led across the lawn to the edge of the rock terrace, picturesque little quay, covered with iris and aquatic plants. She now changed her tactics, thinking she might catch Pierrette tripping by softness. The hyena became a cat. "Pierrette," she said, "you are no longer a child, you are nearly 15, and it is not at all surprising that you should have a lover." "But cousin," said Pierrette, raising her eyes with angelic sweetness to the cold, sour face of her cousin, "what is a lover?" It would have been impossible for Sylvie to define a lover with truth and decency. To the girl's mind, Instead of seeing in that question the proof of adorable innocence, she considered it a piece of insincerity. A lover, Pierrette, is a man who loves us and wishes to marry us. Said Pierrette, when that happens in Brittany, we call the young man a suitor. Well, remember that in owning your feelings for a man you do no wrong, my dear. The wrong is in hiding them. Have you pleased some of the men who visit here? I don't think so, cousin. Do you love any of them? No. Certain. Quite certain. Look at me, Pierrette. Pierrette looked at Sylvie. A man called to you this morning in the square. Pierrette lowered her eyes. You went to your window, you opened it, and you spoke to him. No, cousin, I went to look out, and I saw a peasant. Pierrette, you have much improved. Since you made your first communion, you have become pious and obedient. You love God. And your relations, I am satisfied with you. I don't say this to puff you up with pride. The horrible creature had mistaken despondency, submission, the silence of wretchedness for virtues. The sweetest of all consolations to suffering souls, to martyrs, to artists in the worst of that divine agony which hatred and envy force upon them, is to meet with praise where they have hitherto found censure and injustice. Pierrette raised her grateful eyes to her cousin, feeling that she could almost forgive her for the sufferings she had caused. But if it is all hypocrisy, if I find you a serpent that I have warmed in my bosom, you will be a wicked girl, an infamous creature. I think I have nothing to reproach myself with, said Pierrette with a painful revulsion of her heart at the sudden change from unexpected praise to the tones of the hyena. You know that to lie is a mortal sin. Yes, cousin. Well, you are now under the eye of God, said the old maid with a solemn gesture towards the sky. Swear to me that you did not know that peasant. I will not swear, said Pierrette. Ha, he was no peasant, you little viper. Pierrette rushed away like a frightened fawn, terrified at her tones. Sylvie called her in a dreadful voice. The bell is ringing, she answered. Artful wretch, thought Sylvie, she is depraved in mind. And now I am certain the little adder has wound herself round the colonel. She has heard us say he was a baron to be a baroness. Little fool. I'll get rid of her, ill apprentice her out, and soon too. Sylvie was so lost in thought that she did not notice her brother coming down the path and bemoaning the injury the frost had done to his dahlias. Sylvie, what are you thinking about? I thought you were looking at the fish. Sometimes they jump out of the water. No, said Sylvie. How did you sleep? And he began to tell her about his own dreams. Don't you think my skin is getting tabard, a word in the Ragran vocabulary? Ever since Ragran had been in love, but let us not profane the word ever, since he had desired to marry Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf, he was very uneasy about himself and his health at this moment. Pierrette came down the garden steps and called to them from a distance that breakfast was ready. At sight of her cousin, Sylvie's skin turned green and yellow, her bile was in commotion. She looked at the floor of the corridor and declared that Pierrette ought to rub it. I will rub it now, if you wish, said the little angel, not aware of the injury such work may do to a young girl. The dining room was irreproachably in order. Sylvie sat down and pretended all through breakfast to want this, that, and the other thing which she would never have thought of in a quieter moment, and which she now asked for only to make Pierrette rise again and again, just as the child was beginning to eat her food. But such mere teasing was not enough. She wanted a subject on which to find fault, and was angry with herself for not finding one. She scarcely answered her brother's silly remarks, yet she looked at him only, her eyes avoided. Pierrette was deeply conscious of all this. She brought the milk mixed with cream for each cousin in a large silver goblet. After heating it carefully in the bain-marie, the brother and sister poured in the coffee made by Sylvie herself on the table. When Sylvie had carefully prepared hers, she saw an atom of coffee grounds floating on the surface. On this, the storm broke forth. What is the matter? Asked Ragran. The matter is that Mademoiselle has put dust in my milk. Do you suppose I am going to drink coffee with ashes in it? Well, I am not surprised. No one can do two things at once. She wasn't thinking of the milk. A blackbird might have flown through the kitchen today, and she wouldn't have seen it. How should she see the dust flying? And then it was my coffee, that didn't signify. As she spoke, she was laying on the side of her plate the coffee grounds that had run through the filter. "But cousin, that is coffee," said Pierrette. "Oh, then it is I who tell lies, is it?" cried Sylvie, looking at Pierrette and blasting her with a fearful flash of anger from her eyes. Organizations which have not been exhausted by powerful emotions often have a vast amount of the vital fluid at their service. This phenomenon of the extreme clearness of the eye in moments of anger was the more marked in Mademoiselle Ragran, because she had often exercised the power of her eyes in her shop, by opening them to their full extent for the purpose of inspiring her dependents with salutary fear. "You had better dare to give me the lie," continued Sylvie. "You deserve to be sent from the table to go and eat by yourself in the kitchen." "What's the matter with you two?" cried Ragran. "You are as cross as bears this morning." "Mademoiselle knows what I have against her," said Sylvie. "I leave her to make up her mind before speaking to you, for I mean to show her more kindness than she deserves." Pierrette was looking out of the window to avoid her cousin's eyes, which frightened her. "Look at her, she pays no more attention to what I am saying than if I were that sugar basin. And yet Mademoiselle has a sharp ear, she can hear an answer from the top of the house. When someone talks to her from below, she is perversity itself, perversity, I say, and you needn't expect any good of her, do you hear me, Jerome?" "What has she done wrong?" asked Ragran. "At her age too, to begin so young," screamed the angry old maid. Pierrette rose to clear the table and give herself something to do, for she could hardly bear the scene any longer. Though such language was not new to her, she had never been able to get used to it. Her cousin's rage seemed to accuse her of some crime. She imagined what her fury would be if she came to know about Brigout. Perhaps her cousin would have him sent away, and she should lose him. All the many thoughts, the deep and rapid thoughts of a slave, came to her, and she resolved to keep absolute silence about a circumstance in which her conscience told her there was nothing wrong, but the cruel, bitter words she had been made to hear, and the wounding suspicions so shocked her that, as she reached the kitchen, she was taken with a convulsion of the stomach and turned deadly sick. She dared not complain. She was not sure that anyone would help her. When she returned to the dining room, she was white as a sheet, and saying she was not well, she started to go to bed, dragging herself up step by step by the baluster, and thinking that she was going to die. Poor Brigout, she thought. "The girl is ill," said Ragran. "She ill? That's only shamming," replied Sylvie in a loud voice, that Pierrette might hear. "She was well enough this morning, I can tell you." This last blow struck Pierrette to the earth. She went to bed weeping and praying to God to take her out of this world. Romans 7. Domestic tyranny. For a month past, Ragran had ceased to carry the Constitutional to Giraud. The colonel came obsequiously to fetch his paper, gossip a little, and take Ragran off to walk. If the weather was fine, sure of seeing the colonel and being able to question him, Sylvie dressed herself as coquettishly as she knew how. The old maid thought she was attractive in a green gown, a yellow shawl with a red border, and a white bonnet with straggling grey feathers. About the hour when the colonel usually came, Sylvie stationed herself in the salon with her brother, whom she had compelled to stay in the house in his dressing gown and slippers. "It is a fine day, Colonel," said Ragran, when Giraud with his heavy step entered the room. "But I am not dressed. My sister wanted to go out, and I was going to keep the house. Wait for me. I'll be ready soon." So saying, Ragran left Sylvie alone with the colonel. "Where were you going? You are dressed divinely," said Giraud, who noticed a certain solemnity on the pockmarked face of the old maid. "I wanted very much to go out, but my little cousin is ill, and I cannot leave her." "What is the matter with her?" "I don't know. She had to go to bed." Giraud's caution, not to say his distrust, was constantly excited by the results of his alliance with Vinnet. It certainly appeared that the lawyer had got the lion's share in their enterprise. Vinnet controlled the paper. He reigned as sole master over it. He took the revenues. Whereas the colonel, the responsible editor, earned little. Vinnet and Kernant had done the Ragrans great services, whereas Giraud, a colonel on half-pay, could do nothing. Who was to be deputy Vinnet, who was the chief authority in the party? Vinnet whom did the liberals all consult Vinnet. Moreover, the colonel knew fully, as well as Vinnet himself, the extent and depth of the passion suddenly aroused in Ragran by the beautiful Bathilde de Chargeboeuf. This passion had now become intense. Like all the last passions of men, Bathilde's voice made him tremble, absorbed in his desires. Ragran hid them. He dared not hope for such a marriage to sound him. The colonel mentioned that he was thinking himself of asking for Bathilde's hand. Ragran turned pale at the thought of such a formidable rival, and had since then shown coldness and even hatred to Giraud. Thus Vinnet reigned supreme in the Ragran household, while he, the colonel, had no hold there, except by the extremely hypothetical tie of his mendacious affection for Sylvie, which it was not yet clear that Sylvie reciprocated when the lawyer told him of the priest's maneuver, and advised him to break with Sylvie and marry Pierrette. He certainly flattered Giraud's foible, but after analyzing the inner purpose of that advice, and examining the ground all about him, the colonel thought he perceived in his ally the intention of separating him from Sylvie and profiting by her fears to throw the whole Ragran property into the hands of Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf. Therefore, when the colonel was left alone with Sylvie, his perspicacity possessed itself immediately of certain signs which betrayed her uneasiness. He saw at once that she was under arms, and had made this plan for seeing him alone, as he already suspected Vinnet of playing him some trick. He attributed the conference to the instigation of the lawyer, and was instantly on his guard, as he would have been in an enemy's country, with an eye all about him, an ear to the faintest sound, his mind on the qui vive, and his hand on a weapon. The colonel had the defect of never believing a single word said to him by a woman, so that when the old maid brought Pierrette on the scene and told him she had gone to bed before midday, he concluded that Sylvie had locked her up by way of punishment and out of jealousy. "She is getting to be quite pretty, that little thing," he said, with an easy air. "She will be pretty," replied Mademoiselle Ragran. "You ought to send her to Paris and put her in a shop," continued the colonel. "She would make her fortune. The milliners all want pretty girls." "Is that really your advice?" asked Sylvie in a troubled voice. "Good," thought the colonel. "I was right. Vinnet advised me to marry Pierrette just to spoil my chance with the old harridan." But he said aloud, "What else can you do with her? There's that beautiful girl, Bathilde de Chargeboeuf, noble and well-connected, reduced to single blessedness. Nobody will have her. Pierrette has nothing, and shall never marry. As for beauty, what is it to me? For example, youth and beauty are nothing, for haven't I been a captain of cavalry in the Imperial Guard, and carried my spurs into all the capitals of Europe, and known all the handsomest women of these capitals? Don't talk to me. I tell you, youth and beauty are devilishly common and silly. At 48, he went on, adding a few years to his age to match Sylvie's, after surviving the retreat from Moscow and going through that terrible campaign of France. A man is broken down. I am nothing but an old fellow. Now a woman like you would pet me and care for me, and her money, joined to my poor pension, would give me ease in my old days. Of course, I should prefer such a woman to a little minx who would worry the life out of me and be 30 years old with passions when I should be 60 with rheumatism at my age. A man considers and calculates. To tell you the truth, between ourselves, I should not wish to have children." Sylvie's face was an open book to the colonel during this tirade, and her next question proved to him Vinnet's perfidy. "Then you don't love Pierrette?" she said. "Heavens, are you out of your mind, my dear Sylvie?" he cried. "Can those who have no teeth crack nuts? Thank God I've got some common sense, and know what I am about." Sylvie, thus reassured, resolved not to show her own hand, and thought herself very shrewd in putting her own ideas into her brother's mouth. "Jerome," she said, "thought of the match. How could your brother take up such an incongruous idea? Why, it is only a few days ago that, in order to find out his secrets, I told him I loved Bathilde. He turned as white as your collar." "My brother, does he love Bathilde?" asked Sylvie. "Madly, and yet Bathilde is only after his money. One for you, Vinnet," thought the colonel. "I can't understand why he should have told you that about Pierrette." "No, Sylvie," he said, taking her hand and pressing it in a certain way, "since you have opened this matter." He drew nearer to her. "Well," he kissed her hand as a cavalry captain. He had already proved his courage. "Let me tell you that I desire no wife, but you, though such a marriage may look like one of convenience, I feel on my side a sincere affection for you. But if I wish you to marry, Pierrette, if I leave her, my fortunate colonel. But I don't want to be miserable in my home, and in less than 10 years see a popinjay like Julliard hovering round my wife, and addressing verses to her in the newspapers. I am too much of a man to stand that. No, I will never make a marriage that is disproportionate in age. Well, Colonel, we will talk seriously of this another time, said Sylvie, casting a glance upon him, which she supposed to be full of love, though in point of fact it was a good deal like that of an ogress. Her cold blue lips, of a violet tinge, drew back from the yellow teeth, and she thought she smiled. I'm ready, said Ragran, coming in, and carrying off the colonel, who bowed in a lover-like way to the old mate. Geraud determined to press on his marriage with Sylvie and make himself master of the house, resolving to rid himself through his influence over Sylvie during the honeymoon of Bathilda, and Celeste Habert. So during their walk, he told Ragran he had been joking the other day that he had no real intention of aspiring to Bathilda, that he was not rich enough to marry a woman without fortune, and then he confided to him his real wishes, declaring that he had long chosen Sylvie for her good qualities. In short, he aspired to the honor of being Ragran's brother-in-law. Ah, Colonel, my dear Baron, if nothing is wanting but my consent, you have it with no further delay than the law requires, cried Ragran, delighted to be rid of his formidable rival. Sylvie spent the morning in her own room, considering how the new household could be arranged. She determined to build a second story for her brother, and to furnish the rest for herself and her husband, but she also resolved in the true old maidish spirit to subject the colonel to certain proofs by which to judge of his heart and his morals before she finally committed herself. She was still suspicious, and wanted to make sure that Pierrette had no private intercourse with the colonel. Pierrette came down before the dinner hour to lay the table. Sylvie had been forced to cook the dinner, and had sworn at that cursed Pierrette for a spot she had made on her gown. Wasn't it plain that if Pierrette had done her own work, Sylvie wouldn't have got that grease spot on her silk dress? Oh, here you are pickling, you are like the dog of the marshal, who woke up as soon as the saucepans rattled. Ha, you want us to think you are ill, you little liar. That idea you did not tell the truth about what happened in the square this morning, therefore you lie in everything, was a hammer with which Sylvie battered the head, and also the heart, of the poor girl incessantly. To Pierrette's great astonishment, Sylvie sent her to dress in her best clothes after dinner. The liveliest imagination is never up to the level of the activity which suspicion excites in the mind of an old maid. In this particular case, this particular old maid carried the day. Against politicians, lawyers, notaries, and all other self-interests, Sylvie determined to consult Vinnet. After examining herself into all the suspicious circumstances, she kept Pierrette close to her so as to find out from the girl's face whether the colonel had told her the truth. On this particular evening, the Chargeboeuf ladies were the first to arrive. Bathilda, by Vinnet's advice, had become more elaborate in her dress. She now wore a charming gown of blue velveteen, with the same transparent fichu garnet pendants in her ears, her hair in ringlets, the wily Jeanette round her throat, black satin slippers, grey silk stockings, and gants de suede. Add to these things the manners of a queen, and the coquetry of a young girl determined to capture Ragran. Her mother, calm and dignified, retained, as did her daughter, a certain aristocratic insolence with which the two women hedged themselves and preserved the spirit of their caste. Bathilda was a woman of intelligence, a fact which Vinnet alone had discovered during the 2-month stay the ladies had made at his house. When he had fully fathomed the mind of the girl, wounded and disappointed as it was by the fruitlessness of her beauty and her youth, and enlightened by the contempt she felt for the men of a period in which money was the only idol, Vinnet himself, surprised, exclaimed, "If I could only have married you, Bathilda, I should today be keeper of the seals. I should call myself Vinnet de Chargeboeuf, and take my seat as deputy of the right." Bathilda had no vulgar idea in her marriage intentions. She did not marry to be a mother nor to possess a husband. She married for freedom, to gain a responsible position, to be called Madame, and to act as men act. Ragran was nothing but a name to her. she expected to make something of the Fuller voting deputy, for instance, whose instigator she would be. Moreover, she longed to avenge herself on her family, who had taken no notice of a girl. Without money, Vinette had much enlarged and strengthened her ideas by admiring and approving them. "My dear Bathilda," he said, while explaining to her the influence of women and showing her the sphere of action in which she ought to work, "do you suppose that Tiffin, a man of the most ordinary capacity, could ever get to be a judge of the royal court in Paris by himself? No, it is Madame Tiffin who has got him elected deputy, and it is she who will push him when they get to Paris. Her mother, Madame Rogan, is a shrewd woman who does what she likes with the famous banker du Tillet, a crony of Nucingen, and both of them allies of the Kellers. The administration is on the best of terms with those lynxes of the bank. There is no reason why Tiffin should not be judged through his wife of a royal court. Mary Ragran will have him elected deputy from Provence as soon as I gain another precinct in the Seine-et-Marne. You can then get him a place as receiver general, where hell have nothing to do but sign his name. We shall belong to the opposition if the Liberals triumph, but if the Bourbons remain, then we shall lean gently towards the center. Besides, you must remember Ragran can't live forever, and then you can marry a titled man. In short, put yourself in a good position, and the Chargeboeufs will be ready enough to serve us. Your poverty has no doubt taught you, as mine did me, to know what men are worth. We must make use of them, as we do of post horses. A man or a woman will take us along to such or such a distance." Vinette ended by making Bathilda a small edition of Catherine de Medicis. He left his wife at home, rejoiced to be alone with her 2 children, while he went every night to the Ragrans with Madame and Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf. He arrived there in all the glory of better circumstances. His spectacles were of gold, his waistcoat silk, a white cravat, black trousers, thin boots, a black coat made in Paris, and a gold watch and chain made up his apparel. In place of the former Vinette, pale and thin, snarling and gloomy, the present Vinette bore himself with the air and manner of a man of importance. He marched boldly forward, certain of success, with that peculiar show of security which belongs to lawyers who know the hidden places of the law. His sly little head was well brushed, his chin well shaved, which gave him a mincing though frigid look that made him seem agreeable in the style of Robespierre. Certainly he would make a fine attorney general, endowed with elastic, mischievous, and even murderous eloquence, or an orator of the shrewd type of Benjamin Constant. The bitterness and the hatred which formerly actuated him had now turned into soft-spoken perfidy. The poison was transformed into anodyne. "Good evening, my dear. How are you?" said Madame de Chargeboeuf, greeting Sylvie. Bathilda went straight to the fireplace, took off her bonnet, looked at herself in the glass, and placed her pretty foot on the fender, that Ragran might admire it. "What is the matter with you?" she said to him, looking directly in his face. "You have not bowed to me. Pray, why should we put on our best velvet gowns to please you?" She pushed past Pierrette to lay down her hat, which the latter took from her hand, and which she let her take exactly as though she were a servant. Men are supposed to be ferocious, and tigers too, but neither tigers, vipers, diplomatists, lawyers, executioners, or kings ever approach in their greatest atrocities the gentle cruelty, the poisoned sweetness, the savage disdain of one young woman for another when she thinks herself superior in birth or fortune or grace, and some question of marriage or precedence or any of the feminine rivalries is raised. The "Thank you, Mademoiselle," which Bathilda said to Pierrette, was a poem in many strophes. She was named Bathilda, and the other, Pierrette. She was a Chargeboeuf, the other, a Lorraine. Pierrette was small and weak. Bathilda was tall and full of life. Pierrette was living on charity. Bathilda and her mother lived on their means. Pierrette wore a stuff gown with a chemisette. Bathilda made the velvet of hers undulate. Bathilda had the finest shoulders in the department, and the arm of a queen. Pierrette's shoulder blades were skin and bone. Pierrette was Cinderella. Bathilda was the fairy. Bathilda was about to marry. Pierrette was to die a maid. Bathilda was adored. Pierrette was loved by none. Bathilda's hair was ravishingly dressed. She had so much taste. Pierrette's was hidden beneath her Breton cap, and she knew nothing of the fashions. Moral: Bathilda was everything, Pierrette nothing. The proud little Breton girl understood this tragic poem. "Good evening, little girl," said Madame de Chargeboeuf, from the height of her condescending grandeur, and in the tone of voice which her pinched nose gave her. Vinette put the last touch to this sort of insult by looking fixedly at Pierrette and saying in 3 keys, "Oh, oh, oh, how fine we are tonight, Pierrette." "Fine," said the poor child, "you should say that to Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf, not to me." "Oh, she is always beautifully dressed," replied the lawyer. "Isn't she, Ragran?" he added, turning to the master of the house and grasping his hand. "Yes," said Ragran. "Why do you force him to say what he does not think?" said Bathilde. "Nothing about me pleases him. Isn't that true?" she added, going up to Ragran and standing before him. "Look at me and say if it isn't true." Ragran looked at her from head to foot and gently closed his eyes like a cat whose head is being scratched. "You are too beautiful," he said, "too dangerous." "Why?" Ragran looked at the fire and was silent. Just then, Mademoiselle Habert entered the room, followed by the Colonel. Celeste Habert, who had now become the common enemy, could only reckon Sylvie on her side. Nevertheless, everybody present showed her the more civility and amiable attention, because each was undermining her. Her brother, though no longer able to be on the scene of action, was well aware of what was going on, and as soon as he perceived that his sister's hopes were killed, he became an implacable and terrible antagonist to the Ragrans. Everyone will immediately picture to themselves Mademoiselle Habert when they know that if she had not kept an institution for young ladies, she would still have had the air of a schoolmistress. Schoolmistresses have a way of their own in putting on their caps, just as old Englishwomen have acquired a monopoly in turbans. Schoolmistresses have a monopoly of these caps. Flowers nod above the framework, flowers that are more than artificial, lying by in closets for years. The cap is both new and old. Even on the day it is first worn, these spinsters make it a point of honor to resemble the lay figures of a painter. They sit on their hips, never on their chairs. When anyone speaks to them, they turn their whole busts instead of simply turning their heads, and when their gowns creak, one is tempted to believe that the mechanism of these beings is out of order. Mademoiselle Habert, an ideal of her species, had a stern eye, a grim mouth, and beneath her wrinkled chin the strings of her cap, always limp and faded, floated. As she moved, 2 moles, rather large and brown, adorned that chin, and from them sprouted hairs which she allowed to grow rampant like clematis, and finally, to complete her portrait, she took snuff and took it ungracefully. The company went to work at their Boston. Mademoiselle Habert sat opposite to Sylvie, with the Colonel at her side, opposite to Madame de Chargeboeuf. Bathilde was near her mother and Ragran. Sylvie placed Pierrette between herself and the Colonel. Ragran had set out a second cartable in case other company arrived. 2 lamps were on the chimney-piece between the candelabra and the clock, and the tables were lighted by candles at 40 sous a pound, paid for by the price of the cards. "Come, Pierrette, take your work, my dear," said Sylvie with treacherous softness, noticing that the girl was watching the Colonel's game. She usually affected to treat Pierrette well before company. This deception irritated the honest Breton girl and made her despise her cousin. She took her embroidery, but as she drew her stitches, she still watched Giraud's play. Giraud behaved as if he did not know the girl was near him. Sylvie noticed this apparent indifference and thought it extremely suspicious. Presently, she undertook a grand miser in hearts, the pool being full of counters, besides containing 27 sous. The rest of the company had now arrived, among them the deputy judge Desfondrils, who for the last 2 months had abandoned the Tiffane party and connected himself more or less with the Vinettes. He was standing before the chimney-piece with his back to the fire, and the tails of his coat over his arms, looking round the fine salon, of which Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf was the shining ornament, for it really seemed as if all the reds of its decoration had been made expressly to enhance her style of beauty. Silence reigned. Pierrette was watching the game. Sylvie's attention was distracted from her by the interest of the grand miser. "Play that," said Pierrette to the Colonel, pointing to a heart in his hand. The Colonel began a sequence in hearts. The hearts all lay between himself and Sylvie. The Colonel won her ace, though it was protected by 5 small hearts. "That's not fair," she cried. "Pierrette saw my hand, and the Colonel took her advice." "But Mademoiselle," said Celeste, "it was the Colonel's game to play hearts after you began them." The scene made Monsieur Desfondrils smile. His was a keen mind, which found much amusement in watching the play of all the self-interests in Provence. Yes, it was certainly the colonel's game, said Kernant, the notary not knowing what the question was. Sylvie threw a look at Mademoiselle Haberton of those glances, which pass from old maid to old maid, feline and cruel. Pierrette, you did see my hand, said Sylvie, fixing her eyes on the girl. No, cousin. I was looking at you all, said the deputy judge, and I can swear that Pierrette saw no one's hand but the colonel's. Pooh, said Giraud, alarmed little girls know how to slide their eyes into everything. Ah, exclaimed Sylvie. Yes, continued Giraud, I dare say she looked into your hand to play you a trick, didn't you, little one? No, said the truthful Breton, I wouldn't do such a thing. If I had, it would have been in my cousin's interests. You know you are a storyteller, and a little fool, cried Sylvie, after what happened this morning. Do you suppose I can believe a word you say? You are a... Pierrette did not wait for Sylvie to finish her sentence. Foreseeing a torrent of insults, she rushed away without a light, and ran to her room. Sylvie turned white with anger, and muttered between her teeth, she shall pay for this. Shall you pay for the miser? Said Madame de Chargeboeuf. As she spoke, Pierrette struck her head against the door of the passage, which someone had left open. Good, I am glad of it, cried Sylvie, as they heard the blow. She must be hurt, said Desfondrels. She deserves it, replied Sylvie. It was a bad blow, said Mademoiselle Habert. Sylvie thought she might escape paying her miser if she went to see after Pierrette, but Madame de Chargeboeuf stopped her. Pay us first, she said, laughing. You will forget it when you come back. The remark, based on the old maid's trickery and her bad faith in paying her debts at cards, was approved by the others. Sylvie sat down and thought no more of Puritan indifference, which surprised no one. When the game was over about 9:30, she flung herself into an easy chair at the corner of the fireplace, and did not even rise. As her guests departed, the colonel was torturing her. She did not know what to think of him. Men are so false, she cried, as she went to bed. Pierrette had given herself a frightful blow on the head, just above the ear, at the spot where young girls part their hair when they put their front hair in curl papers. The next day, there was a large swelling. God has punished you, said Sylvie at the breakfast table. You disobeyed me. You treated me with disrespect in leaving the room before I had finished my sentence. You got what you deserved. Nevertheless, said Ragran, she ought to put on a compress of salt and water. Oh, it is nothing at all, cousin, said Pierrette. The poor child had reached a point where even such a remark seemed to her a proof of kindness. Roman 8. The loves of Jacques and Pierrette. The week ended as it had begun, in continual torture. Sylvie grew ingenious and found refinements of tyranny with almost savage cruelty. The Red Indians might have taken a lesson from her. Pierrette dared not complain of her vague sufferings, nor of the actual pains she now felt in her head. The origin of her cousin's present anger was the non-revelation of Brigout's arrival. With Breton obstinacy, Pierrette was determined to keep silence. Resolution that is perfectly explicable. It is easy to see how her thoughts turned to Brigout, fearing some danger for him if he were discovered, yet instinctively longing to have him near her, and happy in knowing he was in Provence. What joy to have seen him! That single glimpse was like the look an exile casts upon his country, or the martyr lifts to heaven, where his eyes, gifted with second sight, can enter while flames consume his body. Pierrette's glance had been so thoroughly understood by the major's son that as he planed his planks, or took his measures, or joined his wood, he was working his brains to find out some way of communicating with her. He ended by choosing the simplest of all schemes. At a certain hour of the night, Pierrette must lower a letter by a string from her window. In the midst of the girl's own sufferings, she too was sustained by the hope of being able to communicate with Brigout. The same desire was in both hearts. Parted, they understood each other. At every shock to her heart, every throb of pain in her head, Pierrette said to herself, Brigout is here, and that thought enabled her to live without complaint. One morning in the market, Brigout, lying in wait, was able to get near her, though he saw her tremble and turn pale like an autumn leaf about to flutter down. He did not lose his head, but quietly bought fruit of the market woman with whom Sylvie was bargaining. He found his chance of slipping a note to Pierrette, all the while joking the woman with the ease of a man accustomed to such maneuvers. So cool was he in action, though the blood hummed in his ears and rushed boiling through his veins and arteries. He had the firmness of a galley slave without, and the shrinkings of innocence within him, like certain mothers in their moments of mortal trial, when held between two dangers, two catastrophes. Pierrette's inward commotion was like Brigout's. She slipped the note into the pocket of her apron. The hectic spots upon her cheekbones turned to a cherry scarlet. These two children went through, all unknown to themselves, many more emotions than go to the make-up of a dozen ordinary loves. This moment in the marketplace left in their souls a wellspring of passionate feeling. Sylvie, who did not recognize the Breton accent, took no notice of Brigout, and Pierrette went home safely with her treasure. The letters of these two poor children were fated to serve as documents in a terrible judicial inquiry. Otherwise, without the fatal circumstances that occasioned that inquiry, they would never have been heard of. Here is the one which Pierrette read that night in her chamber. My dear Pierrette, at midnight, when everybody is asleep but me, who am watching you, I will come every night under your window. Let down a string long enough to reach me. It will not make any noise. You must fasten to the end of it whatever you write to me. I will tie my letter in the same way I hear they have taught you to read and write those wicked relations who are to do you good and have done you so much harm. You, Pierrette, the daughter of a colonel who died for France, reduced by those monsters to be their servant. That is where all your pretty color and health have gone. My Pierrette, what has become of her? What have they done with her? I see plainly you are not the same, not happy. Oh, Pierrette, let us go back to Brittany. I can earn enough now to give you what you need, for you yourself can earn 3 francs day, and I can earn 4 or 5, and 30 sous is all I want to live on. Ah, Pierrette, how I have prayed the good God for you. Ever since I came here, I have asked him to give me all your sufferings and you all pleasures. Why do you stay with them? Why do they keep you? Your grandmother is more to you than they are vipers. They have taken your gaiety away from you. You do not even walk as you once did in Brittany. Let us go back. I am here to serve you, to do. You will tell me what you wish. If you need money, I have 150 francs. I can send them up by the string, though I would like to kiss your dear hands and lay the money in them. Ah, dear Pierrette, it is a long time now that the blue sky has been overcast for me. I have not had 2 hours happiness since I put you into that diligence of evil, and when I saw you the other morning looking like a shadow, I could not reach you. That hag of a cousin came between us, but at least we can have the consolation of praying to God together every Sunday in church. Perhaps he will hear us all the more when we pray together. Not good be, my dear Pierrette, but tonight. This letter so affected Pierrette that she sat for more than an hour reading and rereading and gazing at it. Then she remembered with anguish that she had nothing to write with. She summoned courage to make the difficult journey from her garret to the dining room, where she obtained pen, paper, and ink, and returned safely without waking her terrible cousin. A few minutes before midnight, she had finished the following letter. My friend, oh, yes, my friend, for there is no one but you. Jacques and my grandmother to love me. God, forgive me, but you are the only 2 persons whom I love, both alike, neither more nor less. I was too little to know my dear mamma, but you, Jacques, and my grandmother and my grandfather. God grant him heaven, for he suffered much from his ruin, which was mine. But you two who are left, I love you both, unhappy as I am indeed to know how much I love you. You will have to know how much I suffer, but I don't wish that it would grieve you too much. They speak to me as we would not speak to a dog. They treat me like the worst of girls, and yet I do examine myself before God, and I cannot find that I do wrong by them. Before you sang to me the marriage song, I saw the mercy of God in my sufferings, for I had prayed to him to take me from the world, and I felt so ill I said to myself, God hears me. But Jacques, now you are here, I want to live and go back to Brittany, to my grandmama, who loves me though they say. She stole 8,000 francs of mine, Jacques. Is that so? If they are mine, could you get them? But it is not true, for if my grandmother had 8,000 francs, she would not live at Saint Jacques. I don't want to trouble her last days, my kind, good grandmamma. With the knowledge of my troubles, she might die of it, or if she knew they made her grandchild scrub the pots and pans, who used to say to me, when I wanted to help her after her troubles, "Don't touch that, my darling, leave it, you will spoil your pretty fingers, my hands are never clean now sometimes. I can hardly carry the basket home from market, it cuts my arm. Still, I don't think my cousins mean to be cruel, but it is their way always to scold, and it seems that I have no right to leave them. My cousin Ragran is my guardian. One day, when I wanted to run away because I could not bear it, and told them so, my cousin Sylvie said the gendarmes would go after me, for the law was my master. Oh, I know now that cousins cannot take the place of father or mother, any more than the saints can take the place of God. My poor Jacques, what do you suppose I could do with your money? Keep it for our journey. Oh, how I think of you, and Pen Hole, and the big Pontherats, where we had our only happy days. I shall have no more, for I feel I am going from bad to worse. I am very ill, Jacques. I have dreadful pains in my head, and in my bones and back, which kill me, and I have no appetite except for horrid things, roots and leaves, and such things. Sometimes I cry when I am all alone, for they won't let me do anything I like. If they know it, not even cry, I have to hide to offer my tears to him too, whom we owe the mercies which we call afflictions. It must have been he who gave you the blessed thought to come and sing the marriage song beneath my window. Ah, Jacques, my cousin heard you, and she said I had a lover. If you wish to be my lover, love me. Well, I promise to love you always as I did in the past, and to be your faithful servant, Pierrette Lorraine. You will love me, always want you. She had brought a crust of bread from the kitchen, in which she now made a hole for the letter, and fastened it like a weight to her string. At midnight, having opened her window with extreme caution, she lowered the letter with the crust, which made no noise, against either the wall of the house or the blinds. Presently she felt the string pulled by Brigout, who broke it, and then crept softly away. When he reached the middle of the square, she could see him indistinctly by the starlight, but he saw her quite clearly in the zone of light thrown by the candle. The two children stood thus for over an hour, Pierrette making him signs to go, he starting, she remaining, he coming back to his post, and Pierrette again signing that he must leave her. This was repeated till the child closed her window, went to bed, and blew out the candle. Once in bed, she fell asleep, happy in heart, though suffering in bodish. Had Brigout's letter under her pillow, she slept as the persecuted sleep, a slumber bright with angels, that slumber full of heavenly arabesques, in atmospheres of gold and lapis lazuli, perceived and given to us by Raphael. The moral nature had such empire over that frail physical nature, that on the morrow Pierrette rose light and joyous as a lark, as radiant and as gay. Such a change could not escape the vigilant eye of her cousin Sylvie, who this time, instead of scolding her, set about watching her with the scrutiny of a magpie. What reason is there for such happiness? Was a thought of jealousy, not of tyranny. If the colonel had not been in Sylvie's mind, she would have said to Pierrette as formerly, "Pierrette, you are very noise and very regardless of what you have often been told." But now the old maid resolved to spy upon her, as only old maids can spy. The day was still and gloomy, like the weather that precedes a storm. "You don't appear to be ill now, mademoiselle," said Sylvie at dinner. "Didn't I tell you she put it all on to annoy us?" she cried, addressing her brother, and not waiting for Pierrette's answer. "On the contrary, cousin, I have a sort of fever." "Fever? What fever? You are as gay as a lark. Perhaps you have seen someone again." Pierrette trembled and dropped her eyes on her plate. "Tartuffe," cried Sylvie, "and only 14 years old. what a nature do you mean to come to a bad end? I don't know what you mean, said Pierrette, raising her sweet and luminous brown eyes to her cousin. This evening, said Sylvie, you are to stay in the dining room with a candle, and do your sewing. You are not wanted in the salon. I shan't have you looking into my hand to help your favorites. Pierrette made no sign. Artful creature, cried Sylvie, leaving the room. Ragran, who did not understand his sister's anger, said to Pierrette, what is all this about? Try to please your cousin. Pierrette, she is very indulgent to you, very gentle. And if you put her out of temper, the fault is certainly yours. Why do you squabble so? For my part, one like to live in peace. Look at Mademoiselle Bathilda, and take pattern by her. Pierrette felt able to bear everything. Brigout would come at midnight and bring her an answer, and that hope was the viaticum of her day. But she was using up her last strength. She did not go to bed, and stood waiting for the hour to strike. At last midnight sounded softly. She opened the window. This time she used a string made by tying bits of twine together. She heard Brigout's step, and on drawing up the cord, she found the following letter, which filled her with joy. My dear Pierrette, as you are so ill, you must not tire yourself. By waiting for me, you will hear me if I cry like an owl happily. My father taught me to imitate their note, so when you hear the cry 3 times, you will know I am there, and then you must let down the cord, but I shall not come again for some days, I hope. Then to bring you good news. Oh, Pierrette, don't talk of dying. Pierrette, don't think such things. All my heart shook. I felt as though I were dead myself at the mere idea. No, my Pierrette, you must not die. You will live happy, and soon you shall be delivered from your persecutors. If I do not succeed in what I am undertaking for your rescue, I shall appeal to the law, and I shall speak out before heaven and earth, and tell how your wicked relations are treating you. I am certain that you have not many more days to suffer. Have patience, my Pierrette. Jacques is watching over you, as in the old days when we slid on the pond, and I pulled you out of the hole in which we were nearly drowned together. Adieu, my dear Pierrette. In a few days, if God wills, we shall be happy. Alas, I dare not tell you the only thing that may hinder our meeting, but God loves us. In a few days, I shall see my dear Pierrette at liberty, without troubles, without anyone to hinder my looking at you. For Pierrette, I hunger to see you. Pierrette, Pierrette, who deigns to love me and to tell me so. Yes, Pierrette, I will be your lover when I have earned the fortune you deserve. Till then I will be to you only a devoted servant whose life is yours, to do what you please with it. Adieu. Jacques Brigaut. Here is a letter of which the major's son said nothing to Pierrette. He wrote it to Madame Lorraine at Nantes. Madame Lorraine, your granddaughter will die worn out with ill treatment. If you do not come to fetch her, I could scarcely recognize her, and to show you the state of things, I enclose a letter I have received from Pierrette. You are thought here to have taken the money of your granddaughter, and you ought to justify yourself. If you can come at once, we may still be happy. But if delay, Pierrette will be dead. I am, with respect, your devoted servant, Jacques Brigaut. At Monsieur Frappier's cabinet maker, Grandrue Provence. Brigaut's fear was that the grandmother was dead. Though this letter of the youth whom in her innocence she called her lover was almost enigmatical to Pierrette, she believed in it with all her virgin faith. Her heart was filled with that sensation which travelers in the desert feel when they see from afar the palm trees round a well. In a few days her misery would end. Jacques said so. She relied on this promise of her childhood's friend. And yet, as she laid the letter beside the other, a dreadful thought came to her in foreboding words. Poor Jacques, she said to herself, he does not know the hole into which I have now fallen. Sylvie had heard Pierrette, and she had also heard Brigout under her window. She jumped out of bed and rushed to the window to look through the blinds into the square, and there she saw in the moonlight a man hurrying in the direction of the colonel's house, in front of which Brigout happened to stop. The old maid gently opened her door, went upstairs, was amazed to find a light in Pierrette's room, looked through the keyhole, and could see nothing. Pierrette, she said, are you ill? No, cousin, said Pierrette, surprised. Why is your candle burning at this time of night? Open the door, I must know what this means. Pierrette went to the door barefooted, and as soon as Sylvie entered the room, she saw the cord, which Pierrette had forgotten to put away. Not dreaming of a surprise, Sylvie jumped upon it. What is that for? She asked. Nothing, cousin. Nothing, she cried, always lying. You'll never get to heaven that way. Go to bed, you'll take cold. She asked no more questions and went away, leaving Pierrette terrified by her unusual clemency. Instead of exploding with rage, Sylvie had suddenly determined to surprise Pierrette and the colonel together to seize their letters and confound the two lovers who were deceiving her. Pierrette, inspired by a sense of danger, sewed the letters into her corset and covered them with calico. Here end the loves of Pierrette and Brigout. Pierrette rejoiced in the thought that Jacques had determined to hold no communication with her for some days, because her cousin's suspicions would be quieted by finding nothing to feed them. Sylvie did, in fact, spend the next 3 nights on her legs, and each evening in watching the innocent colonel, without discovering either in him or in Pierrette, or in the house or out of it anything that betrayed their understanding. She sent Pierrette to confession, and seized that moment to search the child's room with the method and penetration of a spy or a custom-house officer. She found nothing. Her fury reached the apogee of human sentiments. If Pierrette had been there, she would certainly have struck her remorselessly. To a woman of her temper, jealousy was less a sentiment than an occupation. She existed in it. It made her heart beat. She felt emotions hitherto completely unknown to her. The slightest sound or movement kept her on the qui-vive. She watched Pierrette with gloomy intentness. That miserable little wretch will kill me, she said. Sylvie's severity to her cousin reached the point of refined cruelty and made the deplorable condition of the poor girl worse daily. She had fever regularly, and the pains in her head became intolerable by the end of the week. Even the visitors at the house noticed her suffering face, which would have touched to pity all selfishness less cruel than theirs. It happened that Dr. Honoré, possibly by Vinette's advice, did not come to the house during that week. The colonel, knowing himself suspected by Sylvie, was afraid to risk his marriage by showing any solicitude for Pierrette. Bathilde explained the visible change in the girl by her natural growth. But at last, one Sunday evening, when Pierrette was in the salon, her sufferings overcame her, and she fainted away. The colonel, who first saw her going, caught her in his arms and carried her to a sofa. She did it on purpose, said Sylvie, looking at Mademoiselle Habert and the rest who were playing Boston with her. I assure you that your cousin is very ill, said the colonel. She seemed well enough in your arms, Sylvie said to him in a low voice, with a savage smile. The colonel is right, said Madame de Chargeboeuf. You ought to send for a doctor this morning at church. Everyone was speaking as they came out of Mademoiselle Lorraine's appearance. I am dying, said Pierrette. Desfondrilles called to Sylvie and told her to unfasten her cousin's gown. Sylvie went up to the girl, saying it is only a tantrum. She unfastened the gown and was about to touch the corset when Pierrette, roused by the danger, sat up with superhuman strength, exclaiming, No, no, I will go to bed. Sylvie had, however, touched the corset and felt the papers. She let Pierrette go, saying to the company, What do you think now of her illness? I tell you it is all a pretense. You have no idea of the perversity of that child. After the card-playing was over, she kept Vinette from following the other guests. She was furious and wanted vengeance, and was grossly rude to the colonel when he bade her good night. Gerard threw a look at the lawyer, which threatened him to the depths of his being, and seemed to put a ball in his entrails. Sylvie told Vinette to remain. When they were alone, she said, Never in my life, never in my born days, will I marry the colonel. Now that you have come to that decision, I may speak, said the lawyer. The colonel is my friend, but I am more yours than his. Ragran has done me services which I can never forget. I am as strong a friend as I am an enemy. Once in the chamber, I shall rise to power, and I will make your brother a vice-general. Now swear to me, before I say more, that you will never repeat what I tell you. Sylvie made an affirmative sign. In the first place, the brave colonel is a gambler. Exclaimed Sylvie. If it had not been for the embarrassments this vice has brought upon him, he might have been a marshal of France, continued Vinette. He is capable of running through your property, but he is very astute. You cannot be sure of not having children, and you told me yourself the risks you feared. No, if you want to marry, wait till I am in the chamber, and then take that old desfondrels, who shall be made Chief Justice. If you want revenge on the colonel, make your brother marry Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf. I can get her consent. She has 2,000 francs a year, and you will be connected with the de Chargeboeufs. As I am recollect what I tell you, the Chargeboeufs will be glad to claim us for cousins some day. Giraud loves Pierrette was Sylvie's only answer. He is quite capable of it, said Vinette, and capable of marrying her after your death. A fine calculation, she said. I tell you that man has the shrewdness of the devil. Marry your brother, and announce that you mean to remain unmarried, and will leave your property to your nephews and nieces. That will strike a blow at Giraud and Pierrette both, and you'll see the faces they'll make. Ah, that's true, cried the old maid. I can serve them both right. She shall go to a shop and get nothing from me. She hasn't a sou. Let her do as we did work. Vinette departed, having put his plan into Sylvie's head, her dogged obstinacy being well known to him. The old maid, he was certain, would think the scheme her own and carry it out. The lawyer found the colonel in the square smoking a cigar while he waited for him. Halt, said Giraud, you have pulled me down, but stones enough came with me to bury you. Colonel or not, I shall give you your deserts. In the first place, you shall not be deputy. Colonel, I control 10 votes, and the election depends on. Colonel, listen to me. Is there no one to marry but that old Sylvie? I have just been defending you to her. You are accused and convicted of writing to Pierrette she saw you leave your house at midnight and come to the girl's window. Stuff and nonsense. She means to marry her brother to Batholda and leave her fortune to their children. Ragran won't have any. Yes, he will, replied Vinette, but I promise to find you some young and agreeable woman with 150,000 francs. Don't be a fool. How can you and I afford to quarrel? Things have gone against you in spite of all my care, but you don't understand me. Then we must understand each other, said the colonel. Get me a wife with 150,000 francs before the elections. If not, look out for yourself. I don't like unpleasant bedfellows, and you've pulled the blankets all over to your side. Good evening. You shall see, said Vinette, grasping the colonel's hand affectionately. About 1 o'clock that night, 3 clear, sharp cries of an owl, wonderfully well imitated, echoed through the square. Pierrette heard them in her feverish sleep. She jumped up, moist with perspiration, opened her window, saw Brigout, and flung down a ball of silk, to which he fastened a letter. Sylvie, agitated by the events of the day, and her own indecision of mind, was not asleep. She heard the owl. Ah, bird of a Loman, she thought, why Pierrette is getting up. What is she after? Hearing the attic window open softly, Sylvie rushed to her own window and heard the rustle of paper against her blinds. She fastened the strings of her bedgown and went quickly upstairs to Pierrette's room, where she found the poor girl unwinding the silk and freeing the letter. "Ha, I've caught you," cried the old woman, rushing to the window, from which she saw Jacques running at full speed. "Give me that letter." "No, cousin," said Pierrette, who by one of those strong inspirations of youth, sustained by her own soul, rose to a grandeur of resistance, such as we admire in the history of certain peoples, reduced to despair. "Ha, you will not," cried Sylvie, advancing upon the girl, with a face full of hatred and fury. Pierrette fell back to get time to put her letter in her hand, which she clenched with unnatural force. Seeing this maneuver, Sylvie grasped the delicate white hand of the girl in her lobster claws, and tried to open it. It was a frightful struggle, an infamous struggle. It was more than a physical struggle. It assailed the mind, the sole treasure of the human being, the thought which God has placed beyond all earthly power and guards, as the secret way between the sufferer and himself. The two women, one dying, the other, in the vigor of health, looked at each other fixedly. Pierrette's eyes darted on her executioner, the look the famous Templar on the rack cast upon Philippe le Bel, who could not bear it and fled. Thunderstricken, Sylvie, a woman and a jealous woman, answered that magnetic look with malignant flashes. A dreadful silence reigned. The clenched hand of the Breton girl resisted her cousin's efforts like a block of steel. Sylvie twisted Pierrette's arm. She tried to force the fingers open. Unable to do so, she stuck her nails into the flesh At last, in her madness, she set her teeth into the wrist, trying to conquer the girl by pain. Pierrette defied her still, with that same terrible glance of innocence. The anger of the old maid grew to such a pitch that it became blind fury. She seized Pierrette's arm and struck the closed fist upon the windowsill, and then upon the marble of the mantelpiece, as we crack a nut to get the curtain. "Help, help," cried Pierrette, "they are murdering me. How you may well scream when I catch you with a lover in the dead of night." And she beat the hand pitilessly. "Help, help," cried Pierrette, the blood flowing. At that instant loud knocks were heard at the front door. Exhausted, the two women paused a moment. Ragran awakened, and uneasy, not knowing what was happening, had got up, gone to his sister's room, and not finding her was frightened. Hearing the knocks, he went down, unfastened the front door, and was nearly knocked over by Brigout, followed by a sort of phantom. At this moment Sylvie's eyes chanced to fall on Pierrette's corset, and she remembered the papers. Releasing the girl's wrist, she sprang upon the corset like a tiger on its prey, and showed it to Pierrette with a smile of an Iroquois over his victim before he scalps him. "I am dying," said Pierrette, falling on her knees. "Oh, who will save me?" I said, a woman with white hair and an aged parchment face in which two grey eyes glittered. "Our grandmother, you have come too late," cried the poor child, bursting into tears. Pierrette fell upon her bed, her strength all gone, half dead, with the exhaustion which in her feeble state followed so violent a struggle. The tall grey woman took her in her arms as a nurse lifts a child, and went out, followed by Brigout, without a word to Sylvie, on whom she cast one glance of majestic accusation. The apparition of that august old woman in her Breton costume, shrouded in her coif, a sort of hooded mantle of black cloth, accompanied by Brigout, appalled Sylvie. She fancied she saw death. She slowly went down the stairs, listened to the front door closing behind them, and came face to face with her brother, who exclaimed, "Then they haven't killed you." "Go to bed," said Sylvie. "Tomorrow we will see what we must do." She went back to her own bed, ripped open the corset, and read Brigout's two letters, which confounded her. She went to sleep in the greatest perplexity, not imagining the terrible results to which her conduct was to lead. The letters sent by Brigout to old Madame Lorraine reached her in a moment of ineffable joy, which the perusal of them troubled. The poor old woman had grieved deeply in living without her Pierrette beside her, but she had consoled her loneliness with the thought that the sacrifice of herself was in the interests of her grandchild. She was blessed with one of those every young hearts which are upheld and invigorated by the idea of sacrifice. Her old husband, whose only joy was his little granddaughter, had grieved for Pierrette every day. He had seemed to look for her. It was an old man's grief, on which such old men live, of which they die. Every one can now imagine the happiness which this poor old woman, living in a sort of almshouse, felt when she learned of a generous action, rare indeed, but not impossible in France. The head of the house of Colonnet, whose failure in 1814 had caused the Lorraines a loss of 24,000 francs, had gone to America with his children. After his disasters, he had too high courage to remain a ruined man. After 11 years of untold effort crowned by success, he returned to Nantes to recover his position, leaving his eldest son in charge of his transatlantic house. He found Madame Lorraine of Penhole in the institution of Saint Jacques, and was witness of the resignation with which this most unfortunate of his creditors bore her misery. "God forgive you," said the old woman, "since you give me, on the borders of my grave, the means of securing the happiness of my dear granddaughter. But alas, it will not clear the debts of my poor husband." Monsieur Colonnet made over to the widow both the capital and the accrued interest, amounting to about 42,000 francs. His other creditors, prosperous, rich, and intelligent merchants, had easily borne their losses, whereas the misfortunes of the Lorraines seemed so irremediable to old Monsieur Colonnet that he promised the widow to pay off her husband's debts to the amount of 40,000 francs more. When the Bourse of Nantes heard of this generous reparation, they wished to receive Colonnet to their board before his certificates were granted by the royal court at Rennes. But the merchant refused the honor, preferring to submit to the ordinary commercial rule. Madame Lorraine had received the money only the day before the post brought her Brigout's letter, Enclosing that of Pierrette, her first thought had been, as she signed the receipt, now I can live with my Pierrette and marry her to that good Brigout, who will make a fortune with my money. Therefore, the moment she had read the fatal letters, she made instant preparations to start for Provence. She left Nantes that night by the mail, for someone had explained to her its celerity in Paris. She took the diligence for Troyes, which passes through Provence, and by 11:30 at night she reached Frappier's, where Brigout, shocked at her despairing looks, told her of Pierrette's state, and promised to bring the poor girl to her instantly. His words so terrified the grandmother that she could not control her impatience, and followed him to the square. When Pierrette screamed, the horror of that cry went to her heart as sharply as it did to Brigout's. Together they would have roused the neighborhood if Rogron, in his terror, had not opened the door. The scream of the young girl at bay gave her grandmother the sudden strength of anger with which she carried her dear Pierrette in her arms to Frappier's house, where Madame Frappier hastily arranged Brigout's own room for the old woman. And her treasure in that poor room, on a bed half-made, the sufferer was deposited, and there she fainted away, holding her hand still clenched, wounded, bleeding, with the nails deep bedded in the flesh. Brigout, Frappier, his wife, and the old woman stood looking at Pierrette in silence, all four of them in a state of indescribable amazement. "Why is her hand bloody?" said the grandmother at last. Pierrette, overcome by the sleep which follows all abnormal displays of strength, and dimly conscious that she was safe from violence, gradually unbent her fingers. Brigout's letter fell from them like an answer. "They tried to take my letter from her," said Brigout, falling on his knees and picking up the lines in which he had told his little friend to come instantly and softly away from the house. He kissed, with pious love, the martyr's hand. It was a sight that made those present tremble when they saw the old grey woman, a sublime spectre, standing beside her grandchild's pillow. Terror and vengeance wrote their fierce expressions in the wrinkles that lined her skin of yellow ivory. Her forehead, half hidden by the straggling meshes of her grey hair, expressed a solemn anger. She read, with a power of intuition given to the aged when near their grave, Pierrette's whole life, on which her mind had dwelt throughout her journey. She divined the illness of her darling, and knew that she was threatened with death. Two big tears painfully rose in her wan grey eyes, from which her troubles had worn both lashes and eyebrows, two pearls of anguish forming within them, and giving them a dreadful brightness. Then each tear swelled and rolled down the withered cheek, but did not wet it. "They have killed her," she said at last, clasping her hands. She fell on her knees, which struck sharp blows on the brick-laid floor, making a vow, no doubt, to Saint Anne d'Auray, the most powerful of the Madonnas of Brittany. "A doctor from Paris," she said to Brigout. "Go and fetch one." Brigout, go. She took him by the shoulder and gave him a despotic push to send him from the room. "I was coming, my lad, when you wrote me. I am rich. Here, take this," she cried, recalling him and unfastening, as she spoke, the strings that tied her short gown. Then she drew a paper from her bosom in which were 42 bank bills, saying, "Take what is necessary, and bring back the greatest doctor in Paris." "Keep those," said Frappier. "He can't change 1,000-franc notes now. I have money, and the diligence will be passing presently. He can certainly find a place on it. But before he goes, we had better consult Dr. Martner. He will tell us the best physician in Paris. The diligence won't pass for over an hour. We have time enough." Brigout woke up Monsieur Martner and brought him at once. The doctor was not a little surprised to find Mademoiselle Lorraine at Frappier's. Brigout told him of the scene that had just taken place at the Rogrons, but even so the doctor did not at first suspect the horror of it, nor the extent of the injury done. Martner gave the address of the celebrated Horace Bianchon, and Brigout started for Paris by the diligence. Monsieur Martner then sat down and examined first the bruised and bloody hand which lay outside the bed. "She could not have given these wounds herself," he said. "No, the horrible woman to whom I had the misfortune to trust her was murdering her," said the grandmother. "My poor Pierrette was screaming, 'Help, help, I am dingy enough to touch the heart of an executioner.'" "But why was it?" said the doctor, feeling Pierrette's pulse. "She is very ill," he added, examining her with a light. "She must have suffered terribly. I don't understand why she has not been properly cared for." "I shall complain to the authorities," said the grandmother. "Those Rogrons asked me for my child in a letter, saying they had 12,000 francs a year. and would take care of her had they the right to make her their servant and force her to do work for which she had not the strength. They did not choose to see the most visible of all maladies to which young girls are liable. She needed the utmost care, cried Monsieur Martner. Pierrette was awakened by the light which Madame Frappier was holding near her face, and by the horrible sufferings in her head caused by the reaction of her struggle. "Ah, Monsieur Martner, I am very ill," she said in her pretty voice. "Where is the pain, my little friend?" asked the doctor. "Here," she said, touching her head above the left ear. "There's an abscess," said the doctor, after feeling the head for a long time and questioning Pierrette on her sufferings. "You must tell us all, my child, so that we may know how to cure you. Why is your hand like this? You could not have given yourself that wound." Pierrette related the struggle between herself and her cousin Sylvie. "Make her talk," said the doctor to the grandmother, "and find out the whole truth. I will await the arrival of the doctor from Paris, and we will send for the surgeon in charge of the hospital here, and have a consultation. The case seems to me a very serious one. Meantime, I will send you a quieting draught, so that mademoiselle may sleep. She needs sleep." Left alone with her granddaughter, the old Breton woman exerted her influence over the child, and made her tell all. She let her know that she had money enough now for all three, and promised that Brigout should live with them. The poor girl admitted her martyrdom, not imagining that events to which her admissions would give rise the monstrosity of two beings without affection, and without conception of family life, opened to the old woman a world of woe as far from her knowledge as the morals of savages may have seemed to the first discoverers who set foot in America. The arrival of her grandmother, the certainty of living with her in comfort, soothed Pierrette's mind, as the sleeping draught soothed her body. The old woman watched her darling kissing her forehead, hair, and hands, as the holy women of old kissed the hands of Jesus when they laid him in the tomb. Roman 9. The Family Council. At 9 o'clock that morning, Monsieur Martner went to see Monsieur Tiffin, and related to him the scene between Pierrette and Sylvie, and the tortures of all kinds, moral and physical, to which the Rogrons had subjected their cousin, and the two alarming forms of illness which their cruelty had developed. Monsieur Tiffin sent for Honore the notary, one of Pierrette's own relations on the maternal side. At this particular time, the war between the Vinet party and the Tiffin party was at its height. The scandals which the Rogrons and their adherents were disseminating through the town about the liaison of Madame Tiffin's mother with the banker du Tillet, and the bankruptcy of her father, a forger, they said, were all the more exasperating to the Tiffins, because these things were malicious truths, not libels. Such wounds cut deep, they go to the quick of feelings and of interests. These speeches repeated to the partisans of the Tiffins by the same mouths which told the Rogrons of the sneers of those women of the Tiffin clique fed the hatreds of both sides, now increased by the political element. The animosities caused at this time in France by the spirit of party, the violences of which were excessive, were everywhere mixed up, as in Provence, with selfish schemes and wounded or vindictive individual interests. Each party eagerly seized on whatever might injure the rival party. Personal hatreds and self-love mingled as much as political animosity in even the smallest matters, and were carried to hitherto unheard of lengths. A whole town would be roused to excitement over some private struggle, until it took the character of a political debate. Monsieur Tiffin at once perceived in the case of Pierrette against the Rogrons a means of humbling, mortifying, and dishonoring the masters of that salon where plans against the monarchy were made, and an opposition journal born. The public prosecutor was called in, and together with Monsieur Honore the notary, Pierrette's relation, and Monsieur Martner, a cautious consultation was held in the utmost secrecy as to the proper course to follow. Monsieur Martner agreed to advise Pierrette's grandmother to apply to the courts to have Honore appointed guardian to his young relation. The guardian could then convene a family council, and backed by the testimony of 3 doctors, demand the girl's release from the authority of the Rogrons. The affair thus managed would have to go before the courts, and the public prosecutor, Monsieur Lesward, would see that it was taken to a criminal court by demanding an inquiry. Towards midday, all Provence was roused by the strange news of what had happened during the night at the Rogrons. Pierrette's cries had been faintly heard, Though they were soon over, no one had risen to inquire what they meant. But everyone said the next day, "Did you hear those?" Screams about 1 in the morning gossip, and comments soon magnified the horrible drama, and a crowd collected in front of Frappier's shop, asking the worthy cabinetmaker for information and hearing from him how Pierrette was brought to his house, with her fingers broken and the hand bloody. Towards 1 in the afternoon, the post-chaise of Dr. Bianchon, who was accompanied by Brigout, stopped before the house, and Madame Frappier went at once to summon Monsieur Martner, and the surgeon in charge of the hospital. Thus the gossip of the town received confirmation. The Rogrons were declared to have eluded their cousin deliberately, and to have come near killing her. Vinnet heard the news while attending to his business in the law courts. He left everything and hurried to the Rogrons. Rogron and his sister had just finished breakfast. Sylvie was reluctant to tell her brother of her discomfiture of the night before, but he pressed her with questions to which she would make no answer. "Then that's not your business." She went and came from the kitchen to the dining room on pretense of preparing the breakfast, but chiefly to avoid discussion. She was alone when Vinnet entered. "You know what's happened," said the lawyer. "No," said Sylvie. "You will be arrested on a criminal charge," replied Vinnet, "from the way things are now going about Pierrette." "A criminal charge?" cried Rogron, who had come into the room. "Why, what for?" "First of all," said the lawyer, looking at Sylvie, "explain to me without concealment, and as if you stood before God, what happened in this house last night." "The talk of amputating Pierrette's hand." Sylvie turned livid and shuddered. "Then there is some truth in it," said Vinnet. Mademoiselle Rogron related the scene, trying to excuse herself, but prodded with questions, she acknowledged the facts of the horrible struggle. "If you have only injured her fingers, you will be taken before the police court for a misdemeanor, but if they cut off her hand, you may be tried at the assizes for a worse offense. The Tiffains will do their best to get you there." Sylvie, more dead than alive, confessed her jealousy, and what was harder to do, confessed also that her suspicions were unfounded. "Heavens, what a case this will make!" cried the lawyer. "You and your brother may be ruined by it. You will be abandoned by most people, whether you win or lose. If you lose, you will have to leave Provence." "Oh, my dear Monsieur Vinnet, you, who are such a great lawyer," said Rogron, terrified, "advise us, save us." The crafty Vinnet worked the terror of the two imbeciles to its utmost, declaring that Madame and Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf might be unwilling to enter their house again. To be abandoned by women of their rank would be a terrible condemnation. At length, after an hour of adroit maneuvering, it was agreed that Vinnet must have some powerful motive in taking the case that would impress the minds of all Provence and explain his efforts on behalf of the Rogrons. This motive, they determined, should be Rogron's marriage to Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf. It should be announced that very day, and the banns published on Sunday. The contract could be drawn immediately. Mademoiselle Rogron agreed, in consideration of the marriage, to appear in the contract as settling her capital on her brother, retaining only the income of it. Vinnet made Rogron and his sister comprehend the necessity of antedating the document by 2 or 3 days, so as to commit the mother and daughter in the eyes of the public, and give them a reason for continuing their visits. "Sign that contract, and I'll take upon myself to get you safely out of this affair," said the lawyer. "There will be a terrible fight, but I will put my whole soul into it. I'll have to make me a votive offering." "Oh, yes, yes," said Rogron. By 11:30, the lawyer had plenary powers to draw the contract and conduct the defense of the Rogrons. At 12 o'clock, application was made to Monsieur Tiffain as a judge sitting in chambers against Brigout and the widow Lorraine for having abducted Pierrette. Lorraine, a minor, from the house of her legal guardian. In this way, the bold lawyer became the aggressor and made Rogron the injured party. He spoke of the matter from this point of view in the courthouse. The judge postponed the hearing till 4 o'clock. Needless to describe the excitement in the town. Monsieur Tiffain knew that by 3 o'clock the consultation of doctors would be over and their report drawn up. He wished Offray, as surrogate guardian, to be at the hearing, armed with that report. The announcement of Rogron's marriage and the sacrifices made to it by Sylvie in the contract alienated 2 important supporters from the brother and sister, namely Mademoiselle Habert and the colonel, whose hopes were thus annihilated. They remained, however, ostensibly on the Rogron side, for the purpose of injuring it. Consequently, as soon as Monsieur Martineau mentioned the alarming condition of Pierrette's head, Celeste and the colonel told of the blow she had given herself during the evening. Sylvie had forced her to leave the salon, and they related the old maid's barbarous and unfeeling comments, with other statements proving her cruelty to her suffering cousin. Vinette had foreseen this storm, but he had secured the entire fortune of the Rogrons for Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf, and he promised himself that in a few weeks she should be mistress of the Rogron house and reign with him over Provence, and even bring about a fusion with the Brudis and the aristocrats in the interests of his ambition. From midday to 4 o'clock, all the ladies of the Tiffin clique sent to inquire after Mademoiselle Lorraine. She, poor girl, was wholly ignorant of the commotion she was causing in the little town. In the midst of her sufferings, she was ineffably happy in recovering. Her grandmother and Brigout, the two objects of her affection. Brigout's eyes were constantly full of tears. The old grandmother sat by the bed and caressed her darling. To the three doctors, she told every detail she had obtained from Pierrette as to her life in the Rogron house. Horace Bianchon expressed his indignation in vehement language. Shocked at such barbarity, he insisted on all the physicians in the town being called in to see the case. The consequence was that Dr. Narod, the friend of the Rogrons, was present. The report was unanimously signed. It is useless to give a text of it here. If Molière's medical terms were barbarous, those of modern science have the advantage of being so clear that the explanation of Pierrette's malady, though natural and unfortunately common, horrified all ears. At 4 o'clock, after the usual rising of the court, President Tiffin again took his seat when Madame Lorraine, accompanied by Monsieur Offray and Brigout, and a crowd of interested persons, entered the courtroom. Vinette was alone. This contrast struck the minds of those present. The lawyer, who still wore his robe, turned his cold face to the judge, settled his spectacles on his pallid green eyes, and then, in a shrill, persistent voice, he stated that two strangers had forced themselves at night into the Rogron domicile and had abducted therefrom the minor Lorraine. The legal rights were with the guardian, who now demanded the restoration of his ward. Monsieur Offray rose as surrogate guardian and requested to be heard. "If the judge," he said, "will admit the report which I hold in my hand, signed by one of the most famous physicians in Paris, and by all the physicians in Provence, he will understand not only that the demand of the Sieur Rogron is senseless, but also that the grandmother of the minor had grave cause to instantly remove her from her persecutors. Here are the facts. The report of these physicians attribute the almost dying condition of the said minor to the ill treatment she has received from the Sieur Rogron and his sister. We shall, as the law directs, convoke a family council with the least possible delay, and discuss the question as to whether or not the guardian should be deposed, and we now ask that the minor be not returned to the domicile of the said guardian, but that she be confided to some member of her family who shall be designated by the judge." Vinette replied, declaring that the physician's report ought to have been submitted to him in order that he might have disproved it. "Not submitted to your side," said the judge severely, "but possibly to the Procureur du Roi. The case is heard." The judge then wrote at the bottom of the petition the following order: "Whereas it appears from a deliberate and unanimous report of all the physicians of this town, together with Dr. Bianchon of the Medical Faculty of Paris, that the minor Lorraine, claimed by Jérôme Denis Rogron, her guardian, is extremely ill in consequence of ill treatment and personal assault in the house of the said guardian and his sister. We, President of the Court of Provence, passing upon the said petition, order that, until the family council is held, the minor Lorraine is not to be returned to the household of her said guardian, but shall be kept in that of her surrogate guardian. And further, considering the state in which the said minor now is, and the traces of violence which, according to the report of the physicians, are now upon her person, we commission the attending physician and the surgeon in charge of the hospital of Provence to visit her, and in case the injuries from the said assault become alarming, the matter will be held to await the action of the criminal courts, and this without prejudice to the civil suit undertaken by Honore the surrogate guardian. This severe judgment was read out by President Tiffane in a loud and distinct voice. "Why not send them to the galleys at once," said Vinnet, "and all this fuss about a girl who was carrying on an intrigue with an apprentice to a cabinet maker? If the case goes on in this way," he cried insolently, "we shall demand other judges on the ground of legitimate suspicion." Vinnet left the courtroom and went among the chief men of his party to explain Ragran's position, declaring that he had never so much as given a flip to his cousin, and that the judge had viewed him much less as Pierrette's guardian than as a leading elector in Provence. To hear Vinnet, people might have supposed that the Tiffanes were making a great fuss about nothing. The mounting was bringing forth a mouse Sylvie, an eminently virtuous and pious woman, had discovered an intrigue between her brother's ward and a workman, a Breton named Brigout. The scoundrel knew very well that the girl would have her grandmother's money, and he wished to seduce her. Vinnet, to talk of that Mademoiselle Ragran, who had discovered letters proving the depravity of the girl, was not as much to blame as the Tiffanes were trying to make out if she did use some violence to get possession of those letters, which was no wonder when we consider what Breton obstinacy is. How could Ragran be considered responsible for all that? The lawyer went on to make the matter a partisan affair and to give it a political color. "They who listen to only one bell hear only one sound," said the wise men. "Have you heard what Vinnet says?" Vinnet explains things clearly. Frappier's house being thought injurious to Pierrette owing to the noise in the street, which increased the sufferings in her head, she was taken to that of her surrogate guardian. The change being as necessary medically as it was judicially, the removal was made with the utmost caution, and was calculated to produce a great public effect. Pierrette was laid on a mattress and carried on a stretcher by two men. A grey sister walked beside her with a bottle of sal volatile in her hand, while the grandmother, Brigout, Madame Honore, and her maid followed. People were at their windows and doors to see the procession pass. Certainly the state in which they saw Pierrette, pale as death, gave immense advantage to the party against the Ragrans. The Honores were determined to prove to the whole town that the judge was right in the decision he had given. Pierrette and her grandmother were installed on the second floor of Monsieur Honore's house. The notary and his wife gave her every care with the greatest hospitality, which was not without a little ostentation in it. Pierrette had her grandmother to nurse her, and Monsieur Martineau and the head surgeon of the hospital attended her. On the evening of this day, exaggerations began on both sides. The Ragran salon was crowded. Vinnet had stirred up the whole liberal party on the subject. The Chargeboeuf ladies dined with the Ragrans, for the contract was to be signed that evening. Vinnet had had the banns posted at the mayor's office in the afternoon. He made light of the Pierrette affair. If the province court was prejudiced, the royal courts would appreciate the facts, he said, and the Honores would think twice before they flung themselves into such a suit. The alliance of the Ragrans with the Chargeboeufs was an immense consideration in the minds of a certain class of people. To them, it made the Ragrans as white as snow, and Pierrette an evilly disposed little girl, a serpent warmed in their bosom. In Madame Tiffane's salon, vengeance was had for all the mischievous scandals that the Vinnet party had disseminated for the past 2 years. The Ragrans were monsters, and the guardian should undergo a criminal trial in the lower town. Pierrette was quite well in the upper town. She was dying at the Ragrans. She scratched her wrist. At Madame Tiffane's her fingers were fractured, and one was to be cut off the next day. The Courrier de Provence had a plausible article, extremely well written, a masterpiece of insinuations mixed with legal points, which showed that there was no case whatever against Ragran. The Beehive, which did not appear till 2 days later, could not answer without becoming defamatory. It replied, however, that in an affair like this, it was best to wait until the law took its course. The family council was selected by the Juge de Paix of the canton of Provence, and consisted of Ragran and the two Messieurs Honore, the nearest relatives, and Monsieur Cypri, nephew of Pierrette's maternal grandmother. To these were joined Monsieur Habert, Pierrette's confessor, and Colonel Giraud, who had always professed himself a comrade and friend of her father, Colonel Lorraine. The impartiality of the judge in these selections was much applauded. Monsieur Habert and Colonel Giraud being considered the firm friends of the Rogrands. The serious situation in which Rogron found himself made him ask for the assistance of a lawyer, and he named Vinette at the family council. By this maneuver, evidently advised by Vinette himself, Rogron succeeded in postponing the meeting of the council till the end of December. At that time, Monsieur Tiffin and his wife would be settled in Paris for the opening of the chambers, and the ministerial party would be left without its head. Vinette had already worked upon Desfondrils, the deputy judge, in case the matter should go after the hearing before the council to the criminal courts. Vinette spoke for 3 hours before the family council. He proved the existence of an intrigue between Pierrette and Brigout, which justified all Mademoiselle Rogron's severity. He showed how natural it was that the guardian should have left the management of his ward to a woman. He dwelt on the fact that Rogron had not interfered with Pierrette's education, as planned by his sister Sylvie, but in spite of Vinette's efforts, the council were unanimous in removing Rogron from the guardianship. Monsieur Offray was appointed in his place, and Monsieur Cypri was made surrogate. The council summoned before it and examined Adele, the servant woman who testified against her late masters, also Mademoiselle Habert, who related the cruel remarks made by Mademoiselle Rogron on the evening when Pierrette had given herself a frightful blow, heard by all the company, and the speech of Madame de Chargeboeuf about the girl's health. Brigout produced the letter he had received from Pierrette, which proved their innocence and stated her ill-treatment. Proof was given that the condition of the minor was the result of neglect on the part of the guardian, who was responsible for all that concerned his ward. Pierrette's illness had been apparent to everyone, even to persons in the town who were strangers to the family, yet the guardian had done nothing for her. The charge of ill-treatment was therefore sustained against Rogron, and the case would now go before the public. Rogron, advised by Vinette, opposed the acceptance of the report of the council by the court. The authorities then intervened in consequence of Pierrette's state, which was daily growing worse. The trial of the case, though placed at once upon the docket, was postponed until the month of March 1828 to wait events. Roman 10. Verdicts legal and other. Meantime, Rogron's marriage with Mademoiselle de Chargeboeuf took place. Sylvie moved to the second floor of the house, which she shared with Madame de Chargeboeuf, for the first floor was entirely taken up by the new wife. The beautiful Madame Rogron succeeded to the social place of the beautiful Madame Tiffin. The influence of the marriage was immense. No one now came to visit Sylvie, but Madame Rogron's salon was always full. Sustained by the influence of his mother-in-law and the bankers du Tillet and Nucingen, Monsieur Tiffin was fortunate enough to do some service to the administration. He became one of its chief orators, was made judge in the civil courts, and obtained the appointment of his nephew Lesward to his own vacant place as president of the Court of Province. This appointment greatly annoyed Desfondrils. The keeper of the seals sent down one of his own protégés to fill Lesward's place. The promotion of Monsieur Tiffin and his translation to Paris were therefore of no benefit at all to the Vinette party, but Vinette nevertheless made clever use of the result. He had always told the province people that they were being used as a stepping stone to raise the crafty Madame Tiffin into grandeur. Tiffin himself had tricked them. Madame Tiffin despised both Provence and its people in her heart, and would never return there again. Just at this crisis, Monsieur Tiffin's father died. His son inherited a fine estate and sold his house in Provence to Monsieur Julliard. The sale proved to the minds of all how little the Tiffins thought of Provence. Vinette was right. Vinette had been a true prophet. These things had great influence on the question of Pierrette's guardianship. Thus the dreadful martyrdom brutally inflicted on the poor child by 2 imbecile tyrants, which led through its consequences to the terrible operation of trepanning performed by Monsieur Martner under the advice of Dr. Bianchanol. This horrible drama, reduced to judicial form, was left to float in the vile mess called in legal parlance the calendar. The case was made to drag through the delays and the interminable labyrinths of the law by the shufflings of an unprincipled lawyer. And during all this time, the calumniated girl languished in the agony of the worst pain known to science. Monsieur Martner, together with the Offray family, was soon charmed by the beauty of Pierrette's nature, and the character of her old grandmother, whose feelings, ideas, and ways bore the stamp of Roman antiquities. Matron of the Marais was like a woman in Plutarch. Dr. Martner struggled bravely with death, which already grasped its prey from the first biennium, and the hospital surgeon had considered Pierrette doomed. And there now took place between the doctor and the disease, the former relying on Pierrette's youth, one of those struggles which physicians alone comprehend, the reward of which in case of success is never found in the venal pay nor in the patients themselves, but in the gentle satisfaction of conscience, in the invisible ideal palm gathered by true artists from the contentment which fills their soul after accomplishing a noble work. The physician strains towards good as an artist, towards beauty, each impelled by that grand sentiment which we call virtue. This daily contest wiped out of Dr. Martner's mind the petty irritations of that other contest of the Tiffanes, and the Vinces always happens to men when they find themselves face to face with a great and real misery to conquer. Monsieur Martner had begun his career in Paris, but the cruel activity of the city and its insensibility to its masses of suffering had shocked his gentle soul, fitted only for the quiet life of the provinces. Moreover, he was under the yoke of his beautiful native land. He returned to Provence, where he married and settled, and cared almost lovingly for the people who were to him like a large family. During the whole of Pierrette's illness, he was careful not to speak of her. His reluctance to answer the questions of those who asked about her was so evident that persons soon ceased to put them. Pierrette was to him what indeed she truly was, a poem, mysterious, profound, vast, in suffering such as doctors find at times in their terrible experience. He felt an admiration for this delicate young creature, which he would not share with anyone. This feeling of the physician for his patient was, however, unconsciously communicated, like all true feelings, to Monsieur and Madame Honore, whose house became so long as Pierrette was in it, quiet and silent. The children who had formerly played so joyously with her agreed among themselves, with the loving grace of childhood, to be neither noisy nor troublesome. They made it a point of honor to be good, because Pierrette was Roman. 99 Monsieur Honore's house was in the upper town beneath the ruins of the chateau, and it was built upon a sort of terrace formed by the overthrow of the old ramparts. The occupants could have a view of the valley from the little fruit garden enclosed by walls which overlooked the town. The roofs of the other houses came to about the level of the lower wall of this garden. Along the terrace ran a path by which Monsieur Honore's study could be entered. Through a glass door at the other end of the path was an arbor of grapevines and a fig tree, beneath which stood a round table, a bench, and some chairs painted green. Pierrette's bedroom was above the study of her new guardian. Madame Lorraine slept in a cot beside her grandchild. From her window, Pierrette could see the whole of the glorious valley of Provence, which she hardly knew, so seldom had she left that dreadful house of the Rogrons. When the weather was fine, she loved to drag herself, resting on her grandmother's arm, to the vine-clad arbor. Brigout, unable to work, came 3 times a day to see his little friend. He was gnawed by a grief which made him indifferent to life. He lay in wait like a dog for Monsieur Martner, and followed him when he left the house. The old grandmother, drunk with grief, had the courage to conceal her despair. She showed her darling the smiling face she formerly wore at Penhole. In her desire to produce that illusion in the girl's mind, she made her a little Breton cap like the one Pierrette had worn on her first arrival in Provence. It made the darling seem more like her childlike self in it. She was delightful to look upon, her sweet face circled with a halo of cambric and fluted lace, her skin white with the whiteness of unglazed porcelain, her forehead, where suffering had printed the semblance of deep thought, the purity of the lines refined by illness, the slowness of the glances, and the occasional fixity of the eyes made Pierrette an almost perfect embodiment of melancholy. She was served by all with a sort of fanaticism. She was felt to be so gentle, so tender, so loving. Madame Martner sent her piano to her sister Madame Honore, thinking to amuse Pierrette, who was passionately fond of music. It was a poem to watch her listening to a theme of Weber or Beethoven or Herold. Her eyes raised, her lips silent, regretting no doubt the life escaping her. The Cure Peru and Monsieur Habert, her 2 religious comforters, admired her saintly resignation. Surely the seraphic perfection of young girls and young men, marked with the hectic of death, is a wonderful fact worthy of the attention alike of philosophers and of heedless minds. He who has ever seen one of these sublime departures from this life can never remain or become an unbeliever. Such beings exhale as it were a celestial fragrance. Their glances speak of God. The voices are eloquent in the simplest words. Often they ring like some seraphic instrument, revealing the secrets of the future. When Monsieur Martineau praised her for having faithfully followed a harsh prescription, the little angel replied, and with what a glance! "I want to live, dear Monsieur Martineau, but less for myself than for my grandmother, for my Brigout, for all of you who will grieve at my death." The first time she went into the garden on a beautiful sunny day in November, attended by all the household, Madame Honore asked her if she was tired. "No, now that I have no sufferings, but those God sends I can bear all," she said. "The joy of being loved gives me strength to suffer." That was the only time, and then vaguely, that she ever alluded to her horrible martyrdom at the Ragrands, whom she never mentioned, and of whom no one reminded her, knowing well how painful the memory must be. "Dear Madame Honore," she said one day at noon on the terrace, as she gazed at the valley warmed by a glorious sun, and colored with the glowing tints of autumn, "my death in your house gives me more happiness than I have had since I left Brittany." Madame Honore whispered in her sister Martineau's ear. How she would have loved! In truth, her tones, her looks gave to her words a priceless value. Monsieur Martineau corresponded with Dr. Bianchon, and did nothing of importance without his advice. He hoped in the first place to regulate the functions of nature, and to draw away the abscess in the head through the ear. The more Pierrette suffered, the more he hoped he gained some slight success at times, and that was a great triumph. For several days Pierrette's appetite returned, and enabled her to take nourishing food, for which her illness had given her a repugnance. The color, her skin changed, but the condition of her head was terrible. Monsieur Martineau entreated the great physician, his advisor, to come down. Bianchon came, stayed 2 days, and resolved to undertake an operation to spare the feelings of poor Martineau. He went to Paris, and brought back with him the celebrated Desplein. Thus the operation was performed by the greatest surgeon of ancient or modern times. But that terrible diviner said to Martineau, as he departed with Bianchon, his beloved pupil, "Nothing but a miracle can save her. As Horace told you, caries of the bone has begun at her age. The bones are so tender." The operation was performed at the beginning of March 1828. During all that month, distressed by Pierrette's horrible sufferings, Monsieur Martineau made several journeys to Paris. There he consulted Desplein and Bianchon, and even went so far as to propose to them an operation of the nature of lithotrity, which consists in passing into the head a hollow instrument, by the help of which an heroic remedy can be applied to the diseased bone, to arrest the progress of the caries. Even the bold Desplein dared not attempt that high-handed surgical measure which despair alone had suggested to Martineau when he returned home from Paris. He seemed to his friends morose and gloomy. He was forced to announce on that fatal evening to the Honores and Madame Lorraine, and to the 2 priests and Brigout, that science could do no more for Pierrette, whose recovery was now in God's hands. Only the consternation among them was terrible. The grandmother made a vow, and requested the priests to say a mass every morning at daybreak, before Pierrette rose, a mass at which she and Brigout might be present. The trial came on, while the victim lay dying. Vinette was calumniating her in court. The judge approved and accepted the report of the family council, and Vinette instantly appealed. The newly appointed Procureur du Roi made a requisition which necessitated fresh evidence. Ragran and his sister were forced to give bail to avoid going to prison. The order for fresh evidence included that of Pierrette herself. When Monsieur Desfondrils came to the Honores to receive it, Pierrette was dying. Her confessor was at her bedside, about to administer extreme unction. At that moment, she entreated all present to forgive her cousins, as she herself forgave them, saying with her simple good sense that the judgment of these things belonged to God alone. "Grandmother," she said, "leave all you have to Brigout." Brigout burst into tears and continued, "Pierrette, give 1,000 francs to that kind Adele, who warmed my bed. If Adele had remained with my cousins, I should not now be dying." It was at 3 o'clock, on the Tuesday of Easter week, on a beautiful bright day, that the angel ceased to suffer. Her heroic grandmother wished to watch all that night with the priests, and to sew with her stiff old fingers her darling's shroud. Towards evening Brigout left the Honores' house and went to Frappier's. "I need not ask you, my poor boy, for news," said the cabinet maker. Pierre Frappier, yes, it is ended for her but not for me. He cast a look upon the different woods, piled up around the chopper look of painful meaning. I understand you, Brigout, said his worthy master, take all you want, and he showed him the oaken planks of 2-inch thickness. Don't help me, Monsieur Frappier, said the Breton, I wish to do it alone. He passed the night in planing and fitting Pierrette's coffin, and more than once his plane took off at a single pass a ribbon of wood, which was wet with tears. The good man Frappier smoked his pipe, and watched him silently, saying, only when the 4 pieces were joined together. Make the cover to slide, her poor grandmother will not hear the nails. At daybreak Brigout went out to fetch the lead to line the coffin. By a strange chance, the sheets of lead cost just the sum he had given Pierrette for her journey from Nantes to Provence. The brave Breton, who was able to resist the awful pain of himself, making the coffin of his dear one, and lining with his memories, those burial planks could not bear up against this strange reminder. His strength gave way. He was not able to lift the lid, and the plumber, seeing this, came with him and offered to accompany him to the house and solder the last sheet when the body had been laid in the coffin. The Breton burned the plane and all the tools he had used. Then he settled his accounts with Frappier and bade him farewell. The heroism with which the poor lad personally performed, like the grandmother, the last offices for Pierrette, made him a sharer in the awful scene which crowned the tyranny of the Rogrons. Brigout and the plumber reached the house of Monsieur Honore just in time to decide by their own main force an infamous and shocking judicial question. The room where the dead girl lay was full of people, and presented to the eyes of the 2 men a singular sight. The Rogron emissaries were standing beside the body of their victim to torture her even after death. The corpse of the child, solemn in its beauty, lay on the cot-bed of her grandmother. Pierrette's eyes were closed, the brown hair smoothed upon her brow, the body swathed in a coarse cotton sheet. Before the bed, on her knees, her hair in disorder, her hands stretched out, her face on fire, the old Lorraine was crying out, no, no, it shall not be done. At the foot of the bed stood Monsieur Honore and the 2 priests. The tapers were still burning. Opposite to the grandmother was the surgeon of the hospital with an assistant, and near him stood Dr. Honoré and Balzac. The surgeon wore his dissecting apron. The assistant had opened a case of instruments and was handing him a knife. This scene was interrupted by the noise of the coffin, which Brigout and the plumber set down upon the floor. Then Brigout, advancing, was horrified at the sight of Madame Lorraine, who was now weeping. What is the matter? He asked, standing beside her and grasping the chisel convulsively in his hand. This, said the old woman, this, Brigout, they want to open the body of my child and cut into her head and stab her heart after her death, as they did when she was living. Who, said Brigout, in a voice that might have deafened the men of law. The Rogrons, in the sacred name of God. Stop, Brigout, said Monsieur Honore, seeing the lad brandish his chisel. Monsieur Honore, said Brigout, as white as his dead companion, I hear you because you are Monsieur Honore, but at this moment I will not listen to the law, said Honore. Is there law, is there justice? Cried the Breton. Justice, this is it. And he advanced to the lawyer and the doctors, threatening them with his chisel. My friend, said the curate, the law has been invoked by the lawyer of Monsieur Rogron, who is under the weight of a serious accusation, and it is impossible for us to refuse him the means of justification. The lawyer of Monsieur Rogron claims that if the poor child died of an abscess in her head, her former guardian cannot be blamed, for it is proved that Pierrette concealed the effects of the blow which she gave to herself. Enough, said Brigout. My client, began Balzac. Your client, cried the Breton, shall go to hell, and I to the scaffold, for if one of you dares to touch her whom your client has killed, I will kill him if my weapon does its duty. This is interference with the law, said Balzac. I shall instantly inform the court. The 5 men left the room. Oh, my son, cried the old woman, rising from her knees and falling on Brigout's neck, let us bury her quick, thee will come back. If we solder the lid, said the plumber, they may not dare to open it. Monsieur Honore hastened to his brother-in-law, Monsieur Lesward, to try and settle the matter. Vinnet was not unwilling. Pierrette being dead, the suit about the guardianship fell of course to the ground. All the astute lawyer wanted was the effect produced by his request. At midday Monsieur Desfondrils made his report on the case, and the court rendered a decision that there was no ground for further action. Ragron dared not go to Pierrette's funeral, at which the whole town was present. Vinnet wished to force him there, but the miserable man was afraid of exciting universal horror. Brigout left Provins after watching the filling up of the grave where Pierrette lay and went on foot to Paris. He wrote a petition to the Dauphiness asking in the name of his father that he might enter the royal guard, to which he was at once admitted. When the expedition to Algiers was undertaken, he wrote to her again to obtain employment in it. He was then a Sergeant Marshal. Beaumont gave him an appointment as sub-lieutenant in a line regiment. The major's son behaved like a man who wished to die. Death has, however, respected Jacques Brigout up to the present time. Although he has distinguished himself in all the recent expeditions, he has never yet been wounded. He is now major in a regiment of infantry. No officer is more taciturn or more trustworthy outside of his duty. He is almost mute. He walks alone and lives mechanically. Everyone divines and respects a hidden sorrow. He possesses 4,000 to 6,000 francs, which old Madame Lorraine, who died in Paris in 1829, bequeathed to him. At the elections of 1830, Vinnet was made a deputy. The services he rendered the new government have now earned him the position of Procureur General. His influence is such that he will always remain a deputy. Ragron is Receiver General in the same town where Vinnet fulfills his legal functions, and by one of those curious tricks of chance which do so often occur, Monsieur Tiffany is president of the royal court in the same town. For the worthy man gave in his adhesion to the dynasty of July. Without the slightest hesitation, the ex-beautiful Madame Tiffany lives on excellent terms with the beautiful Madame Ragron. Vinnet is hand in glove with Madame Tiffany. As to the imbecile Ragron, he makes such remarks as Louis Philippe will never be really king till he is able to make nobles. The speech is evidently not his own. His health is failing, which allows Madame Ragron to hope she may soon marry the General Marquis de Montreveau, peer of France, who commands the department, and is paying her attentions. Vinnet is in his element, seeking victims. He never believes in the innocence of an accused person. This thoroughbred prosecutor is held to be one of the most amiable men on the circuit, and he is no less liked in Paris, and in the chamber at court he is a charming courtier. According to a certain promise made by Vinnet, General Baron Giraud, that noble relic of our glorious armies, married a Mademoiselle Matifat, 25 years old, daughter of a druggist in the Rue des Lombards, whose dowry was 100,000 francs. He commands, as Vinnet prophesied, a department in the neighborhood of Paris. He was named peer of France for his conduct in the riots, which occurred during the ministry of Casimir Pierrette. Baron Giraud was one of the generals who took the Church of St. Mary, delighted to rap those rascally civilians who had vexed him for years over the knuckles, for which service he was rewarded with the grand cordon of the Legion of Honor. None of the personages connected with Pierrette's death ever felt the slightest remorse about it. Monsieur Desfondrils is still archaeological, but in order to compass his own election, the Procureur General Vinnet took pains to have him appointed president of the province court. Sylvie has a little circle and manages her brother's property. She lends her own money at high interest and does not spend more than 1,200 francs a year. From time to time, when some former son or daughter of province returns from Paris to settle down, you may hear them ask, as they leave Mademoiselle Ragron's house, wasn't there a painful story against the Ragron, something about a ward? Mere prejudice, replies Monsieur Desfondrils. Certain persons tried to make us believe falsehoods out of kindness of heart. The Ragrons took in a girl named Pierrette, quite pretty, but with no money. Just as she was growing up, she had an intrigue with a young man and stood at her window barefooted talking to him. The lovers passed notes to each other by a string. She took cold in this way and died, having no constitution. The Ragrons behaved admirably. They made no claim on certain property which was to come to her. They gave it all up to the grandmother. The moral of it was, my good friend, that the devil punishes those who try to benefit others. Ah, that is quite another story from the one old Frappier told me. Frappier consults his wine cellar more than he does his memory, remarked another of Mademoiselle Ragran's visitors. But that old priest, Monsieur Habert, says, "Oh, he don't you know why? No. He wanted to marry his sister to Monsieur Ragran, the receiver general." Two men think of Pierrette daily. Dr. Martner and Major Brigout, they alone know the hideous truths. To give that truth its true proportions, we must transport the scene to the Rome of the Middle Ages, where a sublime young girl, Beatrice Cenci, was brought to the scaffold by motives and intrigues that were almost identical with those which laid our Pierrette in her grave. Beatrice Cenci had but one defender, an artist, a painter in our day history, and living men, on the faith of Guido Reni's portrait, condemn the Pope, and know that Beatrice was a most tender victim of infamous passions and base feuds. We must all agree that legality would be a fine thing for social scoundrelism if there were no God.